Marriage on the Rocks. A Love on Palmer Island Romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. Thanks for meeting me. Skye was relieved Ben had made it. Of course. Do you have any idea what this is about? Ben asked. Skye resisted the urge to reach up and smooth out the fine lines on his forehead that appeared whenever he was worried or stressed. I don't. Ben held open the door to Palmer Island Elementary School, where they'd been summoned, and Skye walked into the building. It's been a while since I've been called in to see the principal, Ben said. They were both sitting in hard plastic chairs in front of a solid wood door that stood between them and Principal Terrence's office. Not since my freshman year of high school. Skye thought back on the day when she'd been summoned after a fight with a fellow student. Despite what she'd said, the blame for the altercation had landed on her. I remember that. The fight with Kim? They ended up suspending you, didn't they? Ben ran his fingers through his ash blonde hair, looking even more worried than before. We would have heard if James had gotten into that kind of trouble. Skye put as much conviction into her voice as she could. It was for herself as much as for her husband. You're right. Ben shifted in his seat when the door opened. Mr. and Mrs. Daly? A woman in her mid-40s with dark brown hair, wearing a matching dark blue skirt and blazer, motioned for them to enter. She took a seat behind a large desk covered in folders and papers. The laptop in the center of the desk blocked much of Skye's view of the principal until she tapped the keys for a moment and shut the lid. I hope this isn't anything serious, Skye said when the silence became too much. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Principal Terrence put on a pair of glasses and opened a folder. Skye shot a glance at Ben. The worry lines on his forehead were deeper than ever. He reached across the small distance between them and took her hand. It'll be fine, he mouthed. Skye hated the way it still made her feel better. She pulled her hand back and looked right up at the stern woman in front of her. What did my son do? It's not like that. We are concerned about James's progress. Miss Richard will join us shortly. I assume someone will be there when he gets off the bus. Skye nodded. My mother is taking care of him until we're done here. She'd come to rely on her parents for the first time since middle school. It was strange, but for now, it seemed to work. Good. This could take a while. Why don't we start by taking a look at these? Principal Terrence pulled a small stack of worksheets from a manila folder and spread them out on the desk, facing Skye and Ben. Ben picked one of them up and looked at it. Is there a problem with this? Looks perfectly normal to me. He handed the piece of paper to Skye. He's falling behind, isn't he? It wasn't easy to admit the truth. He is. More than he should be at this point. Miss Richard brought this to my attention, and I agree with her assessment. A knock at the door interrupted the principal. Come in. The door opened, and Miss Richard, James's first-grade teacher, walked in. Mr. and Mrs. Daly, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. The young blonde woman they'd both met during the open house and several parent-teacher conferences walked behind the desk, taking her position next to the principal. I know James is struggling with reading and writing. I'm working with him at night, Skye said. You are? Why didn't you say anything? Ben's head turned, a question in his eyes. Good. Parent involvement can make such a difference. I can help make that time more effective. Miss Richard smiled at Skye. We should also discuss having him tested. There may be underlying causes that make it harder for James to decipher letters. Principal Terrence pulled a brochure out of her desk and handed it to Skye. I was a late bloomer. Maybe James just needs a little more time, Ben said. That's possible. All I ask is that you keep an open mind. Whatever James needs. We all want to see him succeed. Of course. If you think we're at the point where we should have him tested, Skye swallowed. Principal Terrence turned to Miss Richard. I think we can give it a few more weeks and see if he starts improving, the young teacher said. Good. Which brings us to the second reason for this meeting. Principal Terrence flipped through the folder until she found what she was looking for. There's more? Skye hated the desperation in her voice. I've noticed changes in James the past few months. He's impatient and impulsive. He has trouble controlling his temper, and it's becoming disruptive in the classroom. I have to tell you, it's very different from the boy I met at the beginning of the school year. Did anything change at home? Miss Richard asked. Ben coughed. Skye waited for him to say something. He didn't. We are not judging you. Marriages are complicated. Believe me, I know. I'm in the middle of a divorce. I get it. And I know the toll something like this takes on the kids. The principal's voice was softer, compassion written on her face. We're not getting a divorce, Ben said. His fierceness surprised her. Neither of them had brought it up, but Skye figured that's where they were headed. We are separated. The kids and I moved in with my parents a while back. Skye swallowed hard. I noticed the change in James, too. I was hoping it was just a phase, something he'd grow out of. I'm afraid not. If I had to guess, I'd say he's scared about what will happen. It's a lot to process for someone his age. Rage and violence are outlets for emotions he's not able to deal with. Miss Richard didn't look as understanding as the principal. That bad? Skye asked, her voice barely a whisper. Principal Terrence closed her eyes for a moment before looking straight at Skye. Not yet, but it will if we don't work together to help James get through this. We will do whatever it takes to make sure our children feel secure, and we will get James the help he needs. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Ben rose and held his hand out for her. Skye took it and stood beside him. He still wore his ring. She could feel it press against the inside of her hand. I'm glad to hear that. I suggest you work things out sooner rather than later. We'll do what we can to support James, but he needs you. Both of you. That was something else. Ben pulled his keys out of his pocket and moved them from one hand to the other. It was something he'd always done when he was anxious. Ever since he'd gotten his first set of keys. Before that, it had been a tennis ball. It was. Question is, what are we going to do about it? Skye looked fierce. Like a mama lion protecting her cubs. Whatever it takes. Listen, do you have some time to talk about this? We could grab a bite at Mary's. Unless you've had lunch. I was too nervous to eat. He held his breath. She'd ignored his calls and barely spoken to him when he'd brought the kids back, but today felt different. I could eat. She pulled her keys and phone from her purse, checking the screen before dropping it back into her bag. Meet me there? Ben asked. He was waiting for her when she pulled into the parking lot of the diner. Ben fell into step next to her. He resisted the urge to take her hand. He'd gotten away with it twice in the school. No need to push his luck. He pulled the door to the diner open for her. Skye and Ben Daly. If this isn't a sight for sore eyes. It's been a long time since you two made it here. Early date? Mary, the owner, pulled first Skye, then him into a tight hug. We only stopped in for a quick bite. Ben stepped back and scanned the dining room. His favorite booth was open. Take a seat, and I'll send someone over to take your order. Mind if I send you the new girl? I hired her yesterday. Mary looked at him. Go ahead. We'll give her a hard time and make sure she's ready for the job. Ben grinned and grabbed 2 of the menus. Be nice to the poor girl, Skye warned when they sat down. Don't worry. I know how hard this job is, especially in the first few weeks. I'll go easy on her. He opened the menu. Not much had changed since the day he started as a busboy. He'd been 14 and grateful Mary had taken a chance on him. Good. What are we going to do about James? Skye opened the menu. He knew it was a ruse. She knew it inside and out. Do you think they were right? That he's scared? The news had hit him like a knife to the chest. The last thing he wanted was to hurt his kids. Or his wife. They were working through some issues, but there was no way they wouldn't make it. They were Ben and Skye. Always. Probably. He doesn't say much. Skye flipped through the menu again. Then maybe that's where we start. Talk to him. Assure him he and Tina will be okay. That they are our main priority and always will be. No matter what happens down the road. He had plans, things he wasn't quite ready to share yet. Not until he could prove he could pull this off. You believe that? Skye asked. I do. We'll spend more time together. I'll work with him on writing. He always liked art. Maybe there are some workbooks or something that would help. You're right. We can do better than we have. And I can be more patient with him when he loses his temper or bullies Tina. Skye sighed. When did that start? It was the first he'd heard of this. How much was he missing from his children's lives? A couple of weeks after we moved out. It's getting better. I think. His wife pushed her hair back and leaned back in the booth. Hi there. I'm Beth. What can I get the two of you? The server looked like she was in high school, not much older than he'd been when he'd started working at the diner. She'll take a Philly cheesesteak with extra peppers, fries, and a sweet tea. And I'll have the inlet burger, medium rare, with chips and ice water. Ben looked up at Skye when he realized what he'd done. Coming right up. Beth scribbled a few notes and left. Sorry about that. Old habit. Ben shook his head. It's fine. You got it right. The smile was small, but it was progress. A few weeks ago, she would have ripped his head off for ordering for her. What can I do to help with James? I can try to move some stuff around and spend time with him after school. Help him with his homework. It wouldn't be easy, but he'd worked at the bank long enough to call in a few favors. I've got it covered. I'll spend more time reading with him. Maybe we can find some books he's actually interested in. If you can work on the art stuff on the weekend, that would help. I'll do some research and see what else we can do to help our boy catch up. Ben looked up, surprised when Beth returned with their food and drinks. Don't ask me how, but Mary had this ready for you when I went to put in your order. Do you think she's psychic? Beth asked. Absolutely. Mary is something else. And the best boss you'll ever have. Pay attention, work fast, and you'll do fine. He grinned at the girl, who handed him his favorite burger. It was hard to beat the combination of beef and crab. Skye dug into her sandwich. She looked better after she'd taken a few bites. Her eyes were brighter, and some of the paleness left his wife's face. The dark circles under her eyes remained, though. How are things working out at your folks' place? He asked. Skye shrugged. We manage. It's been different since Robin moved out, but there's a little more space. And less help to deal with the kids or his in-laws, both of which could be a handful and not beyond taking full advantage of having another daughter take care of them. He had to get her out of that house. Her and their kids. Skye's phone rang. She pulled it out of her purse and walked outside. Everything okay? He asked when she returned to their table. Skye shook her head. It's James. He's throwing a fit, and my mom doesn't know what to do with him. I better go. She grabbed her purse and pulled her car keys out of them. Do you need me to go get Tina? I can meet you at the house and help with James. It would mean missing class, but this was his son. James was hurting, and there was no telling how the separation affected his daughter. Today's meeting had been an eye-opener. What they'd done to their kids. What he'd done to his family. No, it's fine. I'll pick her up on the way home. I'll call you tomorrow. Skye was out the door before he could stop her. Chapter 2. Bagels. You're the best. Robin grinned when Skye showed up the next morning, a bag of the breakfast treats in hand. They were still warm, and the scent made her own stomach growl. I need to talk. Figured you'd at least deserve a solid breakfast in return. Skye walked into the small apartment above the book nook, Palmer Island's book and stationery store. You know me so well. Coffee? Robin pulled out a cup and poured the dark liquid in before waiting for a reply. Where's Grace? Skye asked. Robin's 1-year-old stepdaughter spent most mornings with Robin while Parker taught physics and math at the local high school. She's with Parker. He has the day off and took her to the park so I can study for my midterm. Robin pointed to the textbooks and laptop covering the coffee table in the living room. I'm sorry. I'll get out of your hair. Skye rose. I was ready for a break when you called. Plus, I haven't seen you or talked to you in days. Sit down and have breakfast with me. I'll get back to the grind when we're done. Robin sat a plate in front of her and handed Skye a knife. All right, but I won't stay long. I'm not going to be responsible if you lose your scholarship. Robin had fought too long and hard to get her accounting degree. Don't worry. I won't let that happen. I told Parker I'd graduate in record time. I think I can do it in 2 years. And then we'll be able to move into something a little bigger than this place. Robin waved her arms around. The 1-bedroom apartment was small, but it was in a great location and had a balcony. It's not much smaller than Mom and Dad's place. Sure, they had one more bedroom, but every room was small and there was no privacy in that place. Never had been, and it hadn't gotten better since she moved back home, 2 children in tow. That's true. And to be honest, most of the time, we love this place. And when we need a little more space, we go visit Lynn. After a rocky start, Robin had developed a good relationship with her mother-in-law. It was more than Skye could say about her in-laws. After 7 years of marriage, she barely knew Ben's parents. It wasn't for lack of trying on her part. I don't blame you. She has that lovely garden. I still don't understand why the 3 of you didn't move in with her after the wedding when she offered. Skye cut her bagel in half and smeared cream cheese on it. I figured you'd understand better than anyone. But enough about me. What's new with you? There's a reason you show up on my doorstep on a random Wednesday morning. Robin broke a piece of the cinnamon raisin bagel in front of her and popped it into her mouth. Ben and I got called into a meeting with the principal yesterday. About James. Skye drizzled honey on the bagel, taking care to spread it evenly and not let any of the golden liquid drip down on the plate. That doesn't sound good. What's going on with James? The tone in her sister's voice made Skye look up. It's nothing bad. Well, sort of, but nothing we can't fix, Skye said quickly. He has trouble reading and writing, and he has a bit of a temper. Nothing I didn't already know. I guess he gets it from Dad. That doesn't sound like James. He was always such a nice boy and so sweet and patient with Tina. Of course, Robin would hone right in on the one thing that truly troubled her about her son. The past few months have been rough. On all of us. She'd known a separation was risky. But what kind of example was she setting for her kids if she let her husband walk all over her and cheat on her? Better a clean break now than years of living with 2 parents who despised each other. I know, honey. But you're doing what's best for them in the long run. What can I do to help with James? Robin asked, reaching across the table and squeezing her hand. Any ideas on how to get him to read more? Skye asked, smiling wryly. She'd tried last night to get her son to read something, anything. I don't, but I know who might. Robin crammed the last of her bagel into her mouth and jumped up, motioning for Skye to follow her. Skye grabbed her purse and followed her sister downstairs. They walked across the courtyard to the book nook. I tried a bunch of books last night. Trust me, Robin said, taking her hand and pulling her into the store. Robin. Everything okay? Sophie Johnson walked up to meet them. Yes. No. We have a reading emergency. Robin quickly explained the situation to Sophie, who jumped into action, an excited smile on her face. Follow me. She strode through the store and into one of the back rooms. Skye shot a look at her sister. Trust her, Robin said, before rushing to catch up with Sophie. By the time Skye was standing next to the young bookstore owner, the woman was busy pulling books from the shelves. Her eyes scanned the books, her fingers quickly skipping over book after book before pulling another one out. Within minutes, she had a stack of 5 different books in her hand. That's a lot, Skye said. She couldn't see James reading all of them this year. The key is to find something that sparks their interest. These are some of the most popular with boys in his age group. Start there and see what sticks. Return what he doesn't like. All 5 are part of series, so if he gets into one of them, there's plenty more where that came from. Bring James with you next time, and we'll get him hooked on a few more. Sophie handed the stack of books to Skye. In that case, we'll take all 5, Robin said. She turned to Skye. My treat. Oh no, this is my mess, and I'm going to clean it up. Skye held on to the books. The cover of the top one had dragons on them. She could see this catching her son's interest. Great, I'll ring you up. This may be an odd question, but how does James feel about dogs? Sophie asked. He loves them. He's been trying to talk us into getting a puppy for ages, Skye said. She couldn't help but grin when she thought about the hoops her offspring had jumped through to talk them into it. James had gotten Tina on board, and they'd both made it their top request on their past 2 Santa lists. Then he might enjoy this. The library has a program that pairs young readers with pets. The idea is to read to a dog, a cat, or a bunny once a week. It's a fun way to get them to read, and there are some serious benefits. Sophie handed her a flyer about the program before putting the books into a cloth tote bag with the Book Nook logo printed on it. I don't need a bag. Skye waved Sophie off. It's for James. I hope he'll come in, and he'll need it at the library. My treat. Sophie tucked a spaceship bookmark into one of the books and handed her the bag. Thank you. Skye was touched by the woman's kindness. She'd have to stop in here again. And not just with James. The place had cute stationery and notebooks, along with some unique gifts. You're very welcome. Always happy to help someone discover the magic of reading. Sophie's smile was warm before she returned to the store to help someone else discover just the right book. Hopefully, these will keep James too busy to get back into trouble at school, Skye said without much conviction as she and Robin walked out of the store. Plus, I'm sure he'll settle down when you and Ben get back together. Robin put her arm around her sister as they crossed the courtyard. That ship has sailed, Robin. I can't see how that could ever happen. No matter how much she wished it could. Deep down, she knew she'd lost Ben. Lost him long before he'd spent night after night away from them. She'd a little piece of him every time he'd brought up going back to school, and she'd had to tell him there was no way they could make it without his salary. Every time she'd asked him to give up on his dream. Don't lie to me, or yourself. I saw the way you looked at him at my wedding. Skye shrugged. What can I say? He looks good in a tux. Oh please, it was a little more than that, and we both know it. Mr. Daly? Ben looked up at the professor. Dr. Van Houten pointed to the still life projected on the screen. I'm sorry. Can you identify the period of this piece? The professor repeated. Baroque, Annette coughed under her breath. I believe it's Baroque, Ben said confidently. Unlike him, his friend was actually passing the art history class. Very good, Miss Green. Can you also tell us who the artist is? Mr. Van Houten asked. I believe it's a Rembrandt, Annette said. You are correct. One of his lesser-known pieces, but a beautiful example of Baroque still life. For next week's lecture, I would like each of you to submit a still life from the same period. We will take a look at them and see if we can't come up with a list of qualities unique to this era. And please, stay away from the most popular pieces. I don't want to look at 5 copies of Van Bageren's Banquet, still life. Class dismissed. Van who? Ben asked. Seriously? You're taking art history, and you don't know who Van Bajeren is? Annette slid her textbook and notes into the worn leather tote she always carried around. We can't all be art history protégés, he teased. Some of us grew up admiring the art on cereal boxes and in comic books. Buy me a beer, and I'll give you some names for our assignment. She grinned. They had a standing date to grab a drink after their evening class. He would not have passed any of his lit classes without her, and from the look of it, he'd need help with art history as well. Spill, why are you taking this class? Annette asked when they sat down at the bar at the Drunken Goat. It was my only option for a night class that would count toward my degree. Ben shrugged. He'd taken all the easy ones. Math, English, and a couple of physics classes that hadn't been half bad. But he was reaching the limit of what he could accomplish at the small college that would count toward his degree in architecture when he transferred. If he ever got the chance. Annette pulled her bag into her lap and dug around in it, pulling out a piece of paper. She handed it to him. What's this? He glanced at the glossy picture. It's an offer for an internship with one of Greenville's best architectural firms. I had my uncle make a call to a friend. If things work out, they may be willing to offer you a scholarship to Clemson University's architecture program. Ben skimmed the text while the bartender sat down their beers. It was a good offer. He'd only be gone 5 days a week, and it was paid. If he qualified for the scholarship. Looks like a perfect fit, doesn't it? I thought you'd like it. Annette raised her bottle. Only problem is that I can't do this unless I quit my job at the bank. Skye would have a field day if I even brought this up. You guys are separated. You don't have to tell her. Annette shrugged. Yeah, that'll go over well when I have to explain to my wife why there's no money in the checking account and the mortgage hasn't been paid. He downed half the bottle, washing away the disappointment of another lost opportunity. Story of his life. You've been dreaming about this for years. I think it's time you start looking out for yourself. As far as the job goes, ask for a leave. It's only 3 weeks. They should be able to manage without you. Annette finished her beer and motioned for the bartender to bring her another. Chapter 3. Ben spotted his wife the moment she crossed from the parking lot into the city park. Skye dug around in her purse and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. He watched her scan the park before her soft brown eyes connected with his for just a second. Then the dark-tinted glasses covered her eyes. He couldn't have kept the smile from spreading across his face if he tried. For him, Skye had always been the one. The light blue dress hugged her curves. The ballerina flats she'd worn since they started dating took a hesitant step in his direction. It had never bothered him that they were the same height, but she'd insisted on giving up heels. He waved, inviting her to join him at the picnic table under one of the large live oaks. The spot was one of his favorites, away from the hustle and bustle of the playground. For a split second, she returned his smile. Almost like she was as happy to see him as he was to run into her here. It gave him hope they could work things out. Sit, he invited, scooting over to make room for her in the shade the oak tree provided. Are you sure? I was just heading back to my car. Skye turned her head to scan the park. Every available bench and picnic table was occupied by people taking advantage of the balmy temperatures and the perfectly blue Carolina sky. Young children were running around the playground, climbing, swinging, and sliding with more energy than he remembered having. Don't be ridiculous. It's too nice to eat in your car. I wasn't sure you'd want to. Skye brushed a strand of hair out of her face. He wished he could see her eyes, but the sunglasses were still on, hiding her eyes from him. Skye, we live in a small town. On a small barrier island. We are bound to run into each other. Probably on a daily basis. I'm not going to be one of those people who crosses the street or leaves a restaurant when I see you. And I hope you won't be either. Okay, good. It would make it hard to find somewhere to grab lunch. She slid onto the bench next to him. He could smell the scent of her familiar perfume, feel the warmth radiating off her body. Got anything good? Ben pointed to the brown paper bag in her hand to distract himself. Caesar shrimp wrap from the roasted bean, she said, pulling the clear clamshell container holding her lunch out of the bag, along with a set of plastic cutlery and a handful of napkins. I heard they've been expanding their lunch menu. If Mitch keeps it up, he might give Mary a run for her money with the lunch crowd. He grinned and took a bite of his sandwich. I doubt that. Mary has nothing to worry about. The diner is as packed as ever. What are you having? She looked at his food. Peanut butter and jelly. On Wonder Bread. Hard to beat. And more importantly, quick and easy to make. He'd overslept after staying up half the night, studying with his art history midterm coming up, and had been in a rush this morning. It's what your son is having today, too, Skye said with a smile, before pulling a bottle of water out of her purse. She picked up her wrap and took a bite. Too bad he can't have lunch here. He'd love it. A boy a few years younger than James went down the large slide with a happy squeal. He turned to look at his wife. You could drive over and pick him up, if you want. Skye smiled, her eyes on the action on the playground. I walked. By the time I'd make it back to my car and get over there, my lunch break would be over. He shrugged. It wasn't like they'd seriously considered pulling their offspring out of class early. You did? Skye looked surprised. It wasn't that far of a walk from the bank. Or the hair salon where she worked, for that matter. Driving did make sense if she had to make it all the way to the roasted bean to grab food, though. How's James doing in school? Ben asked. Good. He's catching up. I promised to take him back to the bookstore this weekend. Sophie is a miracle worker, and Miss Martin is impressed with his progress. She pushed up her glasses and took a sip of water. Pride was shining in her eyes. You've been putting a lot of work into this. Reading with him every night. Thank you. He hated that he wasn't there to help with bedtime chores. Or morning chores. Thank you. It was easier when he was little. He'd begged to have us read him books. She looked out across the park, her gaze unfocused. I'm glad he's rediscovering his love for books. The guilt of being part of the reason his son was struggling in school and in life was gnawing at Ben. Do you remember when we used to bring him here every Saturday? Skye asked. He did. It had been before they'd had Tina. Before they'd bought their home. Stuck in a small condo, they'd been out here any chance they got, and James had loved it. I do. Skye shook her head as if to shake away the memories of simpler and happier times. She took another bite of her wrap. Ben put the rest of his sandwich in his bag, glancing at the textbook inside. He'd planned to study for a bit before returning to his desk to meet another round of clients looking for loans and investment opportunities. When he looked up, Skye was looking right at him. Hopefully, she hadn't spotted the book. He wasn't ready to share his secret. Not yet. Not until he heard from Carlson and Thies about the internship he'd applied for. Heading back, already? His wife asked. She had a bit of the creamy Caesar dressing stuck on her bottom lip. Ben reached over and wiped it off with his thumb, his hand lingering on her cheek. It was as soft as he'd remembered. His eyes were glued to her plump lips. He heard her breath catch. Her head drifted forward ever so slightly, almost of its own volition. Skye blinked, and the moment was gone. He pulled back, scooting over to create some much-needed distance between themselves. Chemistry and attraction had never been their problem. I should head back to the shop. I have a client coming in for a cut and color. Skye rose, tossing her container and water bottle in the bag. Grabbing it and her purse, she waved and walked away. Ben sighed and pulled out his art history textbook, opening it to the section about surrealism. It made even less sense than those Baroque still life paintings he'd struggled with a few weeks ago. Diane, I was starting to think you'd found a different stylist. Skye hadn't seen one of her favorite clients in months. Skye. I missed you. Diane pulled her into a hug before taking a seat in the chair. What did you do to your hair? Skye didn't hide her disdain as she ran her fingers through the woman's hair. There was damage from the coloring. It was subtle, but it was there. Thankfully, it wasn't anything she couldn't fix. The same couldn't be said for the cut. It would take a bit to grow out the unflattering layers. A friend in Atlanta recommended a salon. Let's just say we are no longer friends. Is there anything you can do to make me look presentable? Diane's eyes connected with hers through the mirror. Of course. So that's where you've been the past few months? Skye asked, pulling a cape across the middle-aged woman to protect the designer suit she was wearing. Yes. My lawyer thought it was best I stay put until we finalized the divorce. Thankfully, he was able to negotiate the house here on the island for me. I'm back for good and ready for a new look. Work your magic. I need something fresh. Diane ran her fingers through her hair, looking ready to get rid of it and anything else that reminded her of her husband. Skye tried to show her a few different styles on her tablet, but Diane waved her off. I trust you. Do what you think would suit me best. Diane closed her eyes and relaxed into the chair. Taking a quick inventory of what she had to work with, Skye got to work. What is it like? Living on your own? Skye asked, wetting Diane's hair and getting to work on a funky, short cut that would bring out the woman's beautiful cheekbones. You won't believe how freeing it is. I can do what I want, when I want, without having to check in with anyone else. No one nags me when I have nothing but shrimp for dinner or treat myself to a new pair of heels. Diane wiggled her toes, drawing attention to the stunning Jimmy Choos she was searing. What about stuff around the house? Or taxes? Skye's scissors were clicking, moving around quickly as the cut took shape. Oh please, you don't need a man for any of that. You can hire people to deal with stuff like that. I don't even do my grocery shopping anymore. Diane opened her eyes and nodded her approval of the progress so far. That sounds nice. The divorce must have settled heavily in Diane's favor. That or her ex was even better off than Skye suspected. Either way, none of that was an option for her. Without Ben, she'd be the one stuck with fixing leaky gutters or changing a flat. Oh, it is. I cannot wait to paint the town. Speaking of which, what color are you thinking? How about something like this? She showed Diane a sample of the vibrant red hue that reflected the woman's current mood. Perfect. I knew I'd be in excellent hands. They chatted about friends they had in common and restaurants up and down the beach that Diane was looking forward to trying out while Skye cut, colored, and styled the woman's hair. You don't mind going to all those places by yourself? Skye asked. She'd felt uncomfortable the few times she'd had lunch alone at Mary's Diner or the Roasted Bean. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to have a meal at a fancy restaurant like Chez Paul's alone. Oh, I don't plan on going alone. I've been using this fun dating app. I'll show you when we're done here. You can take my new profile pic before I leave. Skye was happy to oblige, especially when she saw the generous tip Diane left her. It's as easy as pie. I have dates lined up for the next 2 weeks. And with this new do, Diane carefully touched her hair, admiring herself in one of the many mirrors that lined the walls of the salon. You look stunning. Good luck. Skye opened her phone and searched for the dating app. Her finger hovered over the download button. Skye, your next appointment is here. Skye closed the screen. She was halfway through a perm when her phone rang. Mrs. Daly? This is the school nurse. James isn't feeling well and is running a bit of a temperature. I think it would be best if you'd come get him. Of course. Tell James someone will come get him as soon as possible. She asked the nurse a few questions about how he was. It sounded like a stomach bug was making the rounds in school, and now it was her son's turn. Hopefully, she could keep it from spreading to Tina or either of her parents. First, though, she had to find someone to pick him up. Neither her mom nor Robin answered their phones. Out of options, she called Ben. Hey, sorry to bug you. I'm busy with a client, and the school called. Is there any way you could pick James up and take care of him until I can get out of here? 45 minutes max. She glanced at Mrs. Miller. The elderly woman was patiently waiting for Skye to finish rolling her hair. Of course. I'll take a lunch break. Ben was clicking away on his computer. You sure? You already took lunch. They'd spent it at the park, and he had almost kissed her. Worse, she would have let him. And here she was, begging for help. It's not a problem. I can make a few calls from home and catch up on the work this afternoon. I'll text you when we get to the house. Skye hung up the phone and returned to her chair. Someone like Diane might not need anyone else to rely on, but it wasn't the same when you were living paycheck to paycheck, raising 2 kids. Chapter 4. I can't believe you got into a fight. Skye touched the cut on her son's forehead. It wasn't deep, but it was probably still a good idea to get it looked at. He made fun of my books. I'm not a nerd. James shrugged her off and got in the car. Of course you're not. There's nothing wrong with reading books. It's good for your brain. Possible concussions, on the other hand, weren't. She made sure he was buckled in before closing the door and driving to urgent care. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but keep an eye on him and call me if you have any concerns, the nurse practitioner said after examining James and bandaging up the cut. It didn't need stitches, which was another relief. That string of good luck ended when she went to pay for the snacks she'd let James pick out at the drugstore and the face wash she'd grabbed on a whim. Do you mind trying again? She asked when her checking card was declined. Of course. The clerk handed her card back when it was declined again. By the time she'd returned the face wash and paid for the snacks with the little cash she had on her, her face was red. She couldn't wait to get out of the store. Not that her parents' house was much better, but at least there were fewer people staring at her. There you are. I could use some help with dinner, and the kids' laundry is piling up again, her mother said the moment Skye walked into the door. Sorry, been a little busy. James got into a fight at school. Skye put down her purse and stood, taking in the chaos that was living with her dysfunctional parents. Neither one of them had been able to hold down a job since she was in high school, leaving her and Robin to pick up the slack. Did he get suspended? Her father asked. No, but your grandson ended up with a cut on his forehead. We stopped at urgent care. They don't think it's serious. She looked at James, who was already sitting at the table, fighting with his sister over a small bowl of goldfish. Good for him. I'm glad the boy learned to stand up for himself. James, I think it's about time I taught you how to box. Her father walked over and ruffled her son's hair. I don't think so, Dad. James, no more fighting at school. Use those big new words you're learning to defend yourself. She turned to walk down to her bedroom to put away her things and change. Little help with dinner? Those kids of yours aren't going to feed themselves, her mother called. Yes, we are, Tina called with a mouth full of goldfish. Skye shook her head. I'll be right back. There's something I need to check on. She shrugged out of her shoes and changed into a pair of worn yoga pants and an old sweatshirt. Pulling her hair into a ponytail, she opened her laptop and logged into her bank account. This can't be right, she mumbled under her breath, scanning the purchases from the past month. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing missing was Ben's paycheck. She called her husband's cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. She ended the call and dialed the number for his office. Palmer Island Credit Union, this is Maggie speaking. How can I help you? A friendly voice asked. Ben Daly, please. I'm sorry. Mr. Daly is no longer with us. I can transfer you to Mr. Troutman instead. He'll take good care of you. May I ask who's calling? Maggie asked. Did you say Mr. Daly wasn't with you anymore? Skye asked. This had to be a misunderstanding. That's correct. He left several weeks ago. I'm sure. Thank you. Skye hung up and threw her phone on the bed. Her mind was racing. The walls were closing in on her. This had to be a mistake. Ben did not quit his job without telling her. She pulled on her sneakers and grabbed her keys. We need to talk. The last person Ben had expected to see tonight was his wife. Yet here she was, storming into their living room and throwing her keys on the coffee table. Everything okay with the kids? He asked, following her into the house. James got into a fight at school and cut his head wide open, but that's not why I'm here. She stood in front of him, arms crossed, glaring at him. Is he okay? Visions of his son covered in blood, beaten to a pulp, flashed in front of him. He's fine. Did you quit your job at the bank? I did. A couple of weeks ago. Did you take him to the doctor? Who cared about a boring job at a small-town bank? His son was in trouble. Of course. Like I said, he's fine. But we're not. My debit card was declined at the drugstore. She made it sound like an accusation. He needed medication? That doesn't sound like he's fine. Ben looked around for his own keys. They were snacks. The nurse practitioner bandaged him up, and it stopped bleeding. With a little luck, he won't even have a scar. Skye's arms dropped to her sides. For the first time, Ben noticed how tired and worn out she looked. He pulled her into a hug. That had to be scary. Why didn't you call me? I'm glad he's okay. Skye melted into him for a moment before stepping back. What happened at the bank? Did you get fired? Ben shook his head. I resigned. I couldn't do it anymore. There's something. Please tell me you're kidding. You can't just quit your job. We have bills to pay, a mortgage. My car is on its last leg. And without your job, we don't have health insurance. Her hand flew to her mouth. She took another step back, bumping into the couch. She flopped down, looking completely lost and in a full-blown panic. We are covered for at least the next 6 months. It isn't cheap, but I have a plan. It'll all work out, I promise. Ben took a seat in the wingback chair across from her. You quit. Without talking to me. The words were soft. Somehow, it made it worse than when she was shouting at him. Skye pulled the soft Sherpa blanket off the armrest and hugged it to her chest. It isn't like we've seen a lot of each other. And you know how I feel about being stuck there all day, answering the same questions, hearing the same excuses. It had been draining the life out of him for years. It's something that affects both of us. All 4 of us. How are we going to make the mortgage payment? Did you figure that into your plan? The anger was back. At least it was better than the sheer desperation and panic from a moment ago. This he could deal with. I did. I'm delivering pizza and I'm looking for something else with flexible hours. As far as the house goes, I think it's time to put it on the market. With the 3 of you gone, I don't need all this space. He looked around the place. He'd avoided spending time here as much as possible. It wasn't home without Skye and the kids. Ben waited for a reaction from his wife. She sat there, looking stunned. I know a decent realtor. I'll ask her to take a look this week and see what kind of asking price we're looking at. Okay. Skye's voice was soft. She sounded resigned and sad. I hate to do this, but I have to run or I'll be late for work. Stay as long as you like. You still have your key, right? He got up, pulled on a sweatshirt, grabbed his keys. Skye didn't move, didn't say a word, and didn't meet his eye. Give the kids a hug from me, he said, and left. Chapter 5. Ben turned and walked away from her. Give the kids a hug from me. Skye watched her husband close the door behind himself. She rose and wrapped her arms around her torso. She strolled through the living room and into the kitchen. It was spotless. No dirty dishes piled in the sink. No permission slips and notes to parents covering the counter. No homework and coloring books scattered around the kitchen table. Come to think of it, there had been no toys all over the living room. And it was quiet. No chatter from the kids. No cartoons, no music. The house was usually filled with laughter, screams, and the pitter-patter of little feet. Their kids were only quiet when they slept. Today was different. Complete silence. It was nice and unnerving at the same time. This was the first time she'd been here by herself since the day she packed up a few boxes and moved back into her parents' house, 2 kids in tow. That was months ago. Skye had thought the move would jolt Ben into action, bring him to his senses. She'd hoped he'd fight to get her and the kids back. She'd been a fool. Feeling restless, Skye continued her walk through the house that used to be her home. She'd always thought she'd move back here with the kids. Now that might not happen. The house would become the home for another family who would make memories. Her fingers ran over the pencil marks on the door to the pantry that marked her children's growth. James had been so small when they first moved in. Tina had been an infant. This was the only home either of them remembered. Skye opened the fridge, looking for something to drink. She laughed at the contents. A container of leftover takeout and a case of beer. The rest were condiments. She caught a glimpse of something silver and green in the far back corner. Skye moved a bottle of ketchup to the side. Why did Ben have a bottle of champagne in the fridge? To celebrate when they got back together? Or was it for something else? Someone else. Slamming the door shut, she turned and walked out of the kitchen. On a whim, she took the stairs and walked into Tina's room. The bed was made, all the toys were put away. Even the picture books were arranged perfectly in her little bookcase. It was the same in James's room. Everything was neat and tidy. Skye sat on her son's bed. It must have taken some time to clean and organize all this. Even the sheets smelled fresh, like they'd been washed that week. Did Ben do all this? He must have spent a lot of time getting the house cleaned up. For a split second she smiled, thinking that her husband cleaned to get the place looking nice for their return. To feel connected to the 3 of them. Then it hit her. The entire house looked more like a model home or magazine from 20 years ago than a place where a family of 4 lived. He'd cleaned up to get the house ready to be listed. This wasn't something that had occurred to him today. This was something he'd been planning for a while. Today was simply the time he brought it up with her. The shrill ring of her phone in her pocket pulled Skye out of her thoughts. She glanced at her screen, ready to send it to voicemail. Robin? Is everything okay? She said when she saw who the caller was. I was about to ask you the same thing. I talked to Mom, and she said you stormed out of the house. What happened? Her sister asked. I did, didn't I? Skye scooted back further on the bed and hugged one of her son's stuffed animals to her chest. Her head was spinning. So much had happened in the last hour. Yes, and you have me freaked out. What happened? Ben quit his job and forgot to tell me. We're broke. And suddenly, that was the least of her worries. Seriously? That doesn't sound like him. He's usually so responsible. Robin's voice was tinged with doubt. He did. And he wants to sell the house. Not like we have much of a choice. There's no way we can afford the mortgage with what I'm making at the salon. It's barely enough to keep food on the table. It was an exaggeration. They still had more than she and Robin ever had growing up, but it wasn't enough to keep living the way they had. That's a lot. How are you holding up? I'm hanging in there. That's about it. Skye laid her head back, physically exhausted from a long day at work, and emotionally just as worn out after the emotional roller coaster ride she'd taken over the past hour. How could your entire life change like that? I really thought you two could work this out. You don't still think he's cheating, do you? Robin asked. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. I thought moving out, giving him some space would help. If nothing else, he'd realize how much he missed us. Guess I was wrong. Skye swallowed hard, holding back the tears that threatened to fill her eyes. She blinked hard, furious with herself. Maybe it's time to confront him. Ask him point blank what's going on and what he wants. Maybe. I can't talk about this right now. I need to get back home to the kids. Thanks for checking in on me, though. Anytime. And if there's anything you need, I'm here. The phone beeped, and the connection to her sister was gone. Skye rose and pushed her hair out of her face. She stepped into the kids' bathroom and splashed cold water on her face before walking out into the hall. The door to the main bedroom was ajar. Her and Ben's room. At least that's what it used to be. Skye hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open and striding inside. To her relief, nothing had changed. Pictures of their children as newborns were on the nightstand, along with the book she'd been reading. Her bathrobe still hung on the door to the ensuite bathroom. Skye wasn't sure what that meant. Was he waiting for them to come back? Why did this have to be so confusing? She looked through the closet and pulled open drawer after drawer, taking inventory. It would take a while to clean everything out. And where was she supposed to put all the things they'd accumulated over 9 years of marriage? Her eyes scanned through the drawer of paperwork in the desk in the corner Ben had used as a home office of sorts. Under a stack of paid bills, she saw a familiar green folder. She pulled it out and sat down at the desk. Her hand shook as she opened it. They were drawings of their dream house that Ben had sketched when James was just a baby. They'd been living in a small one-bedroom apartment, dreaming of the home where they'd eventually raise their family. The home on those pages looked nothing like the house they'd bought when she'd been pregnant with Tina. There had been no time and no money to build what they wanted. Instead, they'd settled for a cookie-cutter house in a cookie-cutter neighborhood. A place neither of them had loved, but they'd made it work. They'd gotten comfortable and complacent. She hadn't looked at these drawings in years. But Ben had. It was obvious from the worn feel of the folder and the stains on the pages. Skye closed her eyes, remembering Ben's voice as he'd walked her through each floor plan and sketch, painting a vivid picture of the home he'd planned to build for them. She could see it, smell it, feel it. But that dream was gone, or at least on hold, like the rest of her life. Skye returned the plans and their folder to the desk and walked back downstairs. As she walked out the door and locked up behind herself, she wondered what their life would be like if they'd figured out a way to build their dream home instead of settling. Chapter 6. Daddy, Daddy, look what I made. Tina shoved a piece of printer paper she'd been drawing on into his face. Just a minute, honey. I'm helping your brother with his homework. Ben pushed the paper out of the way and looked over the worksheet for the umpteenth time. The math made no sense. There were boxes and guesses involved, making the whole thing 10 times as complicated as it needed to be. It's not helping. James was getting as frustrated as Ben felt. Let's go over this example again. You're smart. I'm sure you can figure this out. Ben smiled at his son, and the two of them worked through several problems. My head hurts. James looked miserable, bent over the math book. They'd made good progress, but there were several problems left. Why don't we all take a break and get a snack? Ben rose. Tina tugged at his shirt sleeve. Look at my picture first? How could he resist those big brown eyes? So much like her mother's. Of course. What did you draw? That's me. And that's James. She pointed to two of the figures drawn on the page. And who's this? Ben pointed to the larger person standing next to them. That's Mommy. Ben noticed that, unlike the two small figures, this one didn't seem to have a smile on her face. And that's you. Always far, far away. Except now. Tina pointed to a tiny scribble off in the corner of the picture before hugging him tightly and not letting go. Ben swallowed. This separation was harder on the kids than he'd realized. And from the look of the drawing and her reaction the other day, it was harder on Skye, too. Why don't we go get some ice cream? Before I have to finish this? James asked, surprised. We'll finish it when we get back. He ruffled his son's hair. Maybe a sugar rush and some fresh air would help them figure out how to do this newfangled math. James closed his workbook and was at the front door before Ben could grab his wallet and keys. Tina, on the other hand, still clung to his side. Can I sit in the front with you? She asked when they got to the car. Sorry, honey, that's not safe. You need to be in your car seat. But I promise to hold your hand when we get to the ice cream shop by the pier. Deal? He opened the door, and both kids jumped into the car. How about you carry me instead? Like you used to when I was little. Tina looked at him with those big eyes. Sure. Ben had to hold back a grin. He'd carried her to her bed a few weeks ago and last month when she'd gotten tired on a walk at the beach. It took much longer than expected for the kids to choose their ice cream. Tina couldn't make up her mind and James changed his 3 times before they both settled on chocolate ice cream with sprinkles. What can I get you? The young girl behind the counter of the ice cream shop next to the pier asked. A scoop of peach ice cream. Hold the sprinkles, he said, before leaving her a generous tip to thank her for her patience. Can we go up on the pier? James asked when they left the shop. Good idea. Ben scooped up his daughter and headed for the stairs. James ran past him and was waiting for the two of them at the top. Let me down, Tina demanded, kicking her legs. He did as asked and watched the two of them run up to the end of the pier to look down in the water. You never knew what you would see swimming in the water, and it kept the two entertained while they ate their ice cream. Ben sat on the bench close to the end of the pier, taking a moment to enjoy the sweet treat and watching his happy children. He loved those two more than he ever thought he'd love another human being. Yes, he loved Skye, but this was different. More protective, more elemental. They were a part of him and always would be. The buzzing of the phone in his pocket pulled Ben back. Hi, Annette, what's up? Tom is throwing some ribs on the grill, and I was wondering if you'd like to come join us for dinner. It's such a pretty day, and I don't know about you, but I could use a little more review time before our exam. Annette's husband was an amazing cook. It wasn't the first time his study buddy had invited him over for a meal. Sorry, no can do. I have the kids. Can I take a rain check? And there was no way Annette needed help in their art class. It was her way of offering him the help he needed to pass. Of course. We'll make some plans when I see you in class tomorrow. Thanks. And thank you for being so supportive. It means a lot. He wished Skye was like that, encouraging him to follow his dreams and sticking to the plan even when things got hard. Of course, that would require him telling her what he was up to, but he wasn't ready. Not yet. Not until he could prove to her and to himself that he could do this. Build a better life for all 4 of them. Of course. That's what friends are for. She hung up, and Ben returned his full attention to his kids. No climbing on the rails, he reminded his son, who was trying to scale the railing. He wasn't too worried about James going over and falling in, but Tina was a different story. Ben rose and closed the distance between him and his precocious daughter, just to be safe. "Can we go somewhere for spring break?" James asked. "Probably not this year." Ben leaned against the rail, wondering where that had come from. James looked disappointed, kicking a shell that some bird must have dropped on the pier. "All my friends get to go away on vacation. We live on the beach. We get to have vacations all the time. Like right now." Ben held up his mostly eaten ice cream cone. "It's not the same. I want to go somewhere else and stay in a hotel. You know, like normal people." "Let me think about it. Maybe they could come visit him in Greenville if he got the internship with Carlson and Thies." "Okay." James crammed the last of his ice cream cone into his mouth. They stuck around until Tina finished hers, letting half of it drip on the wooden planks. "Ready to head back?" Ben asked, wiping her hands and face with the last of the napkins he'd picked up at the shop. "Do we have to?" James looked longingly down the beach, where a handful of kids were playing in the sand and flying kites. "Afraid so. You have homework, and I have a little work left to do myself. Tell you what, though. If we finish it early enough, we'll order pizza and watch a movie." Both kids loved the idea and were ready to head back to the car. Everyone grew quiet on the drive back to the house. They drove past Main Street and then First Avenue, eventually passing the two-story brick building where he and Skye had lived after they'd gotten married. Part of him missed that place. It had been close to the bank where he'd started working, so they could afford to get married and move out on their own. Not for the first time, he wondered how different their life would be if they hadn't gotten pregnant the summer after graduation. Skye had given up on college the moment she found out. Her parents supported her idea of going to beauty school instead. His, on the other hand, had thrown a fit when he'd told them he was giving up on college. The relationship with his mother and father had been strained since, and even though they lived less than an hour away, they barely knew their grandkids. But all that was about to change. He'd get his degree, find a good job, and build Skye the house he'd promised her. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too late. Chapter 7. "Miss Martin, how nice to see you." Skye was surprised to see her son's teacher walk into the salon. The young woman must have run over here, straight from school. James was still on the bus. "It's good to see you, too. I was hoping someone could fit me in. A friend of mine is coming into town unexpectedly and asked me out to dinner tonight." Miss Martin blushed. "What did you have in mind?" Skye asked, flipping through the appointment book on the counter. "A trim and a blowout?" "Nothing fancy. But it's no problem if you are booked." She turned, hiding the disappointed look in her eyes. "It's not a problem at all. I have plenty of time before my next client. Take a seat. We'll have you dolled up in no time." Skye motioned to her chair and held out the satin cape that protected her clients while she worked. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this." Miss Martin took her seat and tucked her tote-style purse under the seat. Skye draped the cape around her before walking to the shelf in the back that held some of the specialty products the salon carried. "I'm going to give you a deep condition that will make your hair shine. This stuff does wonders, and it smells amazing." "Are you sure you have time for that?" Miss Martin asked, her eyes connecting with Skye through the mirror. "You let me worry about that. Your job is to relax and think about what you're going to wear to this fancy date tonight. Do you know where you're going?" She tested the temperature of the water before leaning Miss Martin back to wet her hair. The woman had ash-blonde shoulder-length curls that she kept in a tight ponytail whenever Skye had seen her at school functions or out and about in town. "We have a reservation at Chez Paul." Miss Martin's face lit up while Skye worked shampoo into her hair. "That's a fancy place." Despite driving by the place almost daily, she'd never been. They'd had a reservation before prom but had to skip it and the dance because she had felt sick. She hadn't realized it at the time, but it was because James was on the way. That's what they say. Have you been? The teacher asked. Skye shook her head. The woman looked young with her wet hair pulled back and little makeup on her face. She couldn't be much younger than her, though. A few years at most. I never have. You'll have to tell me how you like it. I will. The smile stayed on her face as Skye rinsed the suds until the water ran clear. James is doing so much better in school. I don't know what the two of you did, but keep it up. It's working. I'm glad to hear that. We've been reading and spending a little more time on homework. Nothing special. Guilt gnawed at her for putting her son in a position to fail in the first place. And you've been taking him to the library for that reading program, Miss Martin said. Skye looked up, surprised. A friend of mine runs the program. She mentioned how close James has gotten to Elmer the bunny. Skye smiled and squirted a deep conditioner on the clean hair. Ah, yes. Elmer. He's been talking about that bunny nonstop. He drew a picture of him and hung it by his bed. And James had been begging for treats to take to the small rabbit each time she took him to the library. There was now a steady supply of dark greens and carrots in the fridge at their house. He's a sweetie. The rabbit, Miss Martin added. Her shoulders relaxed as Skye worked the nourishing treatment into the warm strands of hair. So I've heard. She wasn't sure if it was the book Sophie from the bookstore had chosen, or the companionship of the rodent, but James had turned into quite the bookworm. He'd even started reading to his little sister before bed. It was the sweetest thing watching the two of them snuggled under a blanket. You could adopt him, Miss Martin said, her voice soft and low, barely a murmur as Skye continued to work the conditioner into her scalp and hair. I had no idea. Not that they needed a pet. There wasn't enough room for the three of them in her parents' house. Yes, all the pets they bring in to read with the kids are available for adoption. I think it would be good for James, especially with so much up in the air right now. I'll think about it. Skye rinsed her hands and stepped away for a moment while the conditioner did its job. You look worried, Pam said, sweeping away the hair around her chair, getting the place ready for the next client. I'm fine. Just trying to figure out how to get out of adopting a rabbit. Skye's mood lightened when she saw her friend's confused look. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. By the time she returned to Miss Martin, the woman had thankfully forgotten all about the rabbit and Skye's marital trouble. It was easy to redirect her attention to what she was going to wear tonight before the noise of the blow dryer made all need for conversation obsolete. Do you like it? Skye asked when she'd finished styling the woman's hair. She didn't take off much, just enough to get rid of split ends and shape the hair so the soft curls framed Miss Martin's face. I love it. Miss Martin moved her head side to side in the mirror. Skye held up a handheld one to give her a look at the back. It suits you, she said. Thank you for fitting me in at the last minute. This is such a confidence boost, she said while Skye rang her up. Miss Martin tried to hand her a generous tip. Elementary school teachers didn't make much. Much less than what she brought in. Even before tips. That's not necessary. It was my pleasure to help you get ready for your big date. Miss Martin blushed again, tucking her curls behind her ears. She tried to insist, but Skye refused to take the tip. I'll use it for classroom supplies then, she said, tucking the bills back into her purse. That's a wonderful idea. Have fun tonight. You look amazing. Skye waved as Miss Martin walked out of the salon, a bounce in her step. Do you mind holding down the fort while I grab us some coffee from the roasted bean? Pam asked when the door closed behind Miss Martin. I didn't get much sleep last night. Hot date? Skye asked. I wish. My neighbor got a new puppy, and it's been barking and crying half the night. Pam yawned. That doesn't sound like fun. Hopefully, the puppy settles in soon. Go ahead, I have you covered. She was busy rearranging one of the shelves when the door opened. That was quick, Skye said, before turning around. I don't think I'm that early, Miss Doris said, glancing at her watch. Skye bit back a groan. She'd forgotten that the town's most notorious matchmaker and busybody had an appointment this afternoon to get her hair rolled. She was Pam's client, and maybe the run to the coffee shop hadn't only been about a caffeine fix. Miss Doris had been trying to set Pam up for months. You are right on time. I was expecting Pam. She should be back any minute. If you'd like to take a seat, Skye motioned to the row of chairs in the front of the shop. Thank you, dear. Was that Elise Martin I saw walking out? Miss Doris asked. It was. Skye returned to arranging the bottles, hoping Miss Doris would get the hint. She looked nice. You did a good job. But then, you always do. Miss Doris walked up and watched Skye for a moment before grabbing a rag to wipe bottles and rearranging them on the shelf. You don't have to do that, Skye said. I know. Truth be told, I'm not very good at sitting still. And while I love the way Pam rolls my hair, she's not the most punctual person. It could be a while before she's back. Skye laughed. You're not wrong. In that case, I'd love the help. But only until Pam gets back. It's a deal. Miss Doris worked quietly beside her for a few minutes. Who knew? They might actually make it until Pam got back. But knowing Miss Doris, it was only a matter of time before she brought up the fact that Skye and the kids had moved out. I don't know what's taking her so long, Skye said, glancing out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her friend. I'm in no rush. Miss Doris put down the last of the bottles and took a seat. Skye opened the appointment book. To her surprise, Miss Doris's name was nowhere to be found. What time did you say your appointment was? She asked. I didn't. Pam knows I'm here. I called her last night. Miss Doris picked up a magazine and started flipping through it. I can try to give her a call. Pam's purse was tucked into a shelf behind the counter, but she hoped the woman had taken her phone with her. Let's not rush her. I'm sure she'll be back when she can. And like I said, I'm not in a hurry. I don't have to be anywhere today. How about you? Busy day? Miss Doris asked, putting down the magazine. It's been steady. But not as crazy as some others. She'd had time to breathe and take a break in between appointments to catch up on paperwork and fit in a little peace and quiet. That's good. Everything going okay at home? Miss Doris asked, her eyes trained on Skye. Skye groaned. The last thing she needed today was a lecture from the town's matchmaker. Miss Doris made it her business to know everyone else's business. And she was determined to decimate the singles population on the island. If she found out that she and Ben were separated. That bad? Miss Doris asked, concern in her voice. We're fine. James has been struggling a bit in school, but we're getting it under control. That's good. I ran into your mom the other day, and she talked about how much she's enjoying having the three of you at home. Miss Doris's eyes were twinkling, and the smile returned. Here we go. The last thing she needed today was for someone else to get involved in her marriage trouble. It was bad enough that Robin kept pushing her to talk to Ben and work through their issues. Skye rubbed her face and put on a friendly smile before turning around. It's been nice. The kids love spending time with her and my dad. That's nice. It can't be easy moving back home. If you ever want a break, or the three of you need a little more space, come see me. The kids can play on the beach, and we'll have coffee on the back deck. Surprisingly, that was all the older woman said before returning to the gossip magazine she'd been holding. I'm so sorry. This took much longer than I thought it would, Pam said when she returned, 2 coffees in hand a few minutes later. Can you believe that I forgot my wallet? Thankfully, Mitch was a dear and ran me a tab. Remind me to go back tomorrow and pay him. Pam sat the paper cups on the counter, sloshing some of the milky liquid on the counter. It smelled chocolatey and sweet, and no doubt it would be sticky. Shaking her head, she thanked her friend and wiped down the counter. By the time her phone rang, Pam had Miss Doris settled in her chair and was washing her hair. Ben. Is everything okay? Skye asked when she answered. Chapter 8. Thanks for meeting me here, Ben said and turned to walk into the house he used to share with his family. It felt different now that he was the only one staying here. Not that he spent much time in the building. Not a problem. My afternoon appointments are pretty light. What did you want to talk about? Skye pushed past him and walked into the kitchen, setting her purse down on the counter next to the old landline phone that no longer worked. I thought we could have lunch first. It's ready on the back deck if you're hungry. He pointed in the direction of the sliding glass doors in the living room. Oh. Skye's voice rose, her gaze following his finger. We don't have to. I thought since you're giving up your lunch break for me, the least I could do is feed you. He walked into the living room and pulled the door open, turning to see if she'd followed him. To his relief, she did. You did all this? Skye asked. She'd come to a sudden stop on the deck when she'd seen the spread he'd prepared for them. I did. The steak is still warm. Ben smiled. He'd been pretty sure she'd love it. Grilled steak sliced thinly and served with a wedge salad was one of her favorite meals. She'd ordered it almost every single time they'd gone out to dinner. He pulled out a chair for her. Skye took a tentative step in his direction before her eyes shot up to look right at him. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I haven't seen you much, and I thought this would be nice. That's all, I swear. He held up his hands. Skye hesitated for a moment before sliding into the chair. Thanks. You're welcome. Water or tea? He asked, pointing to the pitcher set up on a little table beside them. Water would be nice. Her eyebrows rose when he opened the small cooler he used to take fishing and scooped out several ice cubes. I scrubbed it out. I swear. Ben put his hand over his heart before pouring water into both of their glasses. Skye took a cautious sip and nodded. When is the realtor coming? She should be here in about half an hour. 20 minutes, actually, Ben said, glancing at his watch. I still don't know about. I know. Let's hear what she has to say. We don't have to make a decision today. If you really don't want to sell the house, we won't. I'll figure something out. For now, let's eat before the salad gets warm. Ben speared a piece of medium-rare steak with his fork before watching his wife do the same. He watched her closely, hoping she'd like it. Why was it so important to him that she did? This is good, Skye said. She'd taken her time with this first bite, reserving judgment until she'd finished chewing. I'm glad you like it. They ate in companionable silence, only pausing once to talk about the kids. They are excited to see you this weekend. Don't mention this. Tina will be upset that I didn't bring her. Skye looked around the backyard to the sandbox and swing set tucked under a large oak tree. I won't. It'll be nice to have them spend the night. It gets too quiet in here without you guys. Ben leaned back and took a sip of his water. He missed having them around. Missed waking up to the pitter-patter of little feet running down the hall. He missed his children running up to him and hugging him when he got home. In a weird way, he even missed stepping on the toys they always left lying around. We don't have that problem at my parents' place. Between the TV blaring and the kids running around, it's hard to hear yourself think. Skye sighed before taking a drink of water. You can always bring them back here. Let them run around the yard and wear them out, Ben said. I could. But I'm not sure it's a good idea. They are finally getting settled over there and used to the idea, she looked past him across the yard and off into the distance. Of us being separated. I get it. We'll do whatever is best for them. And you? Ben swallowed, reaching for his water. The ice-cold liquid felt good running down his throat. But it did little for the words that were stuck there. He wanted to tell her about his plans. About the future he was building for all four of them. About why he was spending so little time with them now. She'd see that it was all worth it in the end. The doorbell rang before he could make up his mind. It felt a little like being saved by the bell. This must be Catherine, Ben said, pushing back his chair. Catherine, I'd like you to meet Skye, my wife. Ben walked the middle-aged woman, dressed in a smart navy blue pantsuit and white sandals, to the patio. Skye set down the plates she'd been clearing and held out her hand. It's nice to meet you. I look forward to hearing what you think of our home. Likewise. I'm Catherine Marlowe. The woman shook her hand and handed her a slate-gray business card with silver embossed lettering on it. It was thin and had an almost woven feel to it. Nothing like the cards Skye ordered online. Why don't you give Catherine a tour of the backyard, and I'll join the two of you in a minute. Ben took the plates she'd sat down and carried them into the kitchen. She could hear the sink running and plates clinking together as he put them into the dishwasher. This is a nice space, Catherine said. She stepped off the deck and walked onto the lawn that wrapped around the house. It's great for the kids, Skye agreed, pointing to the swing. I'm sure it is, but I see it as more of an entertainment space. A fire pit, a little landscaping, a stone pathway. Catherine made a sweeping motion, encompassing the entire backyard, including the sandbox. That could work. Skye could picture the transformed yard. It wouldn't take much to widen the steps, making it easier for people to move from the house across the deck and into gardens. The play area would make a lovely spot for a rose garden. A little bench or a bistro set would take advantage of the shade of the tree and create another focal point. Isn't it great? We could probably leave the swing set and the sandbox for the next family, Ben said when he joined them a moment later. I think we're going in a slightly different direction, Skye said, smiling at Catherine. She liked the way the woman thought. A young couple focused on their careers could afford a lot more house than someone with young children. After a tour of the house, they sat in the living room. Catherine pulled out her laptop. Let me show you a couple of comparable listings, and then we can talk about what your house may list for, she said. Sounds like a plan. Ben was on the edge of his seat, eyes glued to the screen. Skye wasn't sure how to feel about all this. Part of her loved this house. It was their home. But with no reconciliation in sight, this may be their only option. And if that was the case, she wanted to get as much as possible for this place. For the first time, it hit her that she might be starting over. A single mom with 2 kids and a job that could barely support them. The thought was terrifying. This is a typical family home in this kind of neighborhood. They have slightly more square footage and a larger lot, but this is ballpark to what we're looking at if we list this place as is. Catherine turned her laptop around to show them. Skye recognized the house. It wasn't in their neighborhood, but not far from it. Like anything on the island, listing prices were slightly higher than on the mainland. They wouldn't make a fortune if it sold at that price, but they'd walk away with enough cash to buy a new car. Now, let's look at something a little more along the lines of what I would suggest. Catherine clicked over to a different tab. Oh, wow. That place is gorgeous, Skye said, immediately taken by the look and feel of the place. It was welcoming, airy, and looked like something out of Architectural Digest. And look at that listing price. Ben was practically glued to the screen. It's all about staging and a few cosmetic changes. Your house has some great bones, and the location is perfect. We're not that far from Main Street, and the marina is only a few blocks away. I think we can turn it into something similar to this. And with a similar asking price. Catherine smiled at them. But how much is that going to cost? Skye asked. It depends on how far you're willing to go. The kitchen could use some upgrades, and the bathrooms are a little outdated. I can give you the names of some contractors. I think it'll be well worth the investment. Catherine handed the laptop to Ben and pulled out her phone. It's totally going to be worth it. Ben scrolled through the pictures, pointing out various features of the house to her. But how are we going to come up with the money for those renovations? I'm guessing we're talking what? $40,000 here. We don't have that kind of money. Skye sunk back into the couch. You could save a bundle by doing some of the work yourself. There's a lot of purely cosmetic stuff you could do. Catherine looked around, pointing to the walls and window coverings. We can paint, Ben said, his gaze following hers. And we should get that tax refund any day now. Replacing the kitchen floor wouldn't be hard, and the cabinets could be repainted as well. Skye's mind was racing with ideas. They could replace the stained carpet throughout with wood flooring. She'd seen it on a home improvement show, and it didn't seem terribly complicated. No worse than the tiles she'd replaced as a teenager in their bathroom. And there were some great thrift stores around. With a little luck, she could find something to replace the family couch and the dining room set with something more modern. New bedding, a few plants, art instead of family pictures. That's the spirit. So what do you think? Do you want to list now as is, or do you want to make some updates first? I can have a photographer here tomorrow. Catherine took her laptop and put it back into the leather tote bag by her feet. I think we're going to spruce this place up first and see if we can't get closer to that second listing price, Skye said after exchanging a look with Ben. It was nice to feel on the same page again. Great. Feel free to reach out with any questions, and I'd love to see some update pictures along the way. Catherine rose and took her leave. Are we really going to do this? Ben asked when the door closed behind her. It's going to be a lot of work, but yes, I think we should. Are you game? Skye walked around the house, looking at everything with fresh eyes. The place had so much potential. How had she not seen this before? She took pictures and made notes on her phone. It would be a ton of work, but if they hustled, they could get this place looking nice in a month or two. Let's do it. Ben's eyes were gleaming. He had no idea what he was in for. Chapter 9. What exactly are we looking for? Robin asked when she and Skye walked into the home improvement store. Those paint cards and maybe a few samples. I need to decide on paint for the house. I saved a bunch of ideas on Pinterest. What do you think about something like this for the living room? Skye turned and shoved her phone into her sister's face. Robin stopped, the stroller wheels almost running over Skye's leather boots, before they came to a halt. That's pretty, but don't hate me for saying this. It doesn't really fit your house. Oh, you have no idea. I have big plans for that place. We're not just painting. We're doing a total interior design makeover. It'll add tons of value to the place. You should have seen some of the comps our realtor showed us. Skye scrolled through her phone, flashing it back to her sister as she pulled up some of the inspiration pictures she'd saved. It was all coming together. At least in her mind, it did. That sounds like a lot of work. Robin dug around in her bag and handed Grace a set of plastic keys when the little girl started to fuss and tried to get out of her stroller. It's not that bad. Some paint. New trim. And did I tell you that we're thinking of ripping out the carpet? The idea is to spruce the place up and take it from comfy family home to polished designer house perfect for that professional couple looking to move to the island. Her vision was taking shape. All right then, let's go find the paint section. Robin pushed ahead. As soon as they were moving, Grace settled down, looking curiously at the contents of the shelves they passed. Who knew there were so many different shades of light blue? Skye said when they got to the display of the sample paint cards. It was slightly overwhelming. I swear these two are identical. Robin pulled two cards out, holding them next to each other. There was a slight difference in hue, but not enough to matter, unless you paired it with the wrong complementary color. Skye pulled out several samples, doing her best to recreate some of the color palettes she'd chosen in her online research. I wonder if they have small samples of these? A young man wearing a paint-stained apron and jeans stopped. We do. They are these fun wall stickers. Much easier than painting, and they come right off. If you have narrowed down your options, I can pull some for you. They are $2 each. Skye looked at the stack of cards in her hand. I don't think we're quite there yet, but I'll take you up on that after I weed some of these out. When Grace got fidgety, Robin handed her one of the sage greens Skye had discarded. Grace beamed, turning the card first this way, then that. It made Skye reconsider the shade for the kitchen. It was a bit dark, but maybe it would work as an accent color. Sorry, this is turning out to be a little harder than I thought, Skye said when Robin took the card away from Grace. The little girl had started chewing on it. Don't worry about it. Take your time. I think I'll take her for a spin around the next couple of aisles, though, to keep her occupied. With a little luck, she'll fall asleep. It's almost her nap time, Robin said. Skye pulled out cards, holding them next to each other, and narrowing down her choices. By the time Robin returned with Grace sound asleep in her stroller, she felt less overwhelmed. How is it going? Having any luck? Her sister asked. I do. I think I'm going to keep it to one color scheme throughout the house. We can always add different pops of color with accessories. I'm thinking one of these. She held out 2 sets of 3 color samples each. The first was a series of warm tones of beige and brown. For the second, she'd chosen cooler colors, including a light gray, a white, and a beautiful teal. I like this one. It gives you that clean beach air feel. Robin pointed to the second set. It was Skye's favorite as well. It'll be nice. A new coat of paint, a few pillows, and throws. She could do this. So what do you do if you finish and fall back in love with the house? Are you guys going to keep it? Robin asked, pushing the stroller back and forth to make sure Grace stayed asleep a little longer. Not a chance. Ben is set on selling, and I don't see how we could keep up with the payments unless he gets his old job back. Skye shrugged, tamping down the panic that rose in her every time she thought about it. All right, let's get this done, then. Didn't you mention you wanted to rip out the carpet upstairs? Robin asked when they'd gotten the stick-on paint samples for both of the color schemes. If there's any way to do it on budget, yes. I don't think steam cleaning them will do the trick. Living with toddlers was hard on carpet, no matter how often you vacuumed. I saw some wood laminate flooring on sale a couple of aisles over. I think it would go pretty good with either of those colors, but especially the teal set. Robin pointed to the right, toward the flooring department. Lead the way, Skye said, following her sister, who was already pushing her stepdaughter in the direction she'd pointed. They came to a big stack of boxes and a small sample of the flooring set up to the side of it. The color was perfect, and it looked like expensive hardwood flooring. Is this right? She asked when she saw the price. It is, the sales associate walking up said. The company is discontinuing this line, and we're trying to clear out the rest of our stock. That explained the 60% discount on flooring that was already rather inexpensive. Skye was sure it wouldn't hold up as long as solid hardwood flooring, but it would look good and allow them to re-floor the entire upstairs well under budget. This looks pretty easy to install, Robin said, crouching to get a closer look at the installation pictures on the box. It is. Most people do it themselves, but we also have a team of installers that can come do the job for you. The young man pulled out his phone and opened a calendar app. We have someone available next Thursday. We're more do-it-yourself people. My husband is pretty handy with this stuff. Skye was calculating in her head what it would take to cover each of the bedrooms and the hallway. Got ya. It sounds like it'll be pretty easy to install. I suggest getting everything you need and then some. Once this is sold, it's gone, and you don't want to run short, he said. I guess we should head back and measure your rooms upstairs, Robin said. No need. It's just under 600 square feet. 25 boxes should do the trick. Do you have that much left? Skye asked, glancing at the stack and counting the boxes. Looks like we have 32 in stock, the man said, consulting his phone again. I count 29, Robin said, her fingers moving across the stack of boxes. Skye got the same count. She also noticed the young couple walking in their direction, their eyes fixed on the square footage price of the flooring. We'll take 26 boxes. Skye, Robin said, putting a hand on her arm. Yes? How do you plan on getting these home? We can't fit those in my car. Robin had upgraded to a new Prius after she'd gotten married to Parker, but it had no more room than the used car she'd driven before, or Skye's for that matter. I'll call Ben. Maybe he can borrow a trailer from someone. Skye pulled out her phone. They should fit in Parker's truck. I'll call and see if he can swap cars with Ben. I'm sure he won't mind. Robin was typing away on her phone before Skye got a chance to respond. I'll grab a cart and load these for you while you figure out logistics, the sales associate said, jogging off toward the front of the store. Parker said he'll leave the keys with the secretary at the front office. He'll swing by y'all's place after school to switch cars back. Robin leaned over the stroller, adjusting Grace, who was slumped to the side and about to slide out. The little girl stirred, her eyes flying open. Great. Let me call Ben. Skye hoped her husband would answer. The young couple was staying close by, and she knew they'd snatch up her flooring if she didn't make this happen right now. This really isn't a good time, Ben said when she explained the situation to him. We're not going to get them this cheap again, and the color is perfect. Skye did her best to rein in her temper. What could be more important than getting a head start on their renovations? It wasn't like he had a job. Could they hold them until tomorrow? Ben asked, rustling papers. She heard voices in the background and, unless she was mistaken, the hiss of an espresso machine. Where are you? The roasted bean? Skye asked. Yes. I'm kind of in the middle of something. The words came out fast. He sounded annoyed. As was she. They won't hold them, Ben, and there's someone else here who has their eye on these. I need you to go get Parker's truck and meet me outside the store as soon as you can. Ben, this is important. She let out a small sigh of relief when he reluctantly agreed. What had she gotten herself into? Chapter 10. How do you think you did? Annette asked, pushing off the retainer wall where she'd been waiting for him after their art history exam. I'll be lucky if I pass, and if I do, it'll all be thanks to you. He smiled wryly. He couldn't afford to retake the course. It would throw his entire graduation schedule into chaos. I'm sure you did better than you think. You did well when I quizzed you yesterday before class. Annette fell into step as he made his way between the buildings to the large gravel parking lot where his car was parked. I don't know about that. As soon as the exam started, my brain lost track of everything I crammed into it the past few weeks. He'd studied more for this class than anything else he'd taken so far. Why was this so much harder than math, physics, and English comp combined? Don't worry about it until the grades are in. How about a beer at the Drunken Goat? My treat. The lights in the parking lot came on with a flicker. Ben glanced at his phone. If he went home, he'd have time to rip a good chunk of the old carpet out. It wasn't much, but it would give them a head start before Skye would meet him tomorrow to start on the renovations. He still felt bad about giving her a hard time about the flooring. He'd pulled out a few of the planks last night and they were the perfect fit. She'd been right to insist on grabbing them then and there, even if the timing wasn't great. Not that the short detour made much of a difference in his performance just now. I can't. I have some stuff I've got to take care of at home. Rain check? He waited for Annette to get in her car and drive off before heading home himself. He thought about Skye's excitement when he'd met her at the hardware store yesterday. She'd been all over paint samples, rugs, plants for the front yard, you name it. Ben had no idea she enjoyed this type of thing. He smiled, thinking about the look of surprise on her face when she'd arrive in the morning, ready to get to work with most of it done. He couldn't think of a better way to apologize for his grumpy mood yesterday. The lights in the house were on when he pulled into the driveway, which was strange. He'd left in the middle of the day and there was no way they were still on from this morning. He would have noticed that. The sound of 80s pop softly wafted through the closed windows. Ben opened the door and followed the sound of "Take on Me" by a-ha upstairs. His feeling of concern grew when he heard a loud rip sound, followed by a bump and a soft shriek. He ran up, taking the remaining stairs 3 at a time, until he came to a halt at the sight in front of him. "You scared me." Skye jumped up and wiped her hands on the paint-stained blue jeans she was wearing. Her hair was in a messy bun, and he was pretty sure that was one of his old t-shirts she was wearing. "What are you doing here?" Ben realized he was still holding the 6-pack of beer he'd grabbed at a gas station on his way over. "I thought I would get a head start on the carpet. That way, we can move right into painting tomorrow morning. You don't mind, do you?" She kicked the bundle of fabric she'd torn to the side and got on her knees to work on the next section. "I had the same idea," he said, holding up the pack of beer. "Great. What are you waiting for then? Don't just stand there and watch me. Hand me one of those beers and go change." She pulled and another chunk of the carpet came off the floor. The padding below it looked disgusting, and the dust coming up made them both cough. Ben stepped across the area where she was working and opened the window. "I'll be right back," he said, leaving 2 of the bottles of beer with her. He stuck the rest in the fridge downstairs before changing clothes and opening his bedroom window to create a cross breeze. "That's better, thanks." Skye was sitting on the remaining piece of carpet, sipping the beer, when he returned to his daughter's bedroom. The toddler bed and dresser were shoved into one corner. "Good. I'm glad. I can't believe you did all this." "When did you get here?" he asked, cracking open the second beer and raising the bottle in salute. "About an hour ago. It doesn't take all that long to pull carpet, but man, it's hard work." Skye looked around the room. "I'm glad you started here. At least Tina's furniture is pretty light." He pointed to the small bed. "I figured I'd ease myself into the job." She took another sip of beer before putting it down and getting back to work. Ben pulled an old screwdriver from his back pocket and got to work on the padding. Thankfully, whoever laid the carpet didn't use a ton of staples, and he made good progress. By the time Skye had finished pulling up the carpet everywhere but the corner that held the furniture, he'd cleared enough space to move it. "I'm going to grab a broom," Skye said. He watched her walk out the door, looking adorable in sneakers. More like the girl he'd fallen in love with in high school. By the time she returned, he'd pulled the last of the exposed padding. Skye handed him a large trash bag. It was made from thicker material than what he used for the yard. "Good thinking," he said before rolling up and shoving the chunks of padding into the bag. The actual carpet would be harder to deal with, but if they cut it into strips, they should be able to make this work. "I guess we can keep this stuff in the garage until we can borrow Parker's truck and haul it off." Skye swept the exposed plywood, creating a semi-clean spot for them to move the furniture to. "Sounds like a plan." Ben cut the carpet they'd pulled up so far and rolled it up while Skye finished. "Hold up, I'll give you a hand," Skye said when he walked over to move the toddler's bed. It was light and he could have easily carried it by himself, but the size was awkward. "Thanks. What did you do with the bedding and all of her stuffed animals?" Ben asked. The bare mattress was the only thing remaining on the bed. "Boxed it all up, and it's sitting in the laundry room. We'll have to come up with someplace else for James's stuff." She picked up one side of the small bed frame and together they carried it to the space she'd swept. "You really want to paint the entire upstairs tomorrow?" Ben asked, walking over to grab one side of his daughter's small dresser. All her clothes were at Skye's parents' house, making it easy to move. Might as well. It's all going to be the same color. You don't mind sleeping in the living room for a few nights, do you? Skye asked, slightly out of breath from the lifting. Of course not. I'm starving. How about you? Ben asked after pulling the last of the large chunks of carpet from his daughter's room. I could eat a horse, Skye said, wiping a mixture of sweat and dust from her forehead. How about pizza instead? From the brick oven? The authentic Italian place had been a family favorite since it opened last year. Do they deliver? Skye asked. Ben nodded and pulled out his phone. How special? He asked. When Skye nodded, he placed an order for an extra-large pizza. Let's try to get the carpet pulled out of the closet before the food gets here. Ben grunted. Why is this tacked down 10 times as much as the rest of the room? Because of all the foot traffic? Skye joked. She got on her knees beside him. It was awkward with the two of them trying to maneuver in such a tight space, but the extra muscle power did the trick. What's that? Ben reached for the small item glimmering in the light of the bare bulb that illuminated the small wall closet. Is that your class ring? Skye asked when he pulled it into the light, wiping the dust off the small piece of jewelry. It is. I've been looking for this everywhere. He couldn't remember when and where he'd lost it, but had torn the house apart several times in an attempt to find it. It must have fallen behind the carpet when we were using this room as the bedroom. Skye crawled out of the closet and rose. Ben followed close behind. Before he could answer, the doorbell rang. I'll get it. Skye jogged down the stairs and had returned to the kitchen with the large pizza box by the time he walked down. She set the pie on the kitchen table and grabbed 2 paper plates and a few napkins from the pantry. Ben got each of them another beer and joined her at the square pine table where they'd shared most of their meals as a family. He played with the ring, slipping it on his finger. It still fit. That ring meant a lot to you, didn't it? Skye asked. It did. Still does. The young man who'd received it had been full of hope, with a bright future ahead of him. His path had been so clear back then. Go to college. Become an architect. Build their dream home. Then life had decided to throw him a curveball. It was nothing more than a detour, he reminded himself. Ben reached for the pizza box. Oh no, not until you wash up, Skye said, looking at her own fingers and shaking her head. They were both covered in grime and would be for quite some time. Ben laughed and got back up, scrubbing his hands before loading his plate with pizza. He was going to need it if they were going to finish pulling the carpet tonight. Chapter 11. Ready to work on James's room next? Skye asked her husband after he polished off 3 large slices of pizza. She was pleasantly full after 2 and a second beer. From here on out, it would have to be water if she planned to return to her parents and her children tonight. Let's do it. Ben rose and tossed the paper plates and bottles in the trash before shoving the carton that held what was left of the delicious brick oven baked pizza into the fridge. Skye had noticed how empty it was earlier, holding mostly condiments and an expired carton of milk. What have you been eating? Skye asked. Ben looked up, surprised. I don't think that's any of your business, but I get by fine. He closed the refrigerator door a little harder than necessary. I'm worried about you, that's all. She readjusted her hair, pulling it into a tight ponytail that kept the hair out of her face better than the messy bun she used when washing her face. Leaving him to stew in the kitchen, she walked back up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Do you really think it's a good idea to paint the entire house the same color? Ben asked when he joined her in their son's room, staring at the blank walls. She'd taken every picture frame and piece of art off the walls, carefully wrapped them in towels and stored them in a laundry basket. I do. It'll tie the entire place together, and it will make the job of painting a lot easier. Think about it, no paint brushes and trays to clean in between each room. She waved her hand in the direction of the door that led to the hallway and the remaining bedrooms upstairs. But won't it be kind of bland? Ben asked, staring at the walls like he was trying to picture the end result in his mind's eye. It won't. I promise. I have it all planned out. We'll use art prints and inexpensive oil paintings from the thrift store to add different pops of colors and make each space feel unique. Trust me. She dedicated an entire Pinterest board to the type of art she wanted for each room. As soon as the wall painting was done, she was ready to focus on decorating each room to appeal to affluent prospective buyers. It was the most enjoyable part of this entire project, and she couldn't wait to dive in. What's that going to cost me? Ben asked. First of all, it's going to cost us, not you. Secondly, it's an investment. You heard Catherine. It'll more than pay for itself if we can get the right kind of buyer. And if we can attract more than one and get a little bidding war going. Who knows what's going to happen? I thought you were on board with this. The smallest tinge of doubt started to form in the back of her mind. Up until now, their path had been so clear. Spruce up the house, sell at a profit, and then either go their separate ways or go off together for a fresh start. You and Catherine keep saying that. I'm not so sure putting a bunch of money we don't have into this place is the right move. Using the tax refund is one thing, but this is starting to sound like more than that. What if it doesn't sell? He asked. In this market? Not likely. Skye smiled as confidently as she could and rolled up her sleeves. I hope you're right, was all Ben said before lifting his side of James's bed. It was significantly heavier than his sister's, but between the two of them, they managed to maneuver it around tight corners and into Tina's room. Ready to move the dresser? Skye asked her husband when they returned to the room. Ben nodded and walked over. They pulled the heavy piece of furniture away from the wall and out into the middle of the room. I forgot about this. Skye stepped into the space that had been occupied by the large oak dresser that usually held the majority of her son's clothes. She kneeled to examine the marker-drawn picture of a dog lifting its leg to pee on a tree. It was a decent drawing. She wished her son had sketched it on a piece of paper instead of on his wall, or at the very least that he had not gotten a hold of his father's permanent markers. It's why we moved his dresser, isn't it? Ben crouched down next to her, running his fingertips over the small piece of artwork. I was so angry at him. We'd finally gotten him a big boy bed and the dresser, and then he pulls this. She shook her head and smiled. Funny how time changed your perspective. I was ready to tan his hide. Ben shook his head. I guess all kids do something like that. Did I tell you that Tina cut off a chunk of her hair yesterday? Skye asked. Ben looked up. She got a hold of a pair of your scissors? It was Skye's turn to shake her head. James was working on a project for school that involved cutting out shapes. None of us realized she'd walked off with his safety scissors until it was too late. I found her kneeling on the bathroom counter trying to give herself bangs. I fixed it. They are pretty short and it looks slightly ridiculous, but they'll grow back. That's the good thing about hair. It grows back, at least at that age. Ben reached up and ran his fingers through his hair. She'd noticed the receding hairline for the past year or two but didn't realize it was something that bothered him. Stop by the salon this week, and I'll give you a fresh haircut. There's a style I want to try that I think you'll like. I'll think about it. For now, I guess we need to figure out what to do about this. He pointed to the drawing. Nothing an extra coat of primer won't fix, Skye said confidently. Or we could turn it into a feature. I saw this thing online a little while back where parents put a frame over their kid's drawing and added a gallery-style tag, calling it a donation from their child. It sounds hilarious. Ben held his hands up to form a frame around the drawing. Maybe if we lived here, but it won't be a selling point for the house, Skye said. It would give the house character. Trust me. The last thing this place needs is more character. That's the one thing we have in spades. Skye rose and wondered if it would be worth trying to remove the marker before painting it with the primer. Oh, come on. This place is great. Whoever lives in it next is going to love it. Even without a bunch of fancy art on the wall and every room painted in some sort of grayish eggshell tone. I'm still not convinced that's the right move. Ben returned to the dresser, waiting for her to help him move it into Tina's room. It is the right move, she grunted, heaving the dresser a few inches off the ground and following behind Ben as they made their way toward the door. I'm not so sure. Ben made his way through the tight space of the door frame. I have done my homework, Ben, she said, exasperated. A clean look and the right kind of art will draw a different audience than the broke family setup we have right now. I believe you, but all that stuff you keep mentioning is going to add up. Prints, frames, pillows, vases. Ben took a large step back, pulling her into the doorjamb. Ouch. Skye bit back a curse when the fingers of her right hand got crushed between the top of the dresser and the door frame. Ben inched the dresser back until she could pull them out. Just bruised? He asked. Skye took a deep breath. The pain was excruciating. She took a step back and cautiously moved her fingers, wiggling each of them around. The pain slowly subsided, and each of them moved freely. I think so. Better put some ice on that. After we move the dresser. Do you think you can manage getting it to Tina's room? Ben looked at her, a mixture of concern and annoyance painted across his face. Might as well. Skye shook her hand and got back into position, careful to place her hands so they would not get crushed. It only took a minute to make the move across the hallway and into Tina's bedroom. They lowered the dresser in the middle of the room along with the rest of the furniture. Skye made her way down the stairs. Her hand was throbbing and turning red. She'd torn the skin in a few places and wanted to clean it, with the dust and grime from pulling up the carpet covering her. There are some frozen peas in the freezer, Ben called after her. I know. She'd bought them and put them there months ago. Ben hated peas and refused to eat them. She had no doubt they'd still be waiting in the freezer. I guess we're going to have to call it a night, her husband said when he joined her in the kitchen a few minutes later and handed her a couple of Tylenol pills for the pain. Thanks. She popped the pills into her mouth, washing them down with the glass of water she'd poured for herself after washing her hands. She readjusted the pack of frozen peas, covering her hand while Ben took a seat across from her. Is it swollen? He asked, his eyes on the frozen vegetables covering her fingers. Not too bad. Hopefully, it would stay that way. It was her dominant hand, and it would be impossible to work if she didn't have full function of it. Then what were they supposed to do? Can I get you anything else? Ben asked. Skye shook her head. I guess we should call it a night. Do you want to call me in the morning and tell me if you feel up to working on this? He pointed to the rooms upstairs. It'll set us back if we don't finish pulling the carpet up. I was hoping to get at least the primer on every wall tomorrow. Skye moved her fingers. The ice helped, but it would be a few more minutes before the painkillers kicked in. And there was no telling what her hand would look like in the morning. I'll finish pulling it up tomorrow, and we can start painting when you feel up to it. If that's still what you want to do. We could install the floor and call it good. Put some flowers on the table and bake some cookies or something for the open house. Why are you so set against this, now? She asked. I'm not, and it's not like I'm changing my opinion or anything. I'm still not convinced it's worth the time and money to completely redo the entire house and yard. Even without your injury, it will take at least a month to get it all done. He sat back and looked at her. And I'm telling you, it will be more than worth it. First impressions count, and with your interest in architecture, I would think you'd see the value of clean design and curb appeal. It'll pay for itself, and the house will sell faster as a more attractive place. Skye rose and tossed the bag of semi-frozen peas in his lap. She grabbed her keys and left, replaying the scene in the kitchen on her drive back to her parents' house. How had they gotten to this place? If they couldn't agree on this, what chance did their marriage have? Chapter 12. "You're up early," Skye said when she walked into the kitchen 5 minutes after her second alarm had gone off. "Couldn't sleep," her father grumbled before returning his attention to his paper. "Thanks for fixing coffee." She poured herself a large cup and took it to the small kitchen table. "You're welcome. How's that hand of yours? Getting any better?" He looked at her as she took her seat. Skye sighed, drinking the first bit of her coffee. She moved her hand around. The finger that had gotten smashed was a little stiff and a bit sore, but nothing she couldn't handle. "It's getting better." "That's good. Wouldn't want something that doesn't heal and keeps you from doing your job." He nodded, putting down the paper and raising his coffee cup to take a sip. "Don't even talk about that." Skye shook her head. Not working wasn't an option. She was barely keeping their heads above water as it was. "Not like we have a choice in the matter," he grumbled. "I guess you didn't, did you?" For the first time, she realized her father didn't stop working on a whim. He'd gotten hurt and had been unable to stand up for more than a few minutes. He'd gotten better over the years, but not well enough to hold down the manual labor jobs he was qualified for. "Of course not. Do you think I wanted to raise you girls like this? Never buy you pretty dresses. Never take you on vacation." His voice was as bitter as the black coffee they were drinking. "I didn't realize it was bothering you. Always being broke." She sat back, seeing her father in a different light. "It did. Things got bad pretty quick. For a long time, it kept me up at night, not knowing where our next meal would come from or if we'd have enough money to keep the lights on. But when there's nothing you can do about it?" He shrugged. "When there wasn't anything you could do, you stop worrying after a while." It explained her parents' behavior. "You gave up. Took it day by day, meal by meal. Surviving was the name of the game, and somehow, they'd always made it. I'm heading to the garage. Holler if you need anything." He rose and poured himself another cup of coffee before walking out the back door. Skye sat there, nursing her coffee, thinking about the bills that were piling up. Sighing deeply, she pulled out her phone and logged in to check their bank balance. It wasn't looking good. The mortgage payment had come out, and there was barely enough for food and gas left. They couldn't sell the house quick enough. Maybe there'd be enough left after the sale for her to start over somewhere with the kids. Because Ben didn't want her back. He'd moved on, and maybe it was time to do the same. Mommy, James didn't make his bed, and he's only pretending that he brushed his teeth." I watched him. Tina came running in, hair flying around her face. "What did I tell you about telling on your brother?" Skye asked. "No one likes a tattletale, but Mommy." Tina jumped up into a chair, ready for whatever this day would bring. "No buts. I can see myself when your brother doesn't make his bed, and trust me, I can tell when he doesn't brush his teeth. Do you want oatmeal or cornflakes for breakfast?" "Lucky Charms," Tina said, wiggling in her chair. "Not an option." "Oatmeal or cornflakes?" Skye repeated. "Cornflakes with sugar sprinkled on top." "And Mommy, how do you know when James doesn't really brush his teeth? He wets the toothbrush and everything." "Tattletale," her son said, shooting his sister a dirty look before taking the seat next to her. "Here's your breakfast." Skye put a bowl of cereal and a glass of apple juice in front of each of her children. Leaning down, she whispered loud enough for James to hear, "Because his breath stinks when he doesn't brush good." By the time they'd eaten and waited for James to run back and brush his teeth, they were running late for school. Again. "Let's go. Book bags, lunch. I need everyone in the car in the next 30 seconds." Skye held open the door and shooed them to the car. The old Honda Accord sputtered a few times, but after a quick prayer, it cranked and ran. "Mom, I need $10 for my field trip today." James leaned forward, making sure he had her attention as they drove along the main road toward the school. Skye dug around in her purse when they were stopped at a traffic light, coming up empty. "We'll stop at the salon," she said, turning on the blinker to take a right turn. "We're definitely going to be late," Tina announced. She wasn't wrong. Skye went inside and raided the tip jar, leaving a note for Pam. Thankfully, it still held $12 from yesterday, and by some miracle, they made it to the elementary school before the doors closed. "Everything okay?" Pam asked when Skye walked back into the salon after dropping Tina off at preschool. "Busy morning," Skye replied, before explaining the tipping jar raid. "I made coffee. Grab a cup, take a seat and chill for a minute before your first appointment," Pam said. "Thanks." She could use a few minutes to herself. Skye sat down in her chair and looked at herself in the mirror. She was no spring chicken, but she looked decent for her age. Maybe it was time to get back into the game and look for someone new. Someone who didn't mind a single mom with 2 children. Someone who would share some of the burden and help with the bills that kept piling up faster than she could pay them off. She pulled up the dating app Diane had shown her and set up a profile. "What do you think?" Skye asked Jane Johnson. The woman was her first appointment of the day and had requested a fresh cut and color for the summer. "It's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Now if I could style it this way." Jane turned her head back and forth in front of the mirror, admiring her new do. "Oh, this one's easy. All you need is one of these thick, round brushes. You pull it through your hair, hitting it with the blow dryer and rolling it off. You saw what I did earlier, right?" Skye picked up the brush she'd used and demonstrated what she'd done a few minutes earlier. "You make it look so easy. When I try it at home, it never quite comes out that way." Jane smiled, gently touching her hair. "You'll get there with a little practice," Skye promised. "And if I don't, I'll just have to come in for a wash and blow dry for special occasions." Jane got up, and Skye walked her over to the counter. "Anytime, Jane," she promised when an alert on her phone went off. Skye glanced at the small screen. It was a notification from the dating app. Who was already trying to reach out? But she couldn't check it with a client present. It wouldn't take much for rumors to start flying in a small town like their island community. "I might have to take you up on that sometime. Feels so extravagant to come in and have my hair styled." Jane paid her bill and left Skye a generous tip. "Not at all. We do it all the time. I'm not going to name names, but I have a client who comes in every Thursday afternoon before a particular weekly meeting at the country club." Skye grinned. "I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. If memory serves, she's a former Miss Palmer Island and could be considered part of my extended family by marriage." Jane's own smile was knowing. "I can neither confirm nor deny," Skye said, closing the cash register. "Of course. Well, thanks again. Getting my hair cut and styled always makes me feel better. I'll see you soon." The moment Jane was out the door, Skye unlocked her phone and pulled up the dating app. Sure enough, a new message was waiting for her. Someone was already trying to connect. She clicked on the icon, confirming the connection. It didn't take long for a new alert to pop up. A few minutes later, a different alert appeared. Skye got excited. Someone was interested in getting in touch with her. She walked into the back room and clicked on the message icon, only to be greeted by an inappropriate picture of a greasy old guy looking for a hookup in Myrtle Beach. He even suggested a venue, a rundown motel with a shady reputation. Skye couldn't get rid of the message fast enough. She went to the bathroom and washed her face and hands before her next client walked in. Maybe this had been a mistake. By the time she'd made it through the last of her morning appointments, she was convinced this had been a big mistake. More alerts requesting connections came pouring in. After her first experience, she hadn't bothered confirming any of them. "Hey there, gorgeous, ready to go to lunch?" The door opened and Michelle Quinn, her best friend from high school, walked into the salon. The woman was in a perpetual good mood, no matter what was going on in her life. A recent divorce hadn't been able to tamper her spirit. Was that today? "I'm not sure I can. Skylar Warren Daly, you are not ditching me. We are going to lunch. Grab your bag. I'm sure Pam can hold down the fort." Michelle looked at her fellow hairdresser expectantly. "Of course. Go have fun. I'm the only one with scheduled clients for the next hour or so." Pam handed Skye her purse, motioning for the two of them to leave. "Can I bring you anything back?" Skye asked her friend. Leaving would mean Pam couldn't run out to grab her usual fare from the roasted bean. "Where are you going?" Pam asked. "Mary's Diner," Michelle added before Skye could get in a word. At least it was less expensive than Chez Paul, and she could stick to the lunch special. A grilled chicken sandwich and a side of fries would be great. Pam pulled a $20 bill out of her wallet. "No need. We've got you covered." Michelle linked her arm with Skye and walked to the door. "I'll be back as soon as I can." "I don't have anyone on the books until 2, Skye said when the dreaded app started to alert her of yet another creep trying to get in touch with her. "Oh, I recognize that sound," Michelle said as they walked out the door. Chapter 13. "Can we get a booth in the back, please?" Michelle asked when the young waitress at Mary's Diner offered them one of the smaller tables in the front. Of course, the waitress said before escorting them to the tables usually reserved for romantic dates. "What was that about?" Skye asked when she left them to peruse the menus. "I figured we'd need some privacy for the conversation we're about to have. About you and Ben. And the fact that you're on one of the most popular dating apps out there. I take it that means it's over between the two of you?" Michelle sat back and stared at her. This is one conversation Skye realized she wasn't getting out of. But then she'd known that from the moment Michelle had recognized the sound of the alert on her phone. "It's not looking good between Ben and me. Did I tell you that we are putting the house up for sale?" Skye busied her hands, flipping through the menu she knew by heart. "No, you didn't. That's huge. No wonder you're moving on." Michelle reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "It is what it is. Now I have to figure out how to raise those kids of mine and keep us afloat until the house sells," Skye said, before catching her friend up on the renovation plans. "That doesn't sound like a bad idea. To be honest, the sales process may go more quickly with a couple of young professionals than with a one-income family struggling to prove they can afford to buy the house. And who knows, you might even have someone come in with a cash offer and are able to close within a week. Michelle would know, working as a paralegal for one of the attorneys in town. That's exactly what we need." Skye stopped herself from saying more. "It's why you signed up for the dating app, isn't it? Hoping for a sugar daddy to take care of you and the kids?" Michelle asked. "In a way. We're going through a bit of a tough time since Ben quit his job at the bank." Skye raised the menu, pretending to study it closer. "You're kidding, right?" Michelle blurted out the moment their waitress returned to the table, ready to take their order. "2 glasses of Pinot Grigio, 2 of your blackened grouper sandwiches, and a large plate of sweet potato fries to share. Anything else?" "My treat, of course." Michelle turned to Skye. "Water for me. I have to go back to work." Skye closed the menu. "1 glass of wine isn't going to hurt you. I have mints in my purse if you're worried about your breath." She turned to the waitress. 2 glasses of wine and 2 glasses of water." "I'll be right back with that," the girl promised. "I can't drink during work," Skye said. "We're not getting drunk. It's 1 glass of wine with lunch. You'll be fine, and you look like you need it." Right on cue, the app dinged again. Skye groaned. "I never should have installed this. Or at the very least, she should have silenced her phone. She only kept the sound on in case of emergencies with her kids that happened more often than she cared to admit. Of course you should have. It's fun. I've been on there since John and I split. How else are you going to meet someone these days? The old-fashioned way? Skye replied. And what's that? When was the last time you've met an eligible bachelor out and about? Skye thought about the guys she'd dated. A couple of people in high school before she and Ben had gotten together. Nothing since then. Maybe Michelle was right. Where else was she going to meet someone? At the grocery store? It wasn't like a lot of guys walked into the salon. And the ones that did were usually happily married, their wives making the appointments for them. Maybe you have a point, but I'm not there yet. Ben and I are barely separated. We have 2 children together. We share a mortgage. I can't just start randomly dating guys I've met online. Besides, I'm not sure this app attracts the kind of person I'm looking for. She shuddered, thinking back on the unwanted pictures. What happened? Michelle's voice rose along with her eyebrows. Nothing major. I installed the app this morning, and someone wanted to connect with me right away. Skye shrugged. Let me guess. He was looking for a quick hookup? Skye nodded her head. Michelle laughed. That's unfortunately part of it. Ignore and block those jerks. I promise there are some good guys on there. A lot of them. Don't make me give you the "there are other fish in the sea" talk. To Skye's relief, their food arrived, giving her the excuse she needed to change the topic. Don't look up, Michelle said a few minutes later. Skye held her sweet potato fry midair over the ketchup and looked up to see Ben walk into the diner with a pretty woman a little younger than her. I can't believe the guy's nerve. He's bringing his side piece here? Michelle looked like she was about to bolt out of her chair and charge the couple. Don't. We're separated, and this is a free country. If he wants to go out to dinner with a friend, that's his right. Skye swallowed hard. It didn't make it any easier to watch, but making a scene wouldn't do any good either. All right, under one condition. Michelle's gaze fixed on Skye. What's that? She asked. We're going to look at your potential connections, and you're going to message at least one guy on there. Who knows? The next love of your life could be waiting in here. Manicured fingernails tapped on her screen. Skye glanced at Ben and his lunch companion. They were seated at one of the tables toward the front, and he hadn't spotted her yet. Okay, let's do it, she said. Michelle scooted next to her on the bench before Skye had a chance to take a breath or change her mind. Let's see what we got to work with here. I met a couple of very nice gentlemen through this. Paul and I are getting quite serious. Michelle looked at the screen. Skye pulled up the app and started scrolling through the list of connection requests. He looks nice, she said, pointing at a man in his mid-30s posing in a graphic tee. Nope, I made the mistake of connecting with him. He's another one of those hookup guys. Block him, Michelle advised. How about this one? Skye pointed to the image of an older guy. He was a bit of a silver fox. Too old. Let's try this one. Michelle took the phone from her and clicked through to the profile of an average-looking guy. More images popped up, along with a short bio. He likes long walks on the beach and peach ice cream, Skye read. And the man had several children of his own, according to the brief write-up. I bet he drinks wine coolers and spends his nights painting model cars. He's alright if you want something safe for your first date, but we can do better than this. Michelle kept scrolling, pointing out one guy after another as they sipped their wine. I'm not so sure. The alcohol was starting to go to her head, so she went back to nibbling on sweet potato fries. Here we go. This is what you need. Michelle pointed to a young guy who looked like he could be a jeans or underwear model or something. He had a perfect tan, perfect hair, and a tattoo on his right shoulder. Yeah, right, he's looking for a single mom of 2 little kids with the stretch marks to prove it. Skye giggled. She wasn't sure if it was the wine or the ridiculousness of the idea of her dating someone like that. Maybe you have a point. We need a nice starter boyfriend for you, Michelle agreed, joining in on the giggle as they scrolled through more profiles. Out of the corner of her eye, Skye caught a glimpse of her husband. Ben was making his way toward the back of the restaurant. Their eyes briefly met, but all he did was nod before making his way to the restroom. Do you think he heard us? Saw this? Skye pointed to her phone before turning off the screen. She was mortified. What if Ben knew what she was up to? That was a conversation she most definitely wasn't ready for. I'm sure he didn't. He didn't get that close. Don't worry about it. Of course, that was easier said than done. I better go check if Mary has Pam's sandwich ready to go and head back to the salon. Thanks for lunch. I needed this. You did. Let's do it again next week. And before you go, Michelle looked at her expectantly. What? Skye asked. You promised to pick someone. Someone safe. You don't have to go out with him, but start talking to a guy. Or a couple. Get your feet wet. You owe it to yourself. Ben doesn't seem to have any problem moving on. Michelle nodded in the direction of Skye's husband, who was making his way back to his table and the woman waiting for him. You know what? You're right, Skye said before turning her phone back on and requesting a connection with the silver fox. He had kind eyes, and he looked like the kind of man who would accept a single mom with 2 kids. Chapter 14. Everything okay? Annette asked when Ben returned to their table. I'm fine. He sat down and returned his attention to the burger he'd ordered. It was covered in sautéed mushrooms, Swiss cheese, and bacon. Just the way he liked it. You couldn't get a burger this good anywhere other than at Mary's Diner. You're not. What happened? Did you run into someone? Annette put down her fork. Do you see the 2 women in the booth back there? Ben nodded in the direction he'd come from. The 2 giggling and having a good time? Annette asked. The one on the left is my wife. He took a sip of ice water. And you're worried about her seeing us together? We can leave if you'd like. Annette put her fork on her plate, looking ready to get up and walk out without finishing her lunch. No, that's not it. Besides, she's already seen us. I'm pretty sure she saw me walk in. What's the problem, Ben? Did she say something? I can go over there and explain, Annette rose. Sit back down. That's not it. Skye knows me better than that. She knows I wouldn't sneak around, and she certainly wouldn't expect me to bring someone to a place like this, where I'm sure to run into someone who knows us. Annette sat back down and took a sip of water. What's got your panties all tied into a knot, then? Ben almost spit his own water out at the expression. I don't, never mind that. Tell me. I'm not dropping this. Annette leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms. She and her friend, Michelle, are playing around on a dating app. One of those online hookup things. I heard them making fun of a bunch of different guys. It had bothered him more than he liked to admit. Both their careless comments about random men, and the idea that that his wife was looking at other men interested in companionship. Do you think Skye is looking for herself? It was the first time Annette had referred to his wife by her name. I don't know. What about her friend? Do you know her? Is she married? Annette asked. She recently got divorced. In that case, I'm willing to bet they are looking for her. Girls being girls. I hope you're right. Ben took another sip of his water. The food in front of him no longer looked appealing. Have you talked to her? About going to college and becoming an architect? Annette asked, returning her attention to her grilled shrimp salad. Not yet. Ben had seen more of Skye over the past 2 weeks, but the moment had never seemed right. I'm guessing that means she doesn't know about the internship offer yet either, does she? No. But you answered them? Accepted the offer? She looked at him expectantly. Yes. Then, if you ask me, it's time to tell Skye. If you don't do it soon, you might actually lose her. Maybe I already have. I don't think so. She keeps looking over here. I don't think she'd do that if she was done with you. Having her storm up here and confront us would be better, but I don't think you should give up just yet. Annette smiled and took her last bite. Maybe you're right. And maybe they really were looking at guys for Michelle. I know I am. But you need to promise me that you'll talk to her. Soon. Ben nodded and got up to take care of the check. Buying Annette lunch was the least he could do after she helped him pass his class and got him the internship he needed to make his next move. The answering machine at the house was blinking when he got home. I don't know why we keep this thing around, he muttered under his breath as he kicked off his boots. Ben, it's Mom. Your dad has a few days off this week, and we thought we'd come visit for a few days. It's been a while since we've seen the kids. Call me back when you get this message. A loud beep let him know this was the end of the recording. Ben shook his head and walked over to the fridge. He pulled a bottle of beer out of it and cracked it open. It was early, and he had to hit the books, but first he needed to figure out what to do with this. He walked around the home he'd shared with his wife and kids. Not that you'd know that looking at the place now. It was a construction zone. He'd started pulling the doors off the cabinets to refinish them, and they were still painting walls and trim all over the place. The last thing he needed right now was for his parents to see this place. Or to find out that he and Skye were separated. He'd hoped to patch things up before they ever found out. So much for that plan. Unless. He had an idea, but it would take some work and some convincing. And it would require getting started on the bathroom demo. 3 hours later, he was sweaty and covered in dust and grime. This might just work, he said to himself before heading upstairs to grab a shower in the bathroom his children usually shared. The beer had long worn off. Ben was tempted to grab another one, or something a little stronger, before making the call. But he had homework and studying to do tonight. Taking a deep breath, he sat down on the back porch and put his feet up. He pulled his phone from the pocket of the shorts he'd thrown on after his shower and dialed. Ben? Is everything okay? I'm in the middle of fixing dinner. I'm fine. There's something I want to ask you. A favor. It can wait. He sat up. That sounds serious. Hang on a minute. He heard a muted conversation in the background, then the creaking of a screen door. Okay, I can talk. What's up? Skye asked. I took down the cabinet doors in the kitchen yesterday and tore out the fixtures in the master bath today. I'll have to find someone to help me get the bathtub out of there, he said to buy himself a little time. And maybe some goodwill for what he was about to ask. That's great. What can I do? She asked. He'd expected her to mention their meeting at lunch. Ask him about Annette. But if she wasn't bringing it up, he wasn't about to. I know this is horrible timing. Bad timing for what? Her voice turned uncertain. There was an edge to it, like she was expecting bad news. My parents called. They are planning on coming to visit for a few days. I haven't told them about us. And you were hoping to keep the fact that we're separated from them? Skye asked. Pretty much. I'm not moving back in, so you can avoid a conversation with your father, Skye shot back. I know. I wasn't expecting you to do that. With the state the house is in, I don't even think that's possible right now. Which might actually work in our favor. She stayed quiet as Ben took a moment to gather his thoughts. He had to get this right. I'm thinking I can put Mom and Dad up at Miss Doris's. They'll love it there, and I'm sure they don't mind paying for it. I was hoping I could pick up the kids a couple of times and take them over there, or out on the beach. That kind of thing. They know you're working. That's fine. And for all they need to know, the kids and I moved back in with my parents because it's easier while we renovate the house, Skye said. In his mind's eye, he could see her nodding along. There's one more thing. I'm sure they are going to want to treat us to dinner. Would you come? Ben knew this was a big ask. There was a good chance they'd have to tell half-truths or maybe even lie to his folks if they spent time together. I don't know if that's a good idea, Skye said. Please? It would be hard to explain why his wife wouldn't want to see her in-laws. I'll think about it, Skye promised, before disconnecting the call. Ben sighed a huge sigh of relief. That had gone better than expected. And she was still willing to help him out. That had to be a good sign. He should call his parents and then get to work on school stuff. First though, he needed to make sure there was a place for his mom and dad to stay. A place that was, thankfully, a good 3 miles away from his own house. Miss Doris, he said after picking up the phone and dialing her number. Chapter 15. Sorry, I'm late. James couldn't find his shoes. We missed the start of school, and then Tina didn't want to go to preschool. Skye rushed to the table at the roasted bean and took a seat. No worries. It surprised me that you called. We just had lunch. 2 meetings in a week? This has to be some sort of record. Michelle grinned before raising her caramel macchiato to her lips. If this is a bad time, Skye glanced around the shop. It was fairly busy for a random Thursday morning. Not at all. I like it. I'm surprised, that's all. Go grab a coffee and then tell me what's going on. Michelle leaned back and waved in the direction of the counter. Mitch stood at the cash register, taking orders. Vanessa, his new employee, donned seafoam green hair this week. Skye made a mental note to invite the girl over to the salon. If she wasn't careful, all that stripping and coloring could do a number on her beautiful hair. Can I get a large black coffee? Skye asked. House blend is fine. Mitch nodded and poured her a cup. There you go. My treat. You don't have to do that, Skye said, uncomfortable with the gifted drink. Did everyone know how broke she was? I know. I wanted to. It's a nice day, and I'm in a good mood. Take your coffee and go have a nice chat with your friend. Mitch turned and started humming under his breath. Skye shook her head. She didn't know what to make of his behavior. Carrying her cup, she returned to the table and took her seat across from Michelle. He's in a good mood today, isn't he? Her friend said. Any idea what that's about? Skye asked. Not a clue. Maybe he's met someone on an app, too. Michelle grinned. Speaking of apps. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I assumed. You met someone, didn't you? Spill. Michelle abandoned her sweet drink and leaned forward, giving Skye her undivided attention. It was a little unnerving. She could feel the excitement rolling off her friend. I did. We've been talking. First through messages on the app, then on the phone. How fun. Who is it? Someone we looked at the other day? Michelle was about to bounce out of her chair, and Skye got the feeling that the caffeine and sugar in her drink weren't completely to blame for the behavior. She smiled and nodded. Which one? Let me guess. The guy with the graphic tee? He's exactly what you need. Someone fun and exciting who gets you out of your head and makes you remember you are a vibrant young woman with the best years of her life ahead of her. It was all Skye could do not to spit out her coffee. Taking a sip had been a mistake. You're joking, right? Have you seen this? Middle-aged mom bod. Oh please. You are beautiful. Stunning, vivacious. Or at least you will be with a little more sleep and a better lipstick color. Michelle sat back and nodded at her. What's wrong with my lipstick? Skye asked. It was the same color she'd worn for a year and was always complimented on by clients. It washes you out. I'll take you shopping. You're going to need a new outfit for this hot date of yours, anyway. Something without glue stains or hair color splatters on it. Michelle finished that last of her coffee, looking like she was ready to hit the nearest boutique or makeup counter. I have to go to work in a few, and for the record, no, it isn't the hot guy. Please don't tell me it's the newly divorced softie with the kids. 2 sets of children make things so much more complicated. The logistics of finding a weekend where you're both childless alone, Michelle sounded like she knew what she was talking about. Ben has the kids most weekends, but no, not that guy either. Oh, I know. The silver fox. He's the one. It felt good to share the secret she'd been keeping all week. Not that there was anything wrong with meeting a man through an app. Technically, she was a married woman, but it wasn't her fault that her marriage was falling apart. Ben had stepped out. He'd shut her and the kids out, and as far as she could tell, he had no interest in trying to fix things. Except when it came to holding up appearances in front of his parents. It wasn't enough to bring them back together. No matter how much she longed to get back to the days when things were great between them. When they'd been a team working together to better their lives. For themselves and their children. So you've been talking. What's next? In-person meeting? Coffee? Michelle asked. He wants to take me out to dinner. Tomorrow night. Skye wondered if agreeing to the date had been a mistake. Dinner? The man moves fast. Something in Michelle's eyes changed. The excitement was done. Maybe not completely, but definitely toned down a lot. You think it's a mistake? Skye asked her friend. Not necessarily. I guess when you're his age, you're done wasting time. It's just a little harder to get out of if things don't go well. We've been having a good time talking on the phone, Skye said, as much to reassure herself as her friend. It's not the same and you know it, or you wouldn't have asked me to meet you. Dinner where? Michelle asked. That fancy steakhouse in Myrtle Beach by the Skywheel. She'd looked at the menu. It was expensive and required a reservation. What are you thinking? Skye asked, her anxiety level shooting through the roof. This had been a mistake. She was too old, too set in her ways to do this kind of thing. I was thinking. Either he's moving fast or he's a bit old-fashioned. He's definitely interested and trying hard to impress you. I'll give him that. Michelle sat back, looking deep in thought. I'm going to cancel. Skye pulled her phone out of her purse. It seemed like the best course of action. One message, and she wouldn't have to worry about this mess any longer. Oh no, you're not. This is exciting. First date in ages. And don't worry, we'll come up with a plan in case the guy is a total bore. Here's what we'll do. Michelle laid out an elaborate plan of coded text messages and phone calls, adding an emergency in-person appearance of herself at the restaurant if something felt way off. By the end of it, Skye felt both more freaked out and more secure about tomorrow night's date. All right, I'll go. But don't give me a hard time if I walk out after appetizers. Good girl. Let's talk about what we can do to make sure you are safe if this guy turns out to be a creep. Not that I think he is. I'm not getting that vibe at all, but better safe than sorry, Michelle added. What are you thinking? Skye asked. Does he know where you live? She asked. Skye shook her head. Good. Let's keep it that way. How are you getting to the restaurant? He's all the way up in North Myrtle Beach. I suggested we meet in front of the restaurant. It had felt more comfortable that way, and she'd been grateful when he'd agreed. Not bad. Not very romantic, but it gives you more options. First things first, you are going to stay in your car. Get there early and try to park somewhere where you can see the front of the restaurant. That way you can scoot out of there if anything feels weird or if he looks nothing like his pictures. Skye laughed. How would I recognize him if he looks different? Because he'll be standing there waiting for you, of course. Plus, didn't he tell you what he's wearing or that he'll have a single yellow rose or something like that? Michelle asked. No, neither had she. In books and TV shows, people always did something like that. She guessed neither one of them had any idea what they were doing. In a way, it was comforting. There's still time. Ask him how you'll recognize him. Go ahead and do it right now. Skye did as asked, sending a quick message to Donald. She looked up. Done. What else? Try to keep it short. Don't order appetizers or dessert. Keep it to the main course. Don't order more than one drink. You need to keep your wits about you. Michelle looked at her with that intense stare that reminded her of her history teacher in high school. Like she was expecting Skye to take notes. Which wasn't a bad idea. Skye was tempted to dig around her purse for a pen and start jotting things down on her napkin. I wasn't planning on getting buzzed. Good. What else? Text me when you get there and the moment you leave. In between when and where you can. But don't be obnoxious about it. Be present. Duh. Skye was out of practice, but she was still aware of the basics. Sorry, I'm getting a little carried away. My first date after John was a bit of a disaster. I want to make sure yours is magical, and if it isn't, I want you to have an out. I promise to text you when I get there. What do I do if we get in there, and I get a bad vibe? Skye asked. That's easy. I'll call you and you have to leave because there's an emergency with one of your kids. We need a code word. Something quick and easy you can text me from under the table. Michelle looked serious. One finger pressed up against the side of her nose as she concentrated. How about egg? Skye asked. It was random enough to not come up in an actual text conversation, but complex enough to not be mistaken for an accidental text. That's brilliant. Try it. Keep your phone under the table and see if you can text me without it being too obvious, Michelle suggested. After several tries, Skye had the technique down. The trick, she'd realized, was to have Michelle's contact pre-selected on her phone, the message composer ready to go. I don't know if I'm ready for this, Skye said after putting away her phone and finishing the last of her coffee. We've got all the bases covered. Mode of escape, excuse to leave, security buddy, Michelle pointed to herself. I know. That's not what I mean. I'm not sure I'm ready to put myself out there. I haven't been on a date with anyone other than Ben since. It'll be okay. You'll have fun, I promise. If nothing else, you'll get a delicious meal out of it. And you said you and Silver Fox have been talking. I'm assuming you've been enjoying the conversations? Michelle asked, her eyes watching Skye carefully. I have. It's been nice to talk to another adult. About something other than groceries, or bills, or the kids. Then you have nothing to worry about. What if he wants to kiss me goodnight? Skye asked. Honey, that's up to you. Follow your heart. See how it goes. And if you don't want to kiss him, say your goodbyes quickly and get in your car. It'll be fine, I promise, Michelle assured her. Hopefully, her friend was right. Chapter 16. Are you sure you want to do this? Skye opened the fridge door. Absolutely, Ben said. Right before your parents come into the town? His wife turned and looked at him. Yes, that's sort of the point. I want this place to look as uninhabitable as possible. Not that it was going to be hard. It was pretty close to camping already. All right. It's your call. This will be quick. We'll store what we can in the freezer in the garage, and I'll take the rest with me. How do you plan on cooking for yourself if we pull out all the appliances? Skye asked. I have the grill out back, and I can keep some stuff in the cooler. I'll be fine. Aside from a place to keep the beer cold, Ben didn't think he'd miss it much. It wasn't like he'd been cooking gourmet meals for himself. He'd lived on peanut butter sandwiches and carry-out. All right then. If you go grab the dolly, I'll get this cleaned out. Skye emptied the ice cube trays into the sink. By the time Ben returned, the fridge was empty. I'm guessing this means you'll have to eat all your meals out, Skye said. Something in the tone of her voice got his attention. I can make sandwiches here. If it's the money you're worried about. I am. I was looking at our credit card statement to get an idea of what's coming and saw a charge for Mary's diner. Skye had her back turned to him, rearranging things in the cooler. You knew I was there. You saw me, he said. I did. I didn't realize you were buying her lunch. Skye turned and looked at him. The vulnerability in her eyes took his breath away. Ask me what you really want to know, he said, knowing full well he wasn't ready to answer the question. Who is she? Who is she to you? Skye took a step back, leaning against the kitchen counter for support. She crossed her arms in front of her. Annette is a friend. She's been helping me with something, and I was taking her out to lunch to thank her. Ben pushed the dolly under the fridge. That's all I get? She's a friend? Skye asked. She's happily married. Can you help me lean this forward so I can roll it out? Ben asked, his arms wrapped around the sides of the fridge. He couldn't get a good hold of it. Though empty, the old appliance was heavier than he'd expected. I can't reach. We should probably pull it out into the middle of the kitchen first. Skye stood beside him, her eyes on him as much as on the fridge. Maybe you're right. Ben stepped back, taking the dolly with him. Of course I am. You get on that side, I'll take this one. If memory serves, we put this thing on sliders when we moved in. Skye stepped into position, wrapping her arms as far around the old icebox as she could. Ben followed suit. The back was sticky and warm, but he was able to get a good grip on his side. On 3, he said. Together, they were able to slide the fridge toward the middle of the kitchen. Skye had been right. It was sitting on plastic sliders. They were covered in grime and had seen better days, but they still did the job. More importantly, it gave them enough room for one of them to climb behind and push the large appliance onto the dolly. Can you get back there? Let me know when you're ready and push the top as hard as you can, Ben instructed. Skye made a face, but did as he asked. It's beyond gross back here. With one last bit of effort, they were able to tip it, and Ben rolled the used fridge that had served them well these past 5 years into the garage. That is gross, he said when he returned and saw the empty space in their kitchen. The original paint color showed, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, grime, spilled juice, and who knew what else. Even a few small toys and a couple of bottle caps were scattered around the floor. Skye held a broom, ready to get to work. He'd been secretly impressed with her dedication to this project, and this was no exception. How did you and Annette meet? Skye asked, sweeping the piles of the dirt up into the dustpan. To his relief, his phone rang. Hang on, let me get this, he said, answering the call without bothering to look who it was. He'd happily talk to a telemarketer for the next half an hour. Ben? It's Catherine Marlowe. I have a couple who's very interested in a home on the island. I think your place would be perfect for them. We're out looking at properties, and I was wondering if we could stop by in an hour or so. I know this is last-minute notice, but I promise we'll be quick. Catherine wants to show the house, Ben said to Skye. Tonight? Put her on speaker, Skye said when he nodded. Catherine, you're on speaker. Skye is here with me. We're working on kitchen renovations. This probably isn't the best time, Catherine. The place is a mess, Skye added. Oh, I don't think they'll mind. And we can give them an idea of what you're planning to do. If it's okay with both of you, we'll swing by for a few minutes. Ben looked at his wife. Skye shrugged. We'll see you in about an hour then, he said, thankful for the distraction. Let's see what we can do to make this place look a little more like a place you want to live in instead of tearing it all down and starting over, Skye said. Ben wasn't sure there was much they could do, but he was willing to follow her lead. Sorry, guys. I didn't think they'd react that way. They seemed open to a bit of a fixer-upper type project, Catherine said. The three of them were standing on the front porch, watching the middle-aged couple she'd brought drive off. They'd spent less than 3 minutes in the house before making it clear, in no uncertain terms, that this was not what they'd had in mind. It does look like a little more than cosmetic changes right now, Ben said, thinking about the torn-out bathroom downstairs and the mess the kitchen was in. Having furniture scattered about the place to make it easier to paint trim wasn't helping their case either. But look at all the progress you guys made. I can't believe you two did all of this yourself. I love the wall color. Catherine walked back inside, taking in everything they'd spent their nights and weekends working on. It's starting to come together. Let me show you the cover and throw pillows I ordered for the couch. I think we can get away with keeping it and still staging the living room to make it look sleek and modern. Skye pulled out her phone and showed it to Catherine. That's brilliant. No one will ever know there's nail polish and food stains all over this thing. I can't wait to see it in person. Catherine zoomed in on the picture, then looked at the room. Couple of plants, some of those large candles on wooden pillars. I can see where you're going with it, and I think it will work like a charm. You have a great eye for design, Skye. The comment stung. He was the one with the eye for design. This was the first time Skye had shown any type of interest in interior design. Setting up their children's rooms with a bit of a scheme and matching kitchen curtains and decorative towels had been the extent of her interest up until now. It's fun and really not that different from cutting and coloring hair. I do get a bigger color palette to work with, though. Let me show you what I have planned for the main bedroom suite. He watched the two women disappear upstairs and grabbed a beer out of the cooler. By the time they returned, still chatting excitedly about bedspreads and decorative items he didn't recognize, he was ready for both of them to leave. He had homework that was due by midnight. To his relief, Catherine took her leave a few minutes later. I'll call you tomorrow, and we will set up lunch. I'm serious, you have a talent for this interior design thing. Let's talk about how we can help each other make a little extra cash. What was that about? Ben asked, when he closed the front door behind their real estate agent. She has a house she wants me to stage. Sort of as a trial run. If it works out, it might turn into a nice little side hustle. She pays well, Skye said. His estranged wife looked more excited and happier than he'd seen her in quite a while. He was glad for her, but... What about this place? He asked. Don't worry. Getting our house on the market is my top priority. I can shop for the other place from work. It shouldn't interfere with what we're doing here. She glanced at her watch. It was getting late, and they could only rely on Robin and Parker for so long to watch their kids. I know it is. Why don't you meet me back here tomorrow night? We can order pizza and finish prepping our bathroom for tiles and the new appliances. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Skye's cheeks turned red, and her eyes wouldn't meet his. Something was wrong, and he had no idea what it was. I've got to go. Skye picked up her keys and left before he could think of a way to stop her. Chapter 17. He's here. I'm going in. Skye turned her phone to silent and slid it into her purse. She took a deep breath, smoothed out her skirt, and said a little prayer before getting out of the car. Skye? The older gentleman, dressed in khakis and a sports jacket, stood at the entrance of the steakhouse, holding a small bouquet of yellow roses, wrapped in cellophane. That's me. It's nice to meet you, Donald. She held out her hand, and he shook it. His was warm and sweaty. He seemed as nervous as she felt, giving her the flowers. It was reassuring. Are you ready to go inside? He asked. Skye looked at the roses in her hand. Let me put these in my car, and then I'll be ready. Donald insisted on walking her the 10 yards to her vehicle, negating one of the safety protocols Michelle had drilled into her. Don't let him see your car, definitely not your license plate. People can track you down with that. Thankfully, Donald seemed like the same nice guy he'd been on the phone, holding the door for her and pulling out a chair for her when they made it to their table. That was quicker than I'd expected, Skye said, surprised they'd been seated right away. She'd seen couples and families waiting around the hostess stand. I called and made a reservation. Donald smiled, and his green eyes twinkled, the lines around them deepening. That's very thoughtful of you. She wondered if he'd come up with his own rules of engagement and that making a reservation was a part of that. It would make their evening quicker, avoiding the awkward 45-minute wait for a table that other patrons were looking forward to. I hope this place is okay. It was always a favorite of Rose, my late wife. She loved their steak salad. In case that's something you enjoy. He shook his head. Sorry, I promised myself I wouldn't talk about her. It won't happen again. It's okay. She was and is a big part of your life. No need to pretend she didn't exist. Skye reached across the table and squeezed his hand for a moment when she saw his distress. Thank you. I appreciate that, but tonight is about you, my dear. Take a look at the menu and let me know what looks good. I'll be happy to recommend a wine to go with your choice. He opened his menu and spent the time until their server arrived to peruse it. Good evening. I'm Mark, and I'll be taking care of the two of you tonight. Can I get you started with something to drink? Appetizer? We're ready to order our main course, if you don't mind. Skye, what looks good? Donald asked, looking at her for the first time since their earlier exchange. I'm a little undecided, she said, hoping to have a few more minutes to make her choice. Not a problem, Donald said. The lady will have the filet mignon, medium rare, with steamed broccoli and baked potato. I'll take the New York strip. Rare with a wedge salad, and we'll each take a glass of your best Shiraz. Anything else? He looked at Skye. Too stunned to do anything else, she shook her head. I'm not really a fan of filet mignon, she said softly when Mark was well out of earshot. You'll love it. I promise. They are as soft as butter here. Donald pulled out his napkin and spread it across his lap as if he expected the food to magically appear. That is not really my thing, she insisted, keeping her voice soft and pleasant. The last thing she wanted was to cause a scene. Did I overstep? I assumed you wanted my help. Rose would have me choose for her when she couldn't make up her mind. She always enjoyed what I picked for her. Donald looked genuinely surprised at her objection. I'll give it a try. Tell me about yourself. What do you do when you're not out on a fancy date? Skye asked, deciding it wasn't worth getting into an argument over dinner. I'm retired, so most of the day, I putter around the house and the garden. Rose and I used to go down to the beach each day. She insisted the exercise and fresh air were good for us. Without her, I don't see much of a point. I do take the grandkids out whenever I get a chance. And then taking care of the flower garden is a bit of a full-time job. Rose loved everything that bloomed. The gardenias are in full bloom right now. Let me show you. Donald pulled out his phone, showing her a series of pictures of flowers from his property. The blooms were beautiful. Some she'd never heard of, others were familiar. Plants she'd researched for the updated garden at her own house. Your azalea bushes are beautiful. I was thinking of adding a few to my place. Maybe some peonies and a few rose bushes as well. I'll have to pick your brain about planting them and taking care of them. At least long enough until their place sold. They spent a pleasant few minutes discussing various types of roses, only stopping when their wine arrived. Donald's wife had been a master gardener, and he was doing his best to do her garden justice. It was sweet, but more than obvious the man wasn't ready to move on. Here we go. A New York strip for you, and the filet mignon for your lovely daughter. Enjoy. Mark set the plates in front of him. He thinks you're my daughter. I am messing this up big time. The tips of Donald's ears turned red, and Skye didn't think it had anything to do with the wine. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Don't let it bother you. Is your steak okay? Skye asked to distract him. Donald cut into it and nodded. Give the fillet a try. I guarantee you'll love it. At least he didn't mention how much his wife had enjoyed it. Skye cut into the small, circular piece of meat. It was more than a little pink inside. She wasn't sure she'd be able to eat it. She cut the small piece in half and put it into her mouth, feeling Donald's eyes on her. This is good, she said, surprised at the texture and flavor of the meat. It was unlike any other steak she'd had. Not that she'd had many. They'd been more of a hamburger and steakum household growing up. And even those had been splurges. They do a good job with beef at this place. It's why I keep coming back. Too many restaurants around here rush it and cook it too fast. You have to take your time, and you have to pay attention to get a steak just right. He dug into his, and they both grew quiet for a while. It gave Skye time to think. Donald wasn't the guy. No matter how much she wanted someone to talk to. Someone to share the burden of raising 2 children while taking care of both of her parents. Donald would make a good friend, but nothing more. There was no spark. And she didn't think it had all that much to do with the man sitting across the table from her. She may not talk about Ben the way Donald talked about his Rose, but her husband had been on her mind from the moment she got here. The flowers had reminded her of young Ben standing on her parents' porch, picking her up for prom. Glancing through the menu, she'd been distracted by dishes she'd known he'd enjoy. And sitting here, all she could think about was how different this would be with him sitting in that chair. This was nice, Skye said when they reached her car. It was. Donald nodded, his hands behind his back. I enjoyed talking with you. Skye looked past the restaurant, up at the sky where the moon was rising. But this isn't going to work, is it? I'm too old. Too set in my ways. Donald's smile was kind. That's not it. I don't think I'm ready to date anyone, and I don't think you're quite ready yet either. I can tell you loved Rose very much and miss her. Every day. I thought this would help me ease some of the pain and loneliness. He turned, but Skye noticed the moisture pooling in his eyes before he did. It will get easier, I promise. And you'll find the right person. When you're ready. Until then, you have your family. Your kids, your grandkids. People who love you. I do. Thank you. It was very nice to meet you, Skye. I know this wasn't the date either of us expected, but I'm glad we met. As am I. Take care, Donald. Skye got into her car and pulled out of the parking lot without sending a message to Michelle. She heard the text message notification as she pulled onto Highway 17. A few miles farther down the road, the phone rang. She answered without taking her eyes off the road. Hi, Michelle, I'm on my way home, she said as one lit up building after the other rushed by. At least traffic wasn't too crazy. Most people were still out and about, enjoying themselves on a warm Friday night. How was it? Did you hit it off, or was it a total disaster? Michelle asked. Neither actually. He was nice. In a grandfatherly way. The server thought I was his daughter. Skye knew it had embarrassed Donald, but in hindsight, it had been funny. I told you he was too old. How was the food? I hope you at least ordered something expensive. Michelle poured liquid into a glass from the sound of it before popping a couple of ice cubes into it. Chardonnay with ice, if Skye remembered correctly. It was okay. He ended up ordering for me, which was weird. He did what? Michelle's voice rose, causing Skye to lower the volume on the speakerphone. I don't think he meant anything by it. I hadn't decided by the time the server came to our table, and he sort of took over. He said he did this for his wife all the time. I'm sure it's one of those old-fashioned things, like getting up when a woman comes to the table. Skye, there's a very big difference between rising out of respect for a lady and ordering for another person. A person he doesn't really know, I might add. What did he end up picking for you? Michelle asked, as usual, curiosity getting the better of her. Filet mignon. Never mind then. The man has taste. When are you seeing him again? Michelle took a sip of her drink. I'm not. He's not over his wife, and I don't think I'm ready to give up on Ben. Skye sighed. She wished she was. It would be easier to move on than to face whatever this husband of hers had done. Or was doing. Not knowing was the worst part. She hated that he was keeping secrets from her. Are you sure? Michelle asked. I am. Listen, I have to keep my eyes on the road. Can I call you tomorrow? Skye asked. Traffic was still light, but as she left the busier Myrtle Beach area, the chances of coming across deer were greater. And if she were honest, she wasn't ready to talk about tonight's realizations just yet. She was stopped at the light to turn onto the road that led across the causeway to Palmer Island when she dialed Ben's number. Hey, Skye, everything okay? Yes, everything's fine. I just wanted to call to tell you that I'll have dinner with you and your folks. Let me know when and where, and I'll be there. Chapter 18. Daddy, Daddy, look what I can do. Tina launched herself in his direction, giving him a quick hug before tumbling through the living room, pigtails and skirts flying. Watch out. Skye rushed after the little girl, grabbing the glass vase she'd picked up at a thrift store last week before their daughter could destroy it. That's impressive, honey. You look like you're ready to join the circus, he said. His daughter's eyes lit up at his words. Please don't encourage her. Skye groaned. How are you, Junior? Done anything fun this week? Ben asked his son. I did. I read this great book about dragons and magicians. Wanna see? James pulled his backpack off and dug around in it, pulling out a book with dragons on its cover. He threw the bag across the room, barely missing a plant. One look at his wife made Ben jump into action. Let's go outside. You two need to burn off some energy, and we have work to do out there. But what about my book? James asked. Ben put his arm around his offspring. Tell you what. You can tell me all about it while we work in the yard, and tonight, we'll read a couple of chapters before bed. How does that sound? Can I read to you? James asked. Of course. Or we can take turns. Whatever makes you happy, son. And by the way, I'm proud of you for working so hard in school. Thanks. I can do all sorts of stuff. What do you need help with in the yard? His 6-year-old sounded as serious as he looked. Ben bit his lip. I have a very important job for you. Let's go, and I'll show you. He opened the sliding glass door, and all 4 of them stepped into the humid warmth of a typical South Carolina summer day. Oh good, they delivered the topsoil. Skye walked over to the mound, grabbing a handful of the dirt and running it through her fingers. It looks pretty decent to me, Ben said. Can we play on this? James asked, his eyes lighting up, all thoughts of helping gone from his mind. Yes, but you have to keep an eye on your sister, and neither of you can leave this yard. Deal? Ben looked at his son. Deal. James held out his hand and shook it. Can we dig in it? Tina asked, her hands already digging in the rich dirt. Yes, but not too deep. And please try not to spread it all across the grass. Skye rolled her eyes, and by the tone of her voice, she didn't have much hope that their children would manage that particular task. If nothing else, it will keep them busy while we work on the flower bed over there. Ben handed her a pair of gardening gloves he'd picked up along with a pallet of pavers and a truckload full of plants. Let's get to work while we have a little peace and quiet. Skye pulled on the gloves and strode to the area he'd marked out according to the plans she'd drawn up a few days ago. They made good progress while the kids played. I'm thirsty, Mama. Tina was covered in dirt from head to toe. Get a drink from the water hose, Ben suggested. No way. That's gross. Small bits of dirt flew through the air as the girl shook her head back and forth. What if I go make us a big pitcher of lemonade? There's some concentrate in the freezer. Skye pulled off her gloves. Her cheeks were flushed, and sweat dripped off her neck. Good idea. His own shirt was soaked. Thankfully, the sun was moving lower in the sky, bathing the entire yard in shade. Why don't you hose off the minions? And yourself. Skye grinned and sauntered off into the house. Who's brave enough to face the water cannon? Ben asked his children. Tina looked confused. She was too young to remember last summer. James shrieked and jumped up and down with excitement. He obviously remembered. Ben grinned. This was turning out to be a more fun day than he'd expected. It felt like last year when they'd been a happy family. Before he'd come across an advertisement for night classes at the community college. Before he'd found that old folder of sketches and remembered a dream he once had. Dad, come on. The hose is back there. James was running to the side of the house where they kept the large, green garden hose. Ben jogged over, grabbed the hose, and turned on the faucet. Dad, you're missing us. James's arms were dangling limply by his side, his face awash with disappointment. Ben felt the water in the hose getting cooler and turned the stream so it would hit his children. They squealed and danced around in delight, the water puddling in the grass under their feet. You guys look like you're having fun. Skye set down the tray with the pitcher and cups and walked their way. Big mistake. Ben turned the faucet to a soft sprinkle and turned the stream on his wife. Watch out, Mama, James called much too late. Isn't this fun? Tina twirled in her mother's direction, taking her hands, and the two of them danced through the droplets of water. Yes. This is exactly what I needed. Skye was breathless and soaked by the time he returned his attention to James. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her push the wet hair out of her face. A face that looked more relaxed and carefree than he'd seen it in quite a while. What are we going to do with those two? Skye asked. Ben turned to look at his children. They were still playing on the mound of topsoil. They'd dug a fairly wide cave into it and were busy turning the whole pile into a castle of sorts. Tina was busy decorating it with sticks and stones that would be a pain to remove when they got around to using more of the fertile dirt. He had to admire their stamina. He felt beat, and Skye didn't look much better. The flower bed, on the other hand, looked amazing. Better than he'd imagined, and no doubt it would look even better a few weeks from now when the plants had a chance to get established and the house was on the market. What did you say? He asked, feeling her eyes on him. The heat must be getting to him. I asked if you had any idea about what we should do with our dirt-covered children. There is no way I'm letting them into the house like this. They'll ruin anything they touch. Skye sighed and leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. How about this? I'll hose them off, make them strip at the door, and you run them a bath. He rose and held his hand out for her. Deal. Then we'll order pizza. I'm starving. Good plan. Ben strolled over to the mound of dirt to talk to his children. It took some cajoling and a bribe of ice cream, with sprinkles, but he convinced them to clean up enough to enter the house. I'm going to get a quick shower, and then I'll go pick up the food. Ben did his best to avoid leaving any dirt smudges as he tiptoed upstairs to their half-demolished bathroom. Thankfully, the shower was still working. Use one of the old towels, Skye called after him. Both of his children were dressed in their pajamas, sitting in front of the TV, each of them holding a juice box and sharing a small bowl of goldfish. He wondered where Skye had been hiding those. The goldfish crackers. He could care less about apple juice. Do you guys want to go for a ride with me to pick up pizza? Ben asked. And ice cream? James wasn't about to forget about his bribe. Of course. Go put on shoes, both of you. He jogged up the stairs, where Skye was getting ready to grab a shower of her own. I can't find my shoes, Tina called. Look in the kitchen. And the garage, he called back. Everything okay? Skye asked. Yes. I'm taking the kids with me to pick up food. Why don't you take a soak in the tub and relax for a bit? I might take you up on that offer. Skye grabbed a stack of towels. They were the fluffy new ones, but he knew better than to mention it. Enjoy. We'll be back. He went back down the stairs. Take your time, she called before closing the door. He heard the water running before he reached the bottom step. Let's go, guys. 20 minutes later, he finally had them buckled into their car seats, and they were on the road. The pizzas he'd ordered were ready and waiting for them by the time they reached the brick oven. Next stop, grocery store. I'm thinking ice cream sundaes. And it would give him a chance to pick up a bottle of wine to go with the mushroom and roasted red pepper pizza he'd ordered for himself and Skye. Can we get sprinkles? And chocolate sauce? And mini marshmallows? Yes, 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 and we'll need whipped cream. Anything else? Ben asked, holding Tina's hand, carrying a shopping basket in the other. Let me think. Gummy bears could be good. James scanned the candy on the shelf they passed. And these? Tina pulled him over to a display of Mandams. All right. Now, let's go pick some ice cream. He grabbed a bottle of red as they passed the wine display, strategically placed past the dark chocolate. Whoever had designed this store knew what they were doing. He could see the floral department from here. Choosing ice cream had been trickier than he'd expected. In the end, they'd settled for 3 different flavors. Only the reminder that their cheese pizza was getting cold had made Tina and James relent. Looks like you guys are going to have a party tonight, the cashier said when they finally checked out. Yes, ma'am. An ice cream party. We earned it because we worked all day in the yard, James proclaimed, Tina nodding her agreement. Ben bit back a laugh and herded his offspring back to the car. I was starting to wonder where you were. Skye was waiting for them in the kitchen, wrapped in his bathrobe. We grabbed some ice cream for dessert. It was a tough decision. Ben put the 4 grocery bags on the counter, holding up the bottle of wine to her. I can see that. Looks like you bought half the candy aisle. Skye smiled and turned to pull 2 wine glasses from the cabinet. The doors were still missing, giving them easy access to dishes and cookware. He kinda liked it and made a mental note to incorporate open shelf designs into their next house. Who's ready to eat pizza? He asked. Me. Tina pulled his hand. Me first. I'm the oldest, James said. Technically, your father is the oldest. Tell you what. Go sit on the couch and turn your TV show back on. I'll bring you each a slice, Skye said. Can we watch a movie? James asked. How about Frozen? Tina asked. It was her favorite. Not again. James groaned. I have an idea. There's a pretty fun movie I don't think either of you has seen. It's about a rat who wants to become a chef. Ben followed his children into the living room and rented a copy of Ratatouille. The kids barely nibbled their pizza. They were engrossed in the movie. Halfway through, they took an ice cream break before snuggling back up on the couch, wrapped in blankets. He looked over a little while later, and both his children had drifted off to sleep. Want me to turn this to something else? Skye shook her head, snuggled against him, wrapped in a blanket of her own. I'm kinda invested in this. Let's finish it. He relaxed back into the cushion, and the next thing he knew, it was morning. Bright light streamed into the eastern-facing windows, and the scent of freshly brewed coffee wafted up his nose. He gently lifted Tina off himself. Daddy? Her eyes fluttered open. Shoo. Go back to sleep. He settled her next to her sleeping brother before extricating himself from the blanket. Coffee? Skye asked. She was dressed in the clothes from yesterday, except that they were clean. He had no idea when she'd gotten around to doing laundry. Yes, please. Make it a double. He rolled his shoulders, trying to loosen up the kink in his neck. I can't believe we fell asleep on the couch. Skye pulled his world's best dad mug from the cabinet and filled it with coffee before adding 2 spoons of sugar. Dark and sweet, just the way he liked it. After all that work, followed by pizza and 2 glasses of wine? I'd be more surprised if we hadn't fallen asleep. He smiled. It was nice to have everyone back under one roof. Even if living here felt a little like camping. True. We should probably let James and Tina sleep a little longer. She sat down at the kitchen table they'd kept in here for now. A modern bistro set was already on its way to replace it. Ben took the seat across from her. What do you want to do about breakfast? I can go pick something up. Way ahead of you. I ran out and got a box of donuts from Miss Aaron's bakery. Skye laughed at his surprise. I can't believe I slept through that. I can. You and your children were out. All 3 of you were snoring a little. I don't snore, he said, louder than he meant to. Skye shushed him. Want proof? She turned on her phone and slid it over to him. She'd filmed the 3 of them sound asleep on the couch. That's not snoring. That's deep breathing. We need oxygen. And I can't believe you filmed us. He shook his head. Y'all looked so cozy. I couldn't help myself. There was an undertone to the statement. He wondered if part of her missed what they had back before he put his secret plan into action. Why don't you guys stay and spend the day? We could get to work on the front yard and use up some of the soil. He took a sip of his coffee. Aren't your parents coming into town today? Skye asked. Not until later this afternoon. We can go out to lunch and then head over to see them. I wish I could, but we have too much to do. James has his pet reading session at the library in an hour, and I need to swing by the salon. I have a couple of appointments this afternoon. Skye rose and put the box of donuts in between them, choosing one for herself. Ben picked one covered chocolate and crushed peanuts, his favorite. How about this, Ben? I take James to the library, and you take Tina home. He was curious about this program that involved reading to a rabbit that had made such a difference in his son's life. What about your parents? Skye asked, biting into her glazed donut. They are heading straight to Miss Doris's place. They can get settled in. What if I pick up Tina on my way back from the library and take them over to see them? We can hang out on the beach and meet you for dinner at Mary's later. Skye took her time, finishing her treat and washing it down with the rest of her coffee. I can do that. I'll pack the kids' bathing suits and sand toys. Chapter 19. Another unexpected visit so soon? What's up? Robin asked when Skye showed up at her doorstep, Tina in tow. I can't come to see my favorite sister and niece? Skye asked, watching Tina run past Robin into the apartment to greet baby Grace. Who wasn't really a baby anymore. The little girl was quickly reaching the toddler stage, pulling herself up in the playpen. Of course you can. Come on in. Coffee? I made a fresh pot. Robin stepped aside and closed the door behind Skye. No, thank you. I had 2 cups already this morning. Skye stepped into the living room in time to see her daughter scaling the side of the playpen, one leg thrown over the top. Tina, don't climb in there with Grace. You're too big. But, Mama, Tina's lower lip came out and her eyes went big. How about this? I put Grace on the floor, and the 2 of you can play with some of her toys. But you have to be gentle and help me keep an eye on her, okay? Robin asked, picking up her stepdaughter and setting her on the floor next to Tina. I'll watch her. Good for you, Aunt Robin. I'm a great babysitter. And I take good care of my dolls. Tina's serious tone made Skye smile. Remember, Grace is more breakable than your dolls, Skye reminded her. Even more breakable than Grandma's dolls? Tina asked, referring to the woman's collection of porcelain dolls. Even more breakable than that. Be very gentle with her. And remember, Grace is still very little. She can't do everything you can do, and she doesn't always understand us. Skye took a seat on the couch in view of both girls. Do you want some water instead? Or juice? I have some herbal tea too. Robin looked at her. Water is good. Thank you. Skye settled in to watch the girls until her sister got back from the kitchen. What's gotten you out of the house so early on a Sunday morning? James's library thing? Robin asked, handing her a glass of ice water. Sort of. We spent the night over at the old house. Ben offered to take James, and I wasn't quite ready to go back home to Mom and Dad. And listen to her mother's lament about how worried she'd been all night. In truth, she doubted either of her parents had noticed their absence. That's kind of big. What happened? Robin asked. It's not that big of a deal, really. I took the kids over there yesterday afternoon. We worked in the yard, ordered pizza, and fell asleep watching Ratatouille. That's a great movie. It's about a rat who wants to be a chef. Have you seen it? Tina asked. I have, sweetie. You're right. It's a good movie, Robin said. We should make some ratatouille, Mama, Tina added before returning her attention to the shape-matching game she was playing with Grace. We will, Skye promised. Do you want to talk about it? Robin asked softly. Not right now. Skye looked at her daughter. I have an idea. It's such a pretty day. Why don't the four of us head down to the park for a little while? Grace is about ready for her nap anyway, and she always sleeps better in the stroller. What do you say? Robin rose without waiting for an answer and packed a small diaper bag. The one with the playground and the big slide? Tina asked. That's the one. It didn't take them long to walk the short distance to the small city park that was close to Robin and Parker's apartment. Can I go play? Tina asked when she spotted a friend from preschool on the play structure. Go have fun. Aunt Robin and I are going to walk around the playground with Grace until she's asleep. Look around for me if you need me, Skye said before watching her daughter run through the sand to join her friend. What's going on with you and Ben? Are the two of you finally back together? Robin asked. Skye shook her head. Last night was an accident. All four of us passed out on the couch. Nothing else happened. It wasn't the whole truth. They'd had a moment that had felt like coming home, but it had been fleeting. Ben still wouldn't tell her what he was up to, but she was starting to question if he was cheating on her. None of his actions made any sense. He bought her wine and her favorite ice cream. He'd insisted she take a bath. He'd pulled her close on the couch. But there were things he was hiding. Like how he knew Annette and why the two of them spent time together. Why he'd quit his job. Why he was so ready to sell the house. Do you want to get back together? Make this work? Robin asked. It's what's best for the kids, Skye said. That's not what I asked. What do you want? Are you ready to move on? Skye shook her head. I tried. I even downloaded one of those dating apps. The dry laugh that escaped her lips surprised her. What happened? Robin slowed down their pace. Grace had drifted off to sleep. I met a nice older guy. We went on a dinner date. Skye quickly recalled the encounter at the steakhouse and their mutual decision to not pursue things any further. That's big. Robin pushed the stroller next to a bank. A large oak tree shaded the sleeping child. Skye took a seat, turning to be able to keep an eye on Tina. It was a mistake. I'm not ready to see anyone else. No matter how much it would make things easier if you had someone else to share the burden with? Robin asked gently. Skye nodded. I'm tired, sis. Tired of working long hours. Tired of rushing back and forth to make sure the kids are where they need to be. Tired of pinching every penny to make sure the lights are on and there's food on the table at Mom and Dad's. I can help with that. No. You guys are barely scraping by, and you've done your part. You took care of them for years. It's my turn. I'm the one living with them. And without the mortgage payment looming over them, they'd be fine. They had a roof over their head and a pantry full of food. They'd be fine. Skye would keep telling herself that until she believed it. Is Ben looking for something else? Robin asked. As far as I can tell, he's delivering pizza and working on the house. I don't know what he's planning on doing. Every time I bring up the topic, he changes it. A game they'd been playing for close to a year now. It was getting old. And you're not ready to set him an ultimatum? Robin asked. I thought I did by moving out. If that didn't work, what will? But you had a good time yesterday? What about this morning? Robin asked, adjusting the blanket that was covering Grace as she slept in the stroller. I didn't stay around very long this morning. She'd run out of there as soon as she could. That sounds like you, Robin said, the smile on her face softening the words. Run away? Yeah, I'm good at that. It's how I solve most of my problems. What about this one? Are you going to run away from Ben and your marriage? Or are you going to fight for it? That's the question, isn't it? Skye looked over at the playground where her daughter was running and laughing. I want what's best for my kids. What they need is parents who are happy. You're not wrong. I wish I knew what would make both of us happy. If it was up to me. Guess what? It is. If you love him, and you think the two of you have a shot at being happy together, you need to fight for your marriage. Robin looked fierce, like she was ready to go into battle with her. That's easier said than done. Skye sighed. Oh, please. What happened to my fearless big sister, who would defend me from the biggest bullies in school? Robin asked. She's tired. That's what happened. Skye leaned back and closed her eyes, enjoying the sunlight warming her face. Mama, I'm thirsty. Did we bring something to drink? And snacks? Tina jumped into her lap, covering Skye's shirt and pants with sand. We didn't, sweet pea. It's about time to go home, Skye said, glancing at her watch. They'd been at the park longer than she'd realized. I don't want to go home yet, Tina whined. Daddy and James will be back soon, and then Daddy is taking you to the beach to go swimming, Skye said. Really? Let's go. Tina jumped up. Go say goodbye to your friend, and then we'll walk back to Aunt Robin's house. Skye smiled at the sight of her daughter skipping off. She'd do anything for that little girl and her brother. That's the look I've been waiting for. Robin rose and gently turned Grace's stroller around. What look's that? Skye asked, pulling her phone out of her pocket. The determined one that tells me you're ready to fight for what you and Ben have, she corrected herself. You know what? I am. Skye pulled up the dating app and deleted it from her phone. She was done playing games. Chapter 20. Is he your son? Ben turned around and came face to face with an older woman wearing a flower print dress and a navy cardigan. Yes. He has made such great progress since joining the program. I think James and Elmer are my most successful reading pair. Elmer is the rabbit, she added, pushing her glasses up on her nose. Ben smiled. I assumed. It's been a huge help at school. Thank you for doing this. You're very welcome. Did you know that all the animals here are available for adoption? she asked. Even the rabbit? Ben asked, surprised. Yes, even Elmer. If you ask me, he and James have a special bond that shouldn't be broken. I brought the option to adopt up with your wife. She trailed off. We're not really in a place to adopt a pet at the moment. We're in the process of selling our home. That's too bad. She walked over to James, kneeled down on the floor, and gently asked him to finish up. Can I give Elmer a treat before I leave? His son asked. Of course. The librarian reached into the pocket of her cardigan, producing a hard cookie-looking thing. It didn't look very appetizing to Ben, but the rabbit seemed to appreciate it, gently taking the treat from James's small fingers. I hope Elmer won't forget me, James said, as they walked to the car a few minutes later. You fed him, and you've been reading to him for weeks. I don't think he'll forget you anytime soon, Ben assured his son. What if he finds a new family and leaves? He'll forget me if he has someone new to take care of him. James took his hand, and something in the look of his son's eyes told Ben this was about more than his relationship with the fluffy rodent. I promise you have nothing to worry about. He'd make sure of that. Like it or not, it was time to tell Skye why he'd spent so much time away from them lately. And it was time for the four of them to get back to being a family. He didn't know how that was going to happen with him moving to Greenville for a bit, but there had to be a way. What are we doing this afternoon? Mom said something about a surprise, but I wasn't supposed to ask you until after the library. James looked at him with big eyes while Ben checked that he was buckled into the car seat. We are going to go pick up your sister, and then we're going to go see Grandma and Grandpa Daly. They are staying on the beach for a few days, and I thought we could go say hi and go for a swim. What do you think? And play in the sand? Can we bring our beach toys? James's face lit up with excitement. Of course. I bet your mom already has everything packed up and ready to go. Ben put his own seat belt on and pulled out of the parking lot. It didn't take long to make the short drive to his in-laws' house. To his surprise, Skye wasn't there, but Tina was waiting, and the large beach bag was packed with bathing suits, toys, towels, and a big tube of sunscreen. We're going to the beach, Tina said when she climbed in beside her brother. I know. I'm going to build a huge sandcastle, James said, any thought of Elmer gone. And I'm going to swim like a mermaid. See? I have a tail. Tina put her legs together, moving them up and down in unison. Ben shook his head and got back into the car, heading to Miss Doris's house where his parents were staying for the week. I guess you two haven't seen your grandparents in a while, have you? Miss Doris asked. She'd invited them to hang out on the large back deck, and both of his children were clinging to his legs, acting shy. You remember Grandma and Grandpa Daly, don't you? Ben asked, trying to pull James forward and get him to shake hands or at least say hello. Why don't I go grab some snacks and give you guys a chance to get acquainted? You two look like you could use some milk and cookies. Miss Doris winked at the kids and disappeared through the large sliding glass door. Yes, please, James called after her. They can talk, his father muttered under his breath, earning him an elbow in the side from his wife. What did you guys do this morning? His mother asked, taking a seat at the outdoor dining table. Ben took the seat across from her, pulling a chair out for James and putting Tina in his lap. We were at the library. James, why don't you tell Grandma about the book you read? Ben suggested. It was about dragons and knights and two kids who traveled there in a tree. Elmer liked it. Is Elmer a friend from school? Grandma Daly asked. Tina giggled, and James grinned from ear to ear. No, Elmer is a rabbit. I read to him at the library sometimes. It's a program to encourage children to practice reading out loud, Ben explained. It's been very helpful. That's nice. His mother looked around like she was looking for inspiration to continue the conversation. Anybody ready for cookies and milk? Miss Doris asked, pushing the door open with her elbow. His father jumped up to take the tray from her that held 2 glasses of milk and a large plate of cookies. "What kind are those?" Tina asked, eyeing the large, round treats. "Those are monster cookies. They have a little bit of everything in them." "Try one," Miss Doris encouraged. Tina jumped off Ben's lap and sat down next to the older woman. The two of them were soon engrossed in a conversation about what kind of candy would be appropriate to add to a cookie. James got involved as well, and before long, the conversation shifted to sharks and mermaids. "How was the drive out here?" Ben asked, turning his attention to his parents. "It was fine until we got to Columbia. You know what a mess that usually is." His father shook his head. "I thought it was worse once we got into Myrtle Beach." "Isn't it too early for this many tourists?" his mother asked. "Not really. It stays busy year-round, and there are some schools that are already on spring break," Ben said. His own kids had a few more weeks to go, and the ocean was still quite cold, but it wasn't keeping eager vacationers away. "I guess it's good for business." His father turned to look out over the ocean. "It is. The whole greater area is booming." Ben turned his attention to Tina, who was tugging on his shirt. "Can we go swimming now?" his daughter asked. "Sure, honey. Can we change at your place?" Ben turned to ask his mother. "The green bedroom is open. Why don't you make yourself comfortable there? It has a bathroom down the hall if y'all want to rinse off when you come back in," Miss Doris said. "That would be great. Thank you." Ben rose. "Why don't you wait here with Grandma and Grandpa? I'll run out to the car to grab our beach bags." "Can I stay with you instead?" Tina asked Miss Doris, grabbing her hand. "Of course. We'll stay out here and talk to your grandparents." "How about that?" Miss Doris pulled Tina into her lap. Ben sent her a grateful smile. "I'll walk with you," his mother said, following him around the yard to the front where he'd parked the car. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yes. I expected James and Tina to be a little more excited to see their grandparents." She fell into step beside him. "They're a little shy, that's all." He unlocked the trunk and grabbed the bag Skye had packed, along with a smaller one that held his swimsuit and a couple of beach towels he'd found in the garage. "They don't seem very shy around Miss Doris." "They are around her more. Miss Doris is at every town function, and we run into her at least once a week. He stopped himself. "She's a sort of honorary grandmother, isn't she?" His mother shook her head. Ben shut the trunk and locked the car. "More like a friendly neighbor. She always has cookies. You lived here long enough to remember. She's always been that way. She's a Palmer Island institution. And I'm sure the kids will warm up to you. They just need a little time to get to know you. They barely remember you." "We saw them at Christmas," his mother said, a little louder than intended. "For a couple of hours, and don't take this the wrong way, but they paid more attention to all the gifts you got them than to you." He smiled to take the sting of his underhanded criticism. They'd overdone it for the past few years, trying to make up for their lack of time with his kids by showering them with extravagant gifts. "I'm sure you're right. Why didn't Skye come with you?" "Is everything okay with you too?" his mother asked. So this was the real reason she was accompanying him. The realization caused him to quicken his step. Of course. She had to work. "I think it's a client for a wedding." His wife rarely worked on Sundays unless it was a favor for someone for a special occasion. "Is she joining us later?" "I believe so. I'll call her when we get back in from the beach." "Good. I don't like this whole idea of her and the kids moving out. It's not good for a family to be separated. If you ask me, it's a mistake. Couldn't you rent something for the 4 of you? You make good money at the bank." "Renovations are expensive, Mom." Ben turned the corner, relieved that James ran up to drag him inside to get changed. Neither one of his parents was in the backyard when he returned, a child on each hand. Half an hour later, getting both of them into bathing suits and covering them in waterproof sunscreen had taken longer than expected. Your parents are out on the beach. I gave your father one of my beach umbrellas. He said they'd get everything set up for you. Look for orange and white stripes, Miss Doris said. Will do. Thank you for all your help, Ben said. Anytime. It's why my husband and I bought the place. For the kids to enjoy the beach and the ocean. It warms my heart every time a new generation gets that chance. Build a big sandcastle, she said to James and Tina. We'll build one so big you can see it all the way from over here, James promised before running toward the steps that led over the dunes. His parents sat in beach chairs under the umbrella a few yards down the beach. Ben put down their bag of towels and ran after Tina, who went straight to the water. They played hard, running around in the water and jumping the waves. He was building a sandcastle with his kids when his mother walked up. Your father and I are going to go in and take a little rest before dinner. Stop by on your way out, and I'll help you get the kids cleaned up, she said. We don't have to go yet, do we? James asked. I don't want to take a rest. Or a nap. I'm too big for naps, Tina said. We'll play a little longer, but a rest before dinner might not be a bad idea. Or at least a snack. Ben had no idea what time it was, but by the look of the sun, they had plenty of time to finish the sand castle and go for another swim. Too bad his parents didn't seem up for either. Chapter 21. There you are. All eyes were on Skye at the words of her mother-in-law. The rest of her family was seated around one of the larger tables in the back at Mary's. Sorry I'm late. Mom needed help to reorganize the pantry, and I lost track of time. Skye glanced around the table. Ben shot her a questioning look, but said nothing to call out her little white lie. She'd been the one who'd decided that the pantry needed to be cleaned out. Her mother couldn't care less what it looked like as long as it held food. The house had felt too quiet without the kids all afternoon. Her mom had been sleeping, and her dad was in the garage all afternoon, as usual. The pantry had seemed like an easy distraction. Until she'd realized how much expired food it held, hidden in the back. Mama, look at my hair. Grandma Daly got me these and braided it for me. Tina ran up and turned her head from one side to the other. It was fixed in a nice French braid with small silver combs holding her daughter's wispy hair. A matching silver clasp held the end of the braid. That's beautiful, honey. I love the combs. Skye hoped they weren't made from actual silver. Knowing her mother-in-law, they were, and she'd be expected to keep Tina from losing them. Grandpa Daly is taking me fishing tomorrow morning. I have a rod and net, but Dad wouldn't let me bring it inside. It's in the car. James glanced at his sister's hair accessories. And I have this. Tina held up her hand, a small bracelet with several silver charms dangling from it. It was about to slip off her small wrist. Skye bit back a groan and looked at her in-laws. That's very nice of you, but you didn't have to do that. It was fun. We don't get to see the grandkids that often. Let me spoil them rotten while we're here. Denise motioned for Tina to come over to her and, to Skye's surprise, her daughter climbed into the older woman's lap. Skye took the seat next to Ben and shot him a questioning look. Let it go. I'll explain later, he whispered, while spreading his napkin across his lap. We went ahead and ordered, since the kids are hungry, Charles said. Like a bear, James added. Playing on the beach will do that to you. Did you guys have fun? Skye asked. We built a huge sand castle. James stood up and raised his hands as high as they'd go. That's a slight exaggeration, but it turned out pretty impressive. I took some pictures. Ben slid his phone over, and Skye looked through the images with her son. I tried to be a mermaid, but it was so cold. Tina jiggled back and forth on her grandmother's lap, wrapping her arms around herself. Her lips turned blue, James said before returning his attention to pointing out every detail of their sand sculpture. They did, but she warmed up pretty quick in the sun. I keep forgetting how cold the water is this early in the year. Ben put a reassuring hand on hers. I told you it was too early in the year to let the kids get in the water. But with their mother promising them they could go swimming, Denise shook her head. I took them out, Ben said. He wasn't exactly coming to her defense, but it was something. I promised them a trip to the beach, nothing more. Skye took a calming breath, returning her attention to James and the last of the pictures on Ben's phone. Here comes the food, Robert said. I ordered for you, Ben said, glancing at her and pulling his hand away. Thank you. The food smelled delicious and made her stomach growl. It surprised Skye. After the mess she'd cleaned up this afternoon, she wasn't sure she'd be able to eat. It had taken a long hot shower and a walk out in the garden to let her hair dry to get over the worst of it. I'm surprised you didn't join us. Ben said something about work at the salon? Denise asked, looking at her grilled chicken salad suspiciously. A client came in to get her hair done before her engagement party. They were taking pictures for the announcement and invitations, I believe. And you didn't feel like driving out to Miss Doris's place after that? Charles asked. I figured I'd give you a chance to hang out with your grandkids, Skye said. Grandma and Grandpa had to go take a nap. James turned his attention to the chicken strips and fries Cindy, their server, placed in front of him. Is this okay? Ben asked when Skye received her food. Perfect. Thank you. I'm famished. Everyone went quiet for a while, turning their attention to the food in front of them. Even Tina gave her full attention to the bowl of macaroni and cheese. Everything okay with your food, Mom? Ben asked. Unlike the rest of the crew, Denise was not digging in. I'm sure it's fine. I'm not terribly hungry. She took a sip of her wine before stealing a fry from her husband's plate. I'm sure Mary would be happy to make you something else, Skye said. There's no need. I sleep better if I don't eat anything too heavy in the evening. Denise moved the pieces of chicken around in her bowl, finally choosing one and popping it into her mouth. I don't like salad either, Grandma, James said. You don't like anything green, Skye added with a chuckle. Getting her son to eat his vegetables was a daily battle. One she thankfully wouldn't have to fight tonight. How's your food? Ben asked softly, pointing at the cheeseburger and sweet potato fries he'd ordered for her. It's perfect. Thank you. She smiled at her husband before picking up one of the fries and popping it into her mouth. Denise looked like she had another comment about Skye's lack of parenting skills, but Ben spoke up before she could get a word in. I didn't like salads or broccoli, or even tomatoes until I was in high school. Ketchup was as close as I'd get to a vegetable, he said. Mom makes us eat ours. Daddy does too, Tina muttered before shoving more noodles into her mouth. That's good, Denise said, returning her attention to the salad in front of her. Skye couldn't wait for this dinner to be over. Did anyone leave room for dessert? Charles asked before Skye had a chance to finish her burger. I did. I always leave room for dessert, James said quickly. Me too, Tina added. Well, in that case, what sounds good? Cake, ice cream, pie? Charles smiled at the children, ignoring Skye's silent plea to stop the madness. Between the soda and dessert, it would be impossible to get them to bed on time. How about you two? Pie and some coffee? Charles asked. Yes, to the pie, no to the coffee. Unless you're ready to head back? Ben asked, turning to Skye. There was no way she was going to play the bad guy and refuse to let the kids have dessert. We have a little time. Good, that's settled. I wonder if they have a dessert menu around here. Charles looked around. The always attentive Cindy was light years ahead of him, walking over with 4 of the smaller menus, handing one to each adult at the table. How about you two? Let me guess? The Sunday special? A bowl of ice cream with a little bit of everything on top? Cindy asked the children, giving the adults a moment to peruse the offerings. Does it have whipped cream? James asked, looking so serious. Skye had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. Of course. And a cherry on top. Otherwise, we couldn't call it a Sunday now, could we? Cindy's lip twitched. What about sprinkles? Tina asked. Would you like sprinkles? Tina's head nodded, one of the silver combs almost falling out in the process. Then I'll make sure it will have sprinkles. How about you? Any special requests? Cindy looked at James. Gummy worms. Sour ones. The serious expression was gone, replaced by mischief that made his green eyes sparkle. Can't promise you that one, but I'll see what I can do. Cindy turned to look at Charles. What pie do you recommend? He asked. Peanut butter, Skye and Ben said in unison. Mary is famous for her pie. Don't you remember, Dad? You haven't been gone from the island that long, Ben added. How about a slice of apple pie? A la mode if possible. Charles closed the menu and handed it to Cindy. How about you? Any dessert? Cindy looked at Denise. I'll take a slice of that peanut butter pie, she said to Skye's surprise. As do we. One each. Ben didn't bother looking at Skye. He knew full well she wasn't walking out of here without a slice of that pie. It was legendary. 3 peanut butter pies, an apple a la mode, and 2 Sunday specials, coming right up, Cindy said. When Skye was pregnant with Tina, I'd have to run down here, before the diner, closed to grab her a slice. Ben smiled and put a hand on Skye's leg. She remembered those days. It hadn't been an easy pregnancy, and most days, or nights, the pie had been the only thing she'd been able to stomach. That must have been not long after we moved to Greenville, Denise said. It was. Skye remembered the relief she'd felt when her in-laws had announced their move. Something about Charles taking a consulting job upstate that somehow had never materialized. Nevertheless, the couple hadn't moved back to stay close to their son and his family. Not that she'd minded. It had been easier this way. We missed so much, seeing the kids only once or twice a year. Denise sighed before drinking the last of her wine. Skye bit her tongue. It's not that long of a drive, Ben said, earning him a smile. I know. I don't see why the 4 of you don't come up to visit. There's a lot of fun stuff to do. Parks, shops, the zoo. There's a zoo? James's ears perked up. There is. It's a nice one. I hear they have all kinds of animals. I'll take you when you come visit, Denise promised. Skye shot a look at Ben. This was the first time she'd heard of an invitation to come visit. Ben put a hand on hers. She wasn't sure if it was to reassure or a request to keep her mouth shut. The almost imperceptible shaking of his head told her what she needed to know. Maybe we can work something out over a long weekend, he said. Who's ready for dessert? Cindy asked, returning in record time with a large tray of pies and ice cream. Skye would have to send the woman a thank you card. Me. Both children jumped out of their seats. Cindy somehow managed to place the large bowls of ice cream in front of them without incident, though it had been a close call. How she kept the tray with the remaining desserts upright, Skye couldn't figure out. It had to be a skill you could only gain through years of waiting tables. You found gummy worms. James stared at Cindy, obviously impressed. Of course I did. This is Mary's. We aim to please. She smiled and placed a large slice of peanut butter pie in front of Skye. Thank you. You've gone above and beyond, Ben said, echoing Skye's thoughts. That pie does look good. Charles eyed the slice on his son's plate. Cindy, could we have 3 more slices? 2 of them to go, please? And put it on a separate bill, if you don't mind, Skye said. You've got it, hun. Coming right up. Cindy walked off to take another order, the tray tucked under her arm. I still don't understand why you and the kids moved out. The house can't be that bad. If you renovate and paint room by room. It's not that simple, Ben interrupted his mother. It is when you make a bit of an effort. Charles cut a piece of his apple pie with his fork, scooping up some ice cream and popped it into his mouth. How are your Sundays? Skye asked her children. Awesome. These gummy worms are hitting the spot, James said. Tina was too busy shoveling ice cream covered in sprinkles to respond. At least both of her children seemed happy and too occupied to notice the direction the adult conversation was taking. We are doing some major renovations. Both bathrooms and the kitchen are all but demolished at this point. Believe me, it's easier on all four of us this way, and Skye's parents don't mind the company. Ben turned his attention to his own desert. They do. They enjoy having the kids around. Skye knew it was a petty remark, but she couldn't help herself. Not even the pie was enough to cover the bad taste Denise and Charles's comments were leaving in her mouth. Then again, the Dailies had never approved of her, and that wasn't about to change. A last name was all she shared with the older couple. That and a love for their son. Why don't we head over there after dinner, and the two of you can show us around, Charles said, putting down his fork. I have to get these kids to bed. It's getting late, and they both have school in the morning. Skye glanced at her watch. Tomorrow morning wasn't going to be fun, and it would take a while to get these two to calm down after all the excitement and sugar. It's still early. Besides, can't you pull them out of school? We're only here for the week, and I was hoping to take them shopping tomorrow. Denise looked from Ben to Skye and back to her son. James needs to go to school, Mom, and Tina thrives on the routine preschool gives her. I'm sure we can meet up in the afternoon after they get back and James has a chance to do his homework. Ben's voice was firm. Thank you, Skye mouthed before turning to their children. Finish up. We need to get home. It's past your bedtime already. James and Tina protested, but when she threatened to leave before they got a chance to finish dessert, both of them relented. Tell Grandma and Grandpa Daily good night and thank them for dinner, Skye instructed a few minutes later. James had finished his sundae, but Tina's was a puddle of cream with melting sprinkles. By the time the children had finished their goodbyes, Cindy arrived with the rest of the pies. I'll take care of it. Ben took the bill for the pies, his father insisting on paying for the main meal. Thanks. I'll call you in the morning, Skye said, grabbing the box with the 2 slices of pie she'd ordered for her parents. Ruth Warren loved nothing better than Mary's peanut butter pie. I'll walk you out, Ben said, sliding the 3rd slice of pie in his father's direction. For me? Charles asked, his eyes lighting up. Ben nodded, and Skye realized how much her son looked like his paternal grandfather. They shared the same sweet tooth, too. Time to go. Ben took each child by the hand and walked out the door, Skye following a few steps behind. You didn't have to come out here, Skye said, buckling Tina into her seat. I wanted to. Sorry about all those questions. I'll take them over to the house before dropping them off at Miss Doris's. I'm sure once they see the state the place is in, they'll drop it. Ben closed the door behind James, opening the driver's side for her. Thanks. Skye got into the car, buckled, and started the engine. Good night, Skye. Ben leaned over and kissed her cheek before shutting the door. Good night, she whispered, knowing he couldn't hear her. Skye caught a glimpse of her husband in the rearview mirror as she pulled out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Chapter 22. I see why Skye didn't want to stay here. This place is a mess. What were you thinking, Ben? Denise spun around the living area, taking in the chaos that had been his home for the past few weeks. Ben wondered if he and Skye had overdone it the other day. It certainly had scared away the potential buyers Catherine had brought by. This looks like more than a few upgrades to me. What's really going on here, son? His father walked through the house, taking in every detail, including the paint samples and the plans for the bathroom renovations Ben had drawn up. I told you. We are giving the house a major overhaul, Ben said, hoping his father would drop it. And the yard as well, from the looks of it. His mother looked out the sliding glass door. The light was fading, but it was bright enough to see that they had dismantled the play area and the yard was being landscaped. Are you in some sort of trouble? His father asked, putting a hand on Ben's shoulder. What makes you think that? He asked. Because this looks to me like you're putting the house up for sale. Am I wrong? Ben shook his head. He wasn't going to outright lie to his parents' faces. Even if this was none of their beeswax. You are selling the house? Why? His mother turned and stared at him, her eyes wide and full of concern. It's what's best for the four of us right now. Ben turned and walked into the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water from the sink. You and Skye are divorcing? His father asked. It didn't sound like much of a question. I knew this was a mistake. I told you the moment you. I know how you felt about me proposing to Skye, and no, we are not getting a divorce. We're going through some things, but we're working them out. And that's why she's moved out, and you're selling the house? His mother asked, hands on her hips. I don't know why you'd want to sell this place now, anyway. In this market, you hold on to property. Especially here on the island. This house could be worth something one day. This house is worth something now, and with the improvements, it's worth quite a bit. Enough to give me and my family the fresh start we need. Ben slammed the glass down on the counter with enough force he'd worried it would shatter in his hand. To his relief, it was fine. He didn't have time for a trip to the emergency room to get stitches. Or this conversation. You wouldn't need a fresh start if you'd gone to college like planned, his father said. Plans change. Ben turned and stared at both of them. I'm a grown man who can decide what's best for him and his family. I don't need you to tell me what I should and shouldn't do. Selling the house is what's best for us. All I'm asking is that you think about how this will affect you in the long run. I know that doesn't come naturally to you. You've always been so impulsive. Charles shook his head, disappointment written all over his father's face. I'm not impulsive, and trust me, I know what the market looks like. Houses will always go up in value here. That doesn't mean that hanging on to something that no longer serves us is the right call. Believe me when I tell you that I have thought this through and know what I'm doing. I'm a banker, for crying out loud. Or at least had been until recently. Son, we only want the best for you. Maybe a separation isn't the worst idea. His father put a hand on his arm. Ben shrugged it off. Think about what this has cost you already. You had such big plans before Skye became pregnant. His mother sat down at the table, looking sad, tired, and much older than she had earlier today. You say that like it was her fault, Ben bit out, not enjoying the direction this conversation was headed in again. Wasn't it, though? She asked, looking up at him. It takes two to make a baby, Ben said. What your mother is trying to say. I know what Mom's saying. It's what she's been saying from the day I told you we were expecting and getting married. That Skye got pregnant on purpose. That she was trying to trap me. Snag someone to take care of her. And I keep telling you, it isn't true. Skye worked at least as hard as I have to get us where we're at. You two need to drop it or stay out of our lives for good. Watch your tongue, son, his father warned in a raised voice. Or what? You'll ignore me and my family more than you already do? That's not going to be a problem. I think it's time for me to take the two of you back to Miss Doris's. Ben grabbed his keys off the counter and stalked to the front door, pulling it open. You're right. It's getting late. We can talk more tomorrow. Denise slung her purse over her shoulder and walked past him out the door. His father followed close behind, shaking his head. Ben raised his head at the sound of someone tapping the window beside him. Everything okay? Miss Doris asked when he rolled it down. I'm fine. I just needed a minute to think. Ben's hand went to the key to crank the car and get out of Miss Doris's driveway. Why don't you come inside for a bit? I made a fresh pot of coffee. It's decaf, she added, reading the expression on his face. It's late, Ben said, his hand still on the key. I could use the company, and you look like someone who could use a friendly face and an open-minded ear. Come on in. Miss Doris didn't wait for his response. She walked back to the house, leaving the front door wide open for him. Ben hesitated only for a moment before pulling the key out of the ignition and following her inside. Maybe she was right. And it wasn't like he was going to get to sleep anytime soon after the argument with his parents. How do you take your coffee? Miss Doris asked, pouring a cup when he made his way into the cozy kitchen. Black is fine. He sat on the bench behind the table when she motioned for him to sit down. Can I offer you a piece of pie or some cookies? Miss Doris asked, placing the cup in front of him along with a small pitcher of cream. The sugar bowl was already sitting on the table, along with a couple of spoons. No, thank you. We had dinner at Mary's. The evening had gone better than he'd expected. At least until he and his parents had gotten to the house. Let me guess, peanut butter pie for dessert? Miss Doris smiled and looked at him over her silver-rimmed glasses. She took the seat across from him, adding several spoons full of sugar and a good swig of cream to her own cup. The liquid inside turned the color of a vanilla wafer. You guessed it. After one of Mary's burgers. I'm going to be full for the next week. He patted his stomach. I doubt that. I can't blame you for the pie, though. It's hard to turn that one down. I'm grateful Mary decided not to enter the annual bake fair. She's one of the few people on the island that could give me a run for my money. Ben smiled. Your pie baking skills are legendary. I don't think you have anything to worry about. That's sweet of you to say. Now tell me what's weighing on your mind. I'm guessing you won't get a lick of sleep until you do, and with those two little ones, you're going to need all 8 hours of it. Miss Doris sat back in her chair, cup in hand, and waited for Ben to make up his mind. He wasn't sure what to tell her, if anything. It really was none of her business. But she was also the one person without a dog in the fight and had offered him a fair share of good advice over the years. Maybe it couldn't hurt to get her take on the messed up situation that was his life. Skye and I are putting the house up for sale. So I've heard. Smart move with you going back to school. Ben raised an eyebrow. How? Miss Doris smiled at him across her cup. Not much gets past me on this island. Let's just say I heard a rumor. If you ask me, it's a great idea. You've always been too smart and creative to rot away behind that desk at the bank. What are you going to school for? If you don't mind me asking. Architecture. It's what I'd wanted to do after high school. Before 2 lines on a plastic stick had changed those plans. That's wonderful. Now I understand why the two of you are working so hard on that house of yours. The right buyer will pay for a nice chunk of that schooling, won't it? Miss Doris asked, her eyes twinkling with excitement. That's the plan. Or at least have it cover our living costs for a while. I'm glad someone agrees with me on this. I take it your parents don't? That's why they rushed into the cottage without so much as a look back at you. There isn't anything that does get past you, is there? Ben muttered, taking a sip of his coffee. Of course not. But I'm sure Skye is excited. She doesn't know, yet. Miss Doris's eyebrows drew together. I don't understand. You're putting the house up for sale. You've both been working on it almost nonstop. Skye knows about the house. She doesn't know about school. She does know I quit my job. And she knew he'd been hanging around with another woman. No wonder she'd withdrawn. Let me get this right. You quit your job and went back to school, and Skye has no idea? What does she think you're doing? Miss Doris asked, her voice neutral, but there was an edge to it. An edge that the steel gray eyes mirrored. He'd never taken the time to think this through from her perspective. Without an idea of the long-term plan, his wife didn't know that everything he was doing, everything he had been doing for the past year and a half, had been for the four of them. I'm not sure. Ben's voice was soft and full of doubt. No wonder she'd withdrawn. No wonder she'd taken the kids and moved out. And like an idiot, he hadn't done anything to stop her. I should talk to her. No kidding. Miss Doris rose and held her hand out for his cup. I think you need to go talk to her right now. Before it's too late. Chapter 23. Is everything okay with your parents? Skye asked when Ben showed up on her doorstep 2 hours after they'd parted at the restaurant. They are fine. I think. We had a fight. But that's not why I'm here. Ben took a step back, turning to look up the street at a car driving past. Why are you here? Skye asked, leaning against the doorframe. She could hear the TV in the background. Her parents were watching some reality show. We need to talk. I need to catch you up on what I've been up to. Why I quit my job, that kind of thing. Ben's shoulders fell. He looked so uncomfortable, it was almost funny. Skye took a deep breath, trying to prepare herself for what was coming. Okay. Do you mind if I come in? I'd rather not do this out here. He took a step in her direction. Sure. We can go sit out back if that works for you. Skye walked into the house, not waiting for Ben to follow her. She heard the front door shut as she made her way through the kitchen and to the back door. I haven't sat out here on these steps in a while, Ben said when the two of them were settled against the closed door. It was here she'd told him she was pregnant with James all these years ago. That had been a tough conversation, but they'd made it through. Skye nodded and waited for Ben to get whatever this was off his chest. The door was still warm from the sun, easing the chills that were running down her spine as she waited for the shoe to drop. I don't know where to start, Ben said, looking as lost as she felt. Does it have something to do with why you quit your job at the bank? Skye asked. It does. Why don't you start there? She turned to look at him. This wasn't easy for him. I guess that's as good a place as any. Ben leaned back and closed his eyes. Skye noticed the small lines around his eyes. When had those appeared? She didn't remember them. Maybe it was the way the light from the moon was hitting them. It was almost full. I've been taking some classes. At night. At the community college. His voice was soft, the words coming out in spurts, with long pauses between them. Okay. That explained where he'd been all those evenings when he'd told her he had work things. Ben opened his eyes and turned to look at her, his expression changing. He'd made a decision. Here's the thing. I want to become an architect. I can't take the 9-to-5 bank thing anymore. It's selfish. I know you probably don't approve, but if I don't do it now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Why didn't you say anything? I had no idea you felt this way. Skye was stunned. Sure, he'd brought up the idea of going back to school a few times over the years, but the timing had never been good. I guess it's been brewing for a while. I thought I could swing it with night classes and then maybe an online college or something. But that's not how it works with architect school, is it? It was the only thing that made sense. It's not, and it was taking too long, taking one class at a time. I'd be retirement age before I would get my degree. He let his head fall against the door. It made a soft thud noise. Why didn't you talk to me about any of this? Skye asked, feeling a tinge of guilt that she'd been so against it in the past. I don't know. It felt selfish, and I guess I was afraid of failure. It has been a long time since we finished high school. I didn't know if I still had it in me to go back to school. What's the verdict? She asked, knowing the answer, but needing to hear it. I still have it. I have a 4.0 GPA. He smiled, and Skye's stomach did a flip. Granted, it's only community college and art class was a close call, but so far so good. You took an art class? She didn't think anything could surprise her more than what he'd shared so far, but it did. Art history. I don't know what I was thinking. It was the only elective I could take that would count for something at Clemson. Wow, slow down, buddy. Clemson? Art history? I need to catch up here. Skye's head was spinning. I've been looking at Clemson University. They have one of the best architecture programs in the state, and there are some scholarships that would help pay for it. And they would transfer what I've taken so far. Art history was one of the electives they'd take, and it was something I could fit into my schedule at the bank. Until the homework got to be a bit much. I didn't think it was going to be as hard as it turned out to be. And that's why you quit? In part. I think I realized I couldn't do both and have any time left for you guys. Honestly, I don't think I would have a shot at passing my class if you hadn't moved back here. That's why you didn't come after me? Because you needed a quiet place to do homework? Skye hated how squeaky and petty her voice sounded, but this was all too much. I thought it would give me time to figure my stuff out. And I think I have. He turned to look at her. What about the woman you had lunch with? Skye asked, holding her breath. So much was coming together, and it was not at all what she expected. Annette. We met last semester. We took the class together and, unlike me, this stuff made sense to her. She's an education major. Without her, there's no way I'd have passed and kept up my grades. That's why I bought her lunch the other day. That and because she and her husband had me over for dinner a couple of times since you left. That's nice. Skye tried not to let on how much it bothered her he'd made friends that she knew nothing about. This whole situation was weird. You should meet her. Both of them. I think you'll like them. This is important to you, isn't it? Not meeting your new friends. The school thing? She asked. It is. I felt so stuck. Dead-end job, always watching the clock. Never having enough money to give you and the kids the life you deserve. The house we dreamed about. He stared off into the backyard. It was like he didn't see the old fence that needed replacing or the tall pines behind it. He saw the drawings in the folder she'd found and the house they represented. Their dream home. You think you can make it happen? I do. I wasn't sure until last week, but I think I caught a break. Tell me about it. She took his hands in hers, needing to feel the connection to him. Skye couldn't shake the feeling that this was the moment that would make or break their marriage. I got an internship with this architecture firm in Greenville. Big outfit, and they are thriving. They need to bring on someone new and are willing to pay for a big chunk of the tuition if I agree to come work for them for a few years after. That's if things work out while I intern. That's a big deal. But Greenville? What about the kids? And her? They are thinking of opening an office down here. I'm hoping it'll be open by the time I graduate, Ben said. How long would that be? Best guess? 2.5 years. Skye swallowed. It was a long time to be apart, but shorter than she'd expected. I don't have the logistics figured out yet, and the scholarship isn't a sure thing until I go up there and work with those guys for 4 weeks, but, he stopped and looked more vulnerable than he had since the day he asked her to marry him. You want to give this a shot. That's why you wanted to sell the house. Get out from under that mortgage. So many things were clicking into place. How unhappy he'd been and what that had done to their relationship. How withdrawn and secretive he'd been the past year. I love you and the kids more than anything else in my life. That hasn't changed and never will. But this could change things for us in a major way. I could build something. Provide for us. He took her hand and drew it to his chest, holding it up to his heart. You could build us the dream house. Skye nodded. It wouldn't be easy, and she wasn't sure how she felt about the fact that it had taken him so long to open up about all this. It had almost cost them their marriage. It had made her at least consider moving on. There was a lot they needed to work through and talk about, but this was a start. I have one question for you, and I need you to answer me honestly, she said, looking straight into those green eyes of his. Anything, he promised. Why did you tell me now? Tonight, she asked. Because I finally realized that I could lose you for good if I didn't. Chapter 24. I'm heading out, Mom. Ben called over his shoulder as he walked out the door, still not used to checking back in with his parents since he'd moved in with them for the duration of the internship at Carlson and Thies. Where are you going now? You just got back from work. I thought we could have dinner together and play a round of Monopoly. Denise Daly stepped out of the laundry room, holding a pair of his boxer shorts. You don't have to do my laundry. I can take care of that when I get back. I'm going to drive Uber for a bit. He pulled his keys out of his pocket. I don't mind, and if you need money. I'm fine. We're fine. I appreciate you letting me stay here these 4 weeks. Love you. I've gotta go. He stepped out and pulled the door closed behind him before she could try to stop him again. 20 minutes later, he picked up his first clients for the night. We're going to Clemson, he asked the 2 young women. They looked like students, and the fact that he was dropping them off right in the middle of campus confirmed his suspicion. It wasn't his first fare to the college town since he'd started driving out of boredom and the desire to get away from his parents for a few hours. Yes, sir. The girls were polite, and after he'd mentioned he was married and thinking about going back to school up there, they were more than happy to talk to him. What do you like best about the school? He asked as they made their way down I-85. The small town feel. It's a big school, but it doesn't seem like it. Do you know what I mean? Ben shook his head. The professors know you by name. Everything is pretty close together. I have a friend at USC, and she's running all over town to get from one class to the next. At Clemson, you don't even need a car. Her friend smiled at him in the rearview mirror. So you'd recommend it, even for someone who wouldn't live on campus? Ben asked. The girls went quiet for a moment and looked at each other. I think it will be harder to meet people and you'd miss out on some of the social stuff. But on the flip side, you wouldn't be eating at the cafeteria much. And there's something to be said about having your own place to study and decompress. The girl speaking shrugged. I think you'll be fine. I'm guessing you won't be there to socialize and have a good time. The girls hopped out of the car after offering to give him a tour of campus, which he declined. His next fare was waiting. This one took him through downtown Clemson. He dropped the older gentleman off at a print shop in a small strip mall. The building next to it was a hair salon. One of those chain places. It had a help wanted sign in the window. With no other fares lined up, Ben cruised through some of the back streets and neighborhoods. He liked this town. It was small, but thanks to the large student population, you could find just about any type of store, restaurant, and amenity close by. A system of public buses ferried people all over the place. Not that he saw a need for them to use it. He stopped and parked at one of the local parks. Young children, about Tina and James's age, were running and playing all over the place. Older kids were competing on a baseball field farther down. Ben pulled out his phone and dialed the familiar number. Hey, stranger. Everything okay up there? Skye asked. She'd answered on the second ring. Everything's fine. I just miss you guys. What are my 3 favorite people up to? He asked. I took the kids out to the park. Had to get out of the house for a while. They were climbing the walls, and you know how my mom gets when one of her shows comes on. Skye sighed. I do. I had to get out myself. I'm up in Clemson. I think you'd like this place. The kids too. It's a lot more family-friendly than I expected. What are you saying, Ben? I'm saying you and the kids should come up here for a visit. We can rent a hotel room or something if you don't want to stay with my parents. I miss you guys. He leaned the seat back, relaxing into the conversation with his wife. Let me think about it. It's a long drive, and we'd have to come back first thing Sunday morning. Ben was asking a lot. But an idea about their future started to form, and he needed her up here to show her what he had in mind. When are Skye and the kids getting here? His mother asked. She was wearing her cherry-dotted apron and had been cleaning and baking up a storm all day. She was as excited as he was to see his children. They left 2 hours ago. I'm sure she'll call when they take a break. My best guess is that they'll make it up here between 9 and 10. Those poor kids will be exhausted. Denise shook her head. Ben was less worried about the kids. They both had no problem falling asleep in the car. His wife, on the other hand, had worked a full shift at the salon, gotten the kids ready, and was driving for 5 hours to make it up here on a Friday night. All so they could spend Saturday together as a family. That's Skye now, Ben said when his phone rang. Ask her to call when they are about 30 minutes out, so I know when to put the meatloaf in, his mother called. Ben stepped out onto the front porch, pulling the door closed behind him. Everything going okay? No, not really. I pulled over at a rest stop somewhere outside of Columbia. Robin called. Skye's voice sounded off. It was more than being tired, or the stress of traveling with 2 young children. How much longer? James asked in the background. Hang on, honey. I'm talking to your dad. Why don't you take your sister and go play on that picnic table over there? Skye opened the car door. Is that a good idea? Ben asked, images of his children running into oncoming traffic flashing through his mind. Seriously? They are fine. I'm right here. I can see them, Skye huffed, and Ben could hear the sound of seat belts unclicking and doors shutting. Sorry. I trust you. What's going on? Ben paced the length of the porch back and forth. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones. Stay on the grass, Skye called out to their children. Robin called. Mom set the kitchen on fire. The fire department got there in time. No word on the extent of the damage yet, but they got it under control. Is your mom okay? Your dad? All Ben could think of is that his wife and children could have been in the house at the time. They are fine. Dad tried to put it out himself. A neighbor called 911 and made them get out. They are with my sister. That's good. I'm sure Robin will keep us in the loop. Ben, I think I need to go back. If I hadn't left this afternoon, it still would have happened, Skye. Maybe not today. Maybe you would have caught it in time, but you can't blame yourself for this. Ruth and James Sr. are not your responsibility. Aren't they though? I'm their daughter. I live with them. If I would have. Skye, stop. This is not your fault. And they are fine. You've had a long day, and you've been on the road for hours. Tell me exactly where you are, and I'll come get you. Ben reached into his pocket. The keys were there, and he had a full tank of gas. He could be there in 2 hours. Less if he ignored the speed limit. And then what? We leave my car here? That's not an option. And I'll be no good to you up there while I'm worried sick about Mom and Dad. About the house. Someone needs to call the insurance, figure out where to stay. I'm not going to be able to talk you out of this, am I? I'll be a couple of hours behind you then. He'd have to pack, but that wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Ben Daly, don't be ridiculous. You have to go back to work on Monday. Stay put, relax, and I promise I'll call you as soon as I have news. There is nothing you can do for us down here that I can't manage. Besides, where would I put you? We're going to be cramped in Robin's place as it is. I wonder if Parker's mom would take us in for a few days. Skye had made up her mind. He could tell by her voice. All right. Get some coffee. Take your time. And call me the minute you get down there. I miss you guys. He swallowed hard. We miss you too. I was looking forward to seeing you. The longing in her voice didn't make things easier. I'll be down there next Friday. I promise, he said, wanting nothing more than to hold his wife and children. I might hold you to that. Skye's laugh didn't have the joy it usually held. I've gotta run. Round up those kids of ours and get back on the road. Be safe. Ben hung up and headed back inside. Any update? His mother asked before he had a chance to shut the door. They're not going to make it. There's been an accident at the house. Skye's heading back home to check on her folks. Ben had a bad feeling that had nothing to do with the disappointment he felt about not seeing his family for another week. He couldn't shake the feeling that today's incident could throw a wrench into the plans he'd made for his family. Chapter 25. Thanks for meeting me here, Skye said, taking a seat across from Catherine at the small table in the back of the roasted bean. It had been 3 weeks of non-stop work and parenting since Ben moved up to Greenville for his internship, and she was ready for a break. Even if it was a work thing. Thank you. You're doing me a big favor squeezing this in. The least I can do is thank you with a meal. What's good here? Catherine asked, turning to glance at the board behind the counter that held the coffee and lunch menu. I like the grilled chicken salad. And you have to try the caramelized coffee. It's the best. Skye smiled just thinking about the delicious, sweet treat. It hit the spot on an early summer day like today. That sounds like a plan. Look at this set of pictures and tell me what magic you can do to make this look like something someone wants to pay top dollar for. Catherine pushed her iPad across the table, a series of images pulled up already. Of course. By the time Catherine returned with their food and coffees, plus 2 waters, Skye had a page full of notes and a couple of Pinterest boards ready to show her friend. I'm telling you, you are my secret weapon. How much do you think all of this is going to cost my clients? Catherine scrolled through images of throw pillows, prints, and fake plants on her phone. Ballpark? $2,000 to $3,000. We can cut that in half if need be. Skye's mind was reeling with ideas for thrift shop finds. No need. That's fine. The sellers definitely have that in their budget, and I want to move this fast. Any chance you could pull this off in under 3 weeks? I'd love to hold an open house before school lets out. If the budget isn't an issue, that shouldn't be a problem. Can you have them repaint the walls? Skye looked at the hodgepodge of colors represented in the pictures Catherine had taken. Already told them about that. You tell me what color you want, and I'll make sure it gets done. I'll get that to you first thing tomorrow morning. I want to look through my paint sample catalog. Skye made a note in her planner. I can't tell you how much of a help this has been. The last place you staged for me sold in record time. I'm going to have to give you a raise. Catherine looked up at her, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Or how would you feel about a percentage of the sale? That could be interesting, Skye hedged. The extra $500 Catherine had paid her to stage the main living area and the bedrooms of the last few houses she'd listed had come in handy. Think about it. I can offer you 10% of my cut. For most places, that's well above what I've been paying you so far. And I figure you'll do even better with some skin in the game. Catherine took a bite of her salad. Have you not been happy? Skye asked, using her fork to move a few of the grilled shrimp around the bed of lettuce. Catherine laughed. Quite the opposite. Didn't I just get through talking about how much I love your work and that you make my life easier? I'm just curious to see what else you can do. You have mad talent when it comes to this stuff. Your place is going to fly off the market in no time flat. I hope so, Skye said, relief washing over her. She was enjoying this interior design gig much more than she thought. It was way more fun than cutting hair and a nice change of pace. It will. In fact, I am heading out to a showing right after this. You're welcome to tag along. Catherine dug into her salad, eating quickly. Skye followed suit, mulling over the idea for a minute or two. I don't think that's a good idea, she finally said. If you're worried about it, we don't have to tell them who you are. If anyone asks, you're my assistant, there to help me make sure the place looks good. It wouldn't be a lie. More of an omission. Catherine's brow furrowed, and Skye got the feeling her friend was regretting the invitation on second thought. I appreciate the offer, but I have to go get the kids from school. And you have my complete trust. If our house is the right fit for these people, I know you'll close the deal. At least she hoped Catherine would. With Ben in Greenville, with his heart set on going back to college, they needed a fast sale at a good price. You know I will. Catherine took a sip of her coffee. Before I forget. Some friends of mine are thinking of redoing their beach house. It's right here on the island, and the guy is loaded. You might know his wife. She owns the little flower shop on Main Street. Amy Gardner? Skye asked. She's a Maxwell now, but yes. That's her. She's looking for an interior designer, and I think you're exactly what she needs. She'll love your style and your eye for unique finds. Did I mention they are loaded? You'll have a blast shopping, and I'm sure she'll pay well. Catherine handed her a card with Amy's name and number. Are you sure about this? I'm not really qualified. Skye took the card, her hand shaking. Trust me, you're more than qualified. I wouldn't give this to you if I didn't know without a shadow of a doubt that you can do this. You are good, Skye. You have an eye for this stuff. But I'm a hairdresser. She shook her head. You're not. You're an interior designer who happens to also cut hair. For now. Catherine finished her salad, dabbing her mouth with her napkin before skillfully reapplying her lipstick without the need for a mirror. It looked flawless. Don't I need some sort of degree or certificate? Skye asked. The idea of calling herself an interior designer felt ridiculous. All she did was pick out furniture and accessories she thought would look good in a space. You don't, and you can do this. Give Amy a call. Do one of those Pinterest mock-up things you do for me and see what she thinks. I guarantee she will love it. Catherine glanced at her phone and grabbed her coffee. Heading out? Skye asked. Catherine nodded. I'm running late. Get to work on the place. I trust you and don't worry too much about the budget. We have some wiggle room. Getting the stuff here fast is my top priority. I'll call you later. Catherine rushed out the door. Skye took a few minutes to finish her meal and digest what had happened. Over the past few weeks, she and Catherine had become friends. After the real estate agent had seen what Skye and Ben had done to spruce up their own place, she'd asked Skye to help her stage a home on the other end of the island that had been on the market for a few months. It sold 3 days later. They'd been fast friends ever since, and Catherine almost had her convinced to change careers. Can I get you anything else? Vanessa asked, picking up Catherine's empty bowl and water glass. No, thanks. I'm about to head out myself. Skye put down her fork and shoved her planner and phone into her purse. Taking the iced coffee to go, she made her way to her car. Hi, Ben. I wasn't sure I'd catch you this time of day, she said, sitting in her car, the key in the ignition, waiting to be turned. I'm taking a late lunch. Crazy day at the office. I've been doing a bunch of last-minute changes on technical drawings for a client. How about you? How's your day? He asked. It was good to hear her husband's voice. It's been interesting. She quickly caught him up on everything that had happened over lunch. That's exciting. You should do it. Meet with Amy. She seems like a nice person, and I've been hearing nothing but good things about Chris Maxwell. I'll think about it. And hey, I almost forgot. Catherine is showing the house to clients right now. She invited me to come along, but I chickened out. Skye wondered if that had been a mistake. Maybe they had questions she could have answered. At the very least, she'd know how things were going instead of sitting here, waiting for a call from Catherine. Probably a good thing you're not there. The suspense would kill you, and when you get nervous he cleared his throat. I turn into a chatterbox. Besides, I have to go get the kids from school. Skye glanced at the clock on the dashboard. She had a few minutes, but no more. Time flew when you stayed busy with 2 kids and 2 jobs. Before you go, I was wondering if you and the kids could come up this coming weekend. Something in the tone of his voice made her sit up and pay attention. I thought you were coming down here. Last time I tried to leave didn't go so well. Her mom had set fire to the kitchen. Thankfully, the damage had been minimal, and they were back at the house after 2 nights of camping out in her sister's living room, but still. The thought of being gone for more than a few hours at a time made Skye's stomach knot with worry. I'd rather you and the kids came here. There's something I want to show you. Chapter 26. Ben, come on in. Mr. Carlson held open the door to the conference room. Mr. Thies and Tom, the project manager and Ben's point person during the internship, were sitting around the large mahogany table. Is there a problem with the drawings? He'd turned them in this morning, just under the deadline for the client meeting. Not at all. They are excellent, and you work well under pressure. That's why we wanted to talk to you. Mr. Thies motioned for Ben to take a seat in one of the cushy executive leather chairs that surrounded the table. The leather creaked, and the thick padding molded around his body, supporting his lower back. He'd have to get one of these for his home office one day. You have done amazing work for us these past few weeks. To be honest, you are the best intern we've had, by a long shot. Which is why we would like a chance to keep you on. Tom slid a manila envelope in Ben's direction. Ben's hands were sweating as he pulled it open. He scanned the pages. It was a recap of the offer to cover his tuition in exchange for his commitment to work for the firm for 5 years following graduation from Clemson. He looked up, confused. "Third paragraph," Tom prompted. Ben read the text. "You want me to work for you while I go to school?" "Yes. A paid position. We figured you'd need some way of making a living, and we're not past taking advantage of that fact by keeping you on." Mr. Carlson smiled. "Sir, I'm not sure you can call this taking advantage. This is more than generous. They offered to pay almost as much as he was making at the bank for 30 hours of work per week. There are no benefits since it's part-time. Is that going to be a problem?" Tom asked. Ben shook his head. The first thing he'd done the day he quit at the bank was secure health insurance for himself and his family. It wasn't cheap, but well worth it with 2 young children who got themselves into trouble more often than he cared to think about. Good. And I take it that working for us and going to school won't be a problem? We'll get you a decent laptop that connects to our network. You should be able to do most of your work from home or on campus, but we would like you to come into the office once or twice a week. Mr. Carlson rose and shook Ben's hand. I don't know what to say. Ben stared in disbelief at the men, then back at the paperwork that was waiting for his signature. Tell me you're on board, Ben. Tom can help you figure out the rest. Mr. Thies shook his hand and left the room after Ben agreed to the arrangement. All you need to do is add your John Hancock on the dotted line, and it's yours. The job, the scholarship. Tom held out a pen. Ben grinned and signed without hesitation. This was everything he'd ever dreamed of. He couldn't wait to call Skye. I guess that means it's time to go look for a place to live near Clemson, Tom said, taking the paperwork from him. You have a point there. Ben thought about the idea of living with his parents for the next 2 years while he finished his degree. That was not happening. He had to get Skye up here and convince her to move. "You look chipper," his father said when he walked into the door of his parents' house half an hour later. "I got some good news at work." He walked into the kitchen, realizing that there was no way he wanted to spend the next 2 years living in this house. He needed his own space. More importantly, he needed Skye and the kids by his side during this next stage in life. With them and their support, he could do anything. That's wonderful. Is it about the school? Did you get accepted at Clemson? His mother asked, handing him a sandwich he didn't ask for. Not yet, but Carlson and Thies is willing to pay for most of it. He took a bite of the sandwich to be polite. The white bread and ham stuck in the back of his throat. "What do they expect from you?" his father asked. Ben hadn't heard Charles enter the room. "Commit to staying with them for a few years after graduation and doing some work on the side while I go to school." Ben poured himself a glass of water from the sink. "You have all this in writing?" "That they'll pay for school. Maybe you should have a lawyer look over it." His father's eyebrows were knit together. "Your father is right. I wonder if Bill Hawkins would take a look. He's done our will. I have it covered. I've gotta run. There's somewhere I need to be." Ben grabbed his phone and his keys and ran out the door. He barely noticed where he was going until he found himself driving into Clemson. The town motto in season, every season didn't make much sense, but he liked this place. It felt more like home than Greenville did. It wasn't Palmer Island, but it had that small town feel he liked. Established neighborhoods. Plenty of trees. On a whim, he pulled into one of the apartment complexes and stepped into the management office. "This is strange." Skye got out of the car, looking a little lost, until he pulled her into a tight hug. "I missed you." Ben swallowed, hoping it would smooth out the roughness in his voice. "I missed you too. It's weird being without the kids, though. I don't remember the last time I wasn't with them. I miss them too. Which is kind of why I asked you to come up this weekend." He led her into his parents' house, carrying the small overnight bag she'd packed. "You've sounded so mysterious about this visit. I can't wait to see what you have up your sleeve." "We'll head out right after lunch," he promised. His mom had food waiting, and after a tense meal, he and Skye hit the road. "All right, Ben. You've got to give me a hint. Where are we going? What's this thing you've got to show me?" Skye was sitting at the edge of her seat, the seat belt straining against her shoulder. "You'll see. We're almost there. I actually have 2 things I want to show you." Ben hadn't decided where to take her first. He'd been too excited to see her, to have her here with him. "Can I at least have a hint?" she asked. She seemed younger without the kids in tow. More like the girl he'd fallen in love with and the woman he'd proposed to right out of high school than the person she'd become these past few years. It made him feel younger, too. "Sure." On a whim, he pulled into the strip mall first. Next to the hair salon was an ice cream shop. They could stop there first, and he'd sweeten the deal. Skye laughed. "That's your big surprise? They must have some special ice cream, if that's what you wanted me to come up here for." Ben sprinted around the car and opened the door for her. He held his hand out for her, not letting go of it when she'd gotten out of the car. "It is. It's from Very Happy Cows." It was a blatant lie. He'd never been to the place, but it made his wife smile. "And you're opening doors for me. It's officially a date." She was taking the place in, scanning the large assortment of ice cream flavors. "Welcome to Happy Cow Creamery. What can I get you?" the young woman behind the counter asked. There's so much to choose from. What do you recommend?" Skye asked. "All of them are great and locally made, but if you ask me, this time of year, you can't beat the peach ice cream." The woman was young. In her early 20s. Ben wondered if she was a college student. Peach it is. How about you? Skye turned to look at him, still holding his hand. I'll take the same. He hated to let go of her hand to pay and take his ice cream cone. To his surprise, she grabbed his hand the moment they left the store with their icy treats. This is good. I'm not sure it's worth the 6-hour drive, but it's some of the best ice cream I've had. Don't tell anyone on the island, but it might be better than the ice cream at the pier. Skye smiled at him, happily licking her ice cream cone. He couldn't take his eyes off her until his own started dripping on his hand. I have a confession to make. This wasn't why I asked you up here. This is. He pointed to the salon next door. The help wanted sign was still in the window. You asked me to come up for an interview? Skye asked, the joy slipping from her face. No. Not exactly. I wanted to show you that there are opportunities up here for both of us. I went in the other day. The place looks good. Roomier than where you're working now. Here, I'll show you. Ben opened the door and walked into the salon, pulling Skye in with him. Can I help you? A middle-aged woman with reddish-brown hair that obviously wasn't her natural color looked at him over her readers. I would like to make an appointment for a haircut. Any time after 5 next week would be good, he said. Skye looked around while he discussed dates and times with the woman who warmed up considerably once she realized he was a client, not some tourist wandering into her place. It's not half bad, Skye said when they returned to the car. But we haven't had a chance to talk about this. I'm not sure I want to cut hair much longer. I've been working with Catherine, and she says I have a real knack for interior design. I think it's something I might want to pursue. Why didn't you tell me? He asked, trying hard to keep the disappointment out of his voice. We haven't exactly seen a lot of each other lately. Things have changed since we separated, Ben. Skye put the last of her ice cream cone into her mouth and cleaned her hands on a napkin. They have, haven't they? He mumbled. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think either of us was happy where we were at. Maybe this is the change we needed. Skye's face was turned away from him, looking at the buildings outside the window. He pulled out of the parking lot and onto the busy highway. There's something else I want to show you, and then I'm taking you out for an early dinner in Greenville. Are you sure about this? This place looks very nice. Skye stopped short of the hostess table at the Carolina Smokehouse. Yes, I'm sure. Like you said, it's our first proper date in ages, and you deserve this. Ben walked up to the hostess and got them a cozy table for two out on the back deck. It overlooked the river that ran through town and the park the city built around it. Are you sure this isn't going to be too expensive? Skye whispered as she took her seat. It's fine. Carlson and Thies have been pretty generous, and I'm saving a ton of money staying with Mom and Dad. He looked over the menu. The prices were on the higher end, but nothing he couldn't swing. About the apartment, Skye said after they'd placed their order. You didn't like it. That's not it. It's a nice place. I just don't think it will work for us, Ben. Skye reached across the table and took his hand in both of hers. The kids would love the pool, and it has a balcony. Granted, the 2-bedroom apartment they'd toured had been tiny compared to their house, but they could make it work. They would, but I've seen what it's like with those two sharing a room. They are struggling at my mom and dad's place, and there they have a yard to run around in. Skye squeezed his hands, asking for his support. It would be a way for us to be together while I go to school. I know it's not perfect, but it would only be for a few years. 2 until I graduate and as soon as I'm back to working full-time. I can't make it in that place for 2 years. She pulled her hands away. I'm sorry, but I can't. The thought. Ben couldn't shake the feeling there was more to this than the lack of living space. You don't want to move up here? I don't. I want to support you, and I want you to go for it. But The firm is offering to keep me on while I go to school. Work for them part-time. I'd be bringing in some money. Not as much as at the bank, but we wouldn't rely on your income alone. And school is paid for, if that's what you're worried about. His eyes searched for hers, needing the connection. Needing her to understand how important this was for him. That's good, but we have a life on the island. The kids are in school there, and I have a shot at building something for myself. Catherine is hiring me for more of the houses she's selling, and she's referring me to clients. I have a meeting on Tuesday with a potential customer to redo an entire beach house. If I move, I'd lose everything I've been working toward. She finally looked at him, and he saw the regret in her eyes. She didn't want to move up here. Didn't want to leave the island. Not even for a little while. Not to be with him. They were both quiet on the drive home and spent the evening talking about not much of anything with his parents. When Skye started to yawn, he walked her upstairs to the guest bedroom his mother had set up for her. It had caused raised eyebrows that they weren't sharing a room, but to her credit, his mom hadn't asked any questions. "I'm sorry, Ben. I know you have your heart set on this Clemson thing and having all of us up here. I just don't think an apartment would work out for us. The kids are climbing the walls at my parents' place." Skye raised her hand and touched his face, smoothing the worry of his brow. "I'll figure something out. We'll make this work," he assured her. "We will. One way or another, we will. Good night, Ben." She ran her hand through his hair. It was the most amazing feeling. "Good night, Skye." He leaned down and kissed her. It was a sweet, brief kiss. Not everything he wanted, but it was a start. Chapter 27. "Hi, Ben. What's up?" "I'm on my way to pick Tina up from preschool." Skye got into her car and set the phone to speaker. "Oh, I didn't realize it was that time already. I thought I'd caught you before you left work." Something in Ben's voice was off. And it was strange for him to call her in the middle of the afternoon when he was usually working. "Slow day at the office," she asked as she pulled out of the parking lot behind Main Street and made her way toward the road that would take her to Seagull Nest Preschool, where Tina was spending her days coloring, crafting, and learning to write her name. That's one way of putting it. The door of the fridge opened, and a moment later, Skye heard her husband open a bottle of beer. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard to make sure she had the time right. It was 2:05 in the afternoon. "What happened?" "I was called into another meeting at Carlson and Thies." "Did they lower your scholarship?" she asked, knowing what the offer meant to him. "Worse. They don't need you to work for them while you go to school?" Skye worked hard to keep her tone even, but this was a little like pulling teeth. "They are selling the business. They got an offer that was too good to pass up. The new owners aren't interested in sending me to school. It's over." A door slammed closed, and Skye pictured Ben stepping out into the backyard of his parents' house, shoulder slumped, eyes dark, the disappointment he felt reflected in them. "That's bad. But you know what? We've faced worse odds than that. There's got to be another way. Maybe you could go talk to someone at the university?" She turned down the side street that the preschool was on. "I don't think there's a point. I think I'm going to come back home for a while. Do you mind if I stay at the house until it sells?" "Of course I don't mind. I'll let Catherine know." "When are you thinking of driving back?" She hoped it wasn't today. Not if this wasn't the first drink he'd had since he'd gotten the news. "First thing tomorrow morning. I promised my dad to help him fix a fence out here. Shouldn't take long. I'll call you from the road." "Sounds good. Listen, I have to run in and get Tina. The kids will love having you back." Skye parked her car and picked up her phone. "That's good to know. I've got to run too." His voice sounded so defeated, it was breaking her heart. If there was one person in this world who deserved a break, it was her husband. "Hey, Ben," she said before he could hang up. "What?" I'm excited about having you back, too. I miss you. I have good news, Catherine blurted out the moment Skye picked up the phone. Give me 2 seconds. Skye turned the sauce simmering on the stove to low and poured the pasta into the strainer waiting in the sink. Mommy, I'm hungry. Tina ran through the kitchen, her brother not far behind. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Go play outside until I call you. Skye put down the pot and pulled the door open. Closing it behind her offspring, she returned her attention to her friend. Sorry about that. I'm all yours. Are you sitting down? Catherine asked. What happened? Skye asked, her blood pressure spiking in a heartbeat. It's good news. Hold on to something. Catherine paused for a long moment. You got an offer on the house. A good one. Really? You're serious? Skye leaned against the counter for support. They needed this. They needed some good news. This could change everything. Yes, really. I wouldn't joke about something like this. I don't have the paperwork in my hands yet, but their real estate agent called me and is writing up the offer as we speak. That would be amazing. How long before we know for sure? Skye asked, wondering if Ben had finished working with his dad and was able to take a call. Half an hour? It shouldn't be long. We're doing everything online. If you can get a hold of Ben, we can wrap this up tonight and start talking about a closing date. I'll call him as soon as we know this is a sure thing, Skye said. He was in no state of mind for another emotional roller coaster tonight. All right. I'll touch base as soon as I get the paperwork. Let's grab lunch tomorrow to celebrate. And I might have another client for you. Catherine hung up before Skye could respond. Hey, Mom, she called down the hall. Everything okay? Her mother walked into the kitchen. She was having a good day, her brain chemicals moving into balance now that she was taking her medication regularly. Everything's fine. I just need to clear my head. Dinner is ready. Would you mind feeding the kids and watching them for half an hour? Going for a walk on the beach? Skye nodded. I won't be gone long, she promised. Take your time. Dad and I can handle dinner and bedtime. Ruth put a hand on Skye's shoulder, squeezing lightly before moving to dump the cooked pasta into the sauce. Skye grabbed her keys and got into her car. 10 minutes later, she was at the beach. Taking a deep breath, a sense of calm came over her. This place never failed to do that. She didn't know if it was the sound of the waves crashing on the shore, the salt in the air, the wind in her hair, the feel of the coarse sand between her toes, or something more scientific like some positive ions or higher oxygen content. It didn't matter. What mattered was that this was her happy place. Her safe haven. Where she came when she needed to breathe and think and just be. Skye made her way up the beach, feet splashing in the water. She was about to turn around when she saw a familiar figure waving at her from the top of the stairs leading to a small boardwalk over the dunes. Miss Doris, how are you? Skye waved and made her way across the sand and up the stairs. I thought that was you. Come sit down and have some coffee with me. Miss Doris didn't wait for an answer. She strode back to where she'd come from and across the yard to her back patio. Skye followed her, glancing at her watch to see how long she'd been gone. I can't stay long. It's getting late, and my mom's watching the kids. Coffee? It's decaf, and it's ready. Miss Doris motioned for Skye to take a seat. Sure. I'll stay for a quick cup and a glass of water, if you don't mind. The walk had made her thirsty. Miss Doris returned with a cup and glass, sitting both of them in front of Skye. What brings you out here tonight? I needed a little air. It's been quite the day. Miss Doris nodded, raising her cup and taking a sip of coffee. Ben's dream of going to college sort of blew up today, and then we got an offer for the house. Skye raised the glass of ice water and took a big drink. It was cold and exactly what she needed. She emptied half of it before setting it back down. That's a lot to deal with all at once. How are you two holding up with this long-distance thing? Miss Doris asked. Her eyes were kind, her voice calm and neutral. She wasn't judging. Simply listening. The words started pouring out of Skye. Her worries about their future. Her reluctance to give up her life here on the island. What I want is my husband back. Which one? Miss Doris asked, looking at Skye over the rim of her glasses. The one I fell in love with. The man with a dream and plans to build us the perfect house. Ben had drive back then, and he was happy. Skye realized the truth in those words. It was the first time she'd admitted this to herself or anyone else. She missed who they'd been before they'd compromised on one too many things. That's not going to be easy. Unless I'm mistaken, that'll mean finding a way for him to go back to school. Miss Doris sat down her empty cup. You're right. It will require some sacrifice on my part. But I think I owe him that. He gave up everything when we got pregnant with James. I could have moved away with him, but you didn't want to move away from here. It's a nice place to raise your kids. That wasn't it. I was scared of being broke and hungry. Of not knowing where the money for the power bill would come from. I couldn't see how we could have a baby and have Ben go to school. That's why I pushed him to take that job at the bank. It's time for him to go after his dream. And it isn't like you can't do what you love up in Clemson or Greenville for a while. People need help with their homes there as much as they do down here. Miss Doris smiled. You heard about that? Skye asked, surprised. Of course. I've heard you have a great eye for design. My friend Pam has been singing your praises for weeks. I'm glad you're stretching your wings. Both of you. The older woman nodded. And maybe I could do some of the work for clients down here remotely. I do most of the shopping online anyway, and Clemson isn't that far away. A plan formed in Skye's mind. She finished the last of her coffee and rose, anxious to talk to Ben and Catherine. Good luck with the house. And if there's anything I can do to help during the transition, I'm never more than a call away, Miss Doris said. Skye took her leave and strode down the beach when the phone rang. Catherine. Did we get it? She asked the moment she pressed the button. We did. I have it in my hands. I'll email it to you as soon as we're done here. Catherine quickly walked her through the offer and reiterated that she thought they should take it. Skye agreed but wasn't ready to commit without talking it over with Ben first. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. How would you feel about me moving to Clemson for a year or two? I could keep staging houses for you, but do some of the ordering from up there. I can have stuff shipped to you if we're in a crunch and come down every few weeks to take care of things in person. Skye held her breath as she unlocked her car. I didn't realize you were thinking of moving. Let me think about it and get back to you. Skye got in her car when Catherine disconnected their call. The joy from a moment ago was gone, as was the feeling of calm and clarity that her walk on the beach had brought her. Chapter 28. The house looked not much different from when he'd left it 4 weeks ago. Sure, a few new art prints hung on the wall and the bedding in his and what used to be the children's bedrooms had been turned into a luxurious guest bedroom and study respectively, but the rest of the place was the same as he'd left it. Not that any of it looked like the home he'd shared with his family less than a year ago. Ben shook his head and rolled his shoulders, trying to shake off the weariness from the long drive back to the island. He stepped out on the back patio and pulled his phone out of his pocket. Skye, I made it back to the house. I'm sure you're working. Do you want me to pick the kids up from school? Tell me when and where, and I'll be there. I miss you, he added before ending the voicemail recording. He'd made good time, leaving before dawn after a sleepless night. Ben figured he'd be exhausted, but he was wide awake and ready for something good to happen in his life. The offer on the house was great, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Strolling back into the house, he walked into the kitchen and opened the door to the fridge. It was mostly cleaned out. He'd have to go find some lunch in town. To his surprise, one item remained in the back of the fridge. The bottle of champagne he'd bought for the day he'd be accepted into Clemson's School of Architecture and come up with a way to pay for it. All that had happened, but he'd been in Greenville. And then it had fallen apart just as quickly as it had manifested. Like sand from the beach running through his fingers, there had been nothing he could do to stop it. Ben sighed and looked at the picture of his wife and children that served as his phone's background. James and Tina had grown so much in the year since they'd taken the beach picture. His son particularly. And he'd overcome a lot, thanks to the support James had here on the island. His mom, his teacher, the kind woman at the library. There's a thought, Ben muttered to himself. He grabbed his keys and headed across town, lunch no longer the first thing on his mind. Knock. Knock. Anybody home? Ben raced out of the garage at the sound of his wife's voice. Coming. Skye stood in the middle of the living room, bags in hand, James and Tina next to her. His daughter was clutching her beloved stuffed animal, an old teddy bear, to her chest. Everything okay? He asked, taking in the strange vibe in the room. I hope so. I thought the kids and I could move back in. Spend a few more days or weeks in the house before the sale is final. Is that okay? Skye stared at him, clutching the bags tightly. Of course. That's wonderful. Let me get those. He took the bags from her and ran up the stairs to put them away before she could change her mind. Where are we going to stay? My room is gone. James stood in the hallway looking into the study that used to be his bedroom. How about you and Tina share the guest room? He put an arm around his son's shoulder and walked him into the room that used to be pink. Now it held a queen-sized bed and dresser. Where are all the toys? Tina asked. She held her mother's hand, looking as lost as her brother in the house that used to be their home. Seeing his children like this broke Ben's heart. He vowed to build another home for them. One filled with toys and family pictures. A place to make fresh memories. And he knew how to brighten his children's day. It isn't a toy, but I have a surprise for the two of you in the garage, he said. Stop. Both his children turned around at the tone of his voice. Wait for me. We're going to look at it together. As a family. He held his hand out for Skye, who took it and walked down the stairs with him. James and Tina waited at the door to the attached garage. Ben could feel the excitement rolling off of both of them. He hoped he'd done the right thing. Ready? Ben pulled open the door and stepped into the garage behind his children. Elmer. James crouched down in front of the large cage that stood in the middle of the two-car garage in an instant. He turned and stared at his parents in disbelief. It's a bunny. Can I hold him? Please? Her small hands were busy trying to figure out how to open the latch. Not so fast. He just got here. Why don't we give Elmer a chance to get settled in? You can look at him and talk to him, but let's hold off on letting him out, okay? He crouched down next to his daughter and looked at the large rodent. Elmer was bigger than he'd remembered from his first visit to the library, but he seemed calm and comfortable in his new home. The rabbit was happily chewing on the sweet-smelling Timothy hay the guy at the feed store had recommended. Ben, can I talk to you? Skye asked softly. James, you're in charge. Don't let Elmer out. You can watch him, but don't mess with him. And don't let your sister stick her fingers in the cage, please. Ben gently pulled his daughter's hand away from the cage wire. He didn't think the rabbit would bite her, but he'd seen Elmer's teeth on full display when he'd yawned, and it was a frightening display. Are you sure this is a good idea? Skye asked, stepping into the kitchen and turning around to face him. I wanted to do something nice for the kids. James has grown so attached to Elmer, he shrugged. It had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, but weren't pets good for kids? I get that, and I think it's a sweet idea, but is this the time? We don't even know where we'll be in a few weeks. And this place is sold. We can't let a rabbit run around the house. What about the damage he could do to the furniture? And the smell? Skye looked across the kitchen and living area, no doubt taking in each piece of furniture that wasn't rabbit-proof. He wasn't sure any of them were. I thought about that. Sort of. It was why he kept Elmer in the garage for now. Skye looked at him, her eyebrows raised. She crossed her arms across her chest, waiting for him to explain. I figure he'll stay in his cage in the garage most of the time. I bought a pen that'll keep him contained in the house. We can set it up in the living room and give the kids a chance to play with him, Ben said. That'll give James a chance to read to him every day instead of once or twice a week. What about the hardwood floor? I don't think those claws I saw will be gentle. Skye leaned against the counter, dropping her arms. It was a start. I have some cardboard and newspaper we can put down. And during the day, we can use the same pen outside in the grass. Under full supervision, of course. Skye's harumph noise didn't sound confident. I promise the rabbit will only come out under close supervision, he said. I promise, too. Cross my heart. James stepped up next to his father, taking Ben's hand. Tina echoed his words. We'll see how it goes. If either of you breaks your promise to me, Elmer is going back. Is that understood? Skye did her best to look serious. James and Tina were buying it, but Ben saw the twitching lip. It was all he could do to keep himself from pulling her into his arms and kissing her, right here in the kitchen, in front of his kids, with a rabbit nibbling hay 12 feet away. I'm serious about the rabbit. If he becomes a problem, he's out, Skye said later that night, after the kids were in bed. And I'm serious about taking care of him. You have nothing to worry about. I promise. The air was thick with the sweet scent of gardenias. The bushes on the side of the house were in full bloom, the night breeze carrying the scent out to the patio where the two of them were sitting, enjoying the peace and quiet under the faint light of the new moon. I believe you. Let's hope wherever we land next won't have a problem with a pet rabbit. Skye leaned back, her face raised to the sky, looking at the stars above them. We'll make it happen. There was no way he was taking this rabbit away from James. Whatever it took, their next home would welcome the newest member of their family. This is nice. I like how the place turned out. Skye turned to look at the landscaped yard in front of them. It had taken a ton of effort, but worked out even better than he'd imagined. You did an amazing job designing this, he said, in awe of his wife's vision coming to life. We should have done this years ago, she said with a soft sigh. Do you regret it? Putting the house on the market? He asked. Skye shook her head. It's been an anchor. Holding us here and keeping us from building the life we want. It's time to cut it loose and let someone else enjoy the space. I'm glad we're getting these few days here, though. If I can keep the kids from destroying it. Her soft laugh warmed his heart and told him she wasn't all that concerned about the destructive ability of their offspring. I'm glad you decided to come back. He reached over and took her hand in his. Me too. I missed this. I missed us, the way we used to be, and I want it back. She swallowed hard and squeezed his hand. Ben sat there, quiet, giving her time to gather her thoughts. I turned in my notice at the salon today. Do you remember the place in Clemson, next to the ice cream parlor? She asked, glancing at him. I do. I called and talked to the owner. The job is mine if I want it as soon as we can move up there. Her eyes didn't connect with his. Are you sure that's what you want? What about the interior design stuff? You're good. She turned and looked at him. Yes, I'm sure. We need at least one stable income, and cutting hair can do that for us, for now. I want you to go to school without having to worry about where we'll find money for groceries. I don't. Stop it, right now. You're going. We'll find a way. And we'll find a new home up there. It doesn't have to be perfect. Something small with a little backyard for the kids or a park nearby. We'll make it work. Her expression changed to fierce and determined. Ben knew this look. It made his heart jump and gave him more hope for the future than he'd had since that fateful phone call from Tom that had made his plans for the future crumble into dust. I don't want you to have to put your own dreams on hold. Again. I had a chance to think about this. Yes, I'd love to be able to continue to work with Catherine. It would make building a client base so much easier, but at the end of the day, that isn't what's important. What is? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Ben tried as hard as he could not to get his hopes up. Us. Building a life together. Supporting each other's dreams and raising our kids together. That's what's important. And if that means that I have to take a small step back, so be it. I can start again up there. It's not like I'm giving up on my talent. Her confident smile warmed his heart. You would do that? For me? What about staying down here and raising our kids on the island? We can still do that. We'll only be gone for 2 years. They'll both still be in elementary school when we come back. And then we can build that house you drew up for us. Ben laughed. I didn't realize you remembered. It might need a few updates, and I'm not sure how quickly we'll be able to afford to build something like that. Skye shrugged. Baby steps. First, we sell this place. With what we stand to gain, we can buy something up there. Sell it when we come back. I've been looking at some fixer-uppers that could work. Might not be a bad investment either. I'm not sure we can secure financing with me unemployed and going to school and you in a new position. He ran the numbers through his head. Getting a loan would be next to impossible unless they made a cash offer on a completely rundown place that probably wouldn't be safe for the kids to stay in. Besides, I have no idea how I will pay for college. Until I do, there's no point in worrying about moving to Clemson. You are going. End of discussion. We'll apply for any scholarship we can find, and the rest will be covered by student loans. That's what they're there for. You sound like Annette, Ben said, the words out of his mouth, before he could stop them. I think Annette and I need to have lunch. I'm starting to like her. What did she say? Skye asked. Pretty much what you said. And she sent over a whole stack of applications for scholarships and grants. His email inbox was full to bursting with them. Good. What are you waiting for then? Get to work. Skye's eyes sparkled with the challenge in them. You know what, I will. But first there's something I need to do. Ben rose and walked into the kitchen, grabbing the bottle of champagne from the back. A toast, he said, walking back onto the patio and handing her one of the glasses of the effervescent liquid. To the most amazing, resilient, and beautiful wife a man could ask for. And to the best architect this island has seen. Skye clinked her glass against his and took a sip of the champagne. He could taste it on her lips when he pulled his wife into his arms and kissed her senseless under the starlit sky. Chapter 29. I'm hungry, James said in a voice that told Skye her son was at his house hunting limit. I have to use the bathroom. Tina's tone was more urgent. She was bouncing in her car seat. We're here. To Skye's relief, Ben pulled into the driveway of yet another small house. This one had whitewashed brick and a small covered front porch. The real estate agent's white Prius was pulled into the old-fashioned carport. Skye hoped the house was empty and that the agent wouldn't mind if Tina used the bathroom before they toured the house. Scott didn't mind, and he was the least pushy of the selling agents they'd met today. I'm surprised you guys are doing this on your own. If you'd like me to. Ben waved him off with a stern expression that caused the real estate agent to make a full 180. Skye grinned and squeezed Ben's hand, happy that between the two of them, and thanks to the internet, they had the skills to locate houses they'd consider themselves. Even more surprising had been the bank, offering them a small but manageable budget for a mortgage despite the recent upheaval in their employment situation. "I like this place," Skye whispered, too soft for Scott to hear. It was smaller than their old home, but much better than an apartment. The kids wouldn't even have to share a bedroom, and there were 2 bathrooms and an open-concept living area and kitchen that kept the place from feeling too cramped, despite the small square footage. "I do too. And it's close to school and the salon. We could make this work." "Did I mention the owner is open to do the financing, provided there's a substantial down payment?" Scott asked. "You didn't, but we noticed it in the listing. It's one of the reasons we came to see this place." "How substantial of a payment are we talking?" Ben asked. Scott gave them a number that was well below what they'd make on the sale of their own place next week. The more Skye walked around the house and the small yard outside, the more it felt like home. She grabbed Ben's hand and pulled him into the galley-style kitchen. "Let's make an offer." "Are you sure?" Ben asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Skye nodded. "It's exactly what we need. Not their dream home, but a comfortable place to stay for the next 2 years." "Scott. Let's draw up some paperwork. We're ready to make an offer, contingent on the sale of our home on Palmer Island, of course." Ben's voice and stature changed, going from loving husband to shrewd banker. She loved him for taking charge and dealing with the paperwork. "Let's go check out the yard," she called to Tina and James. "Are we really moving up here?" James asked the next morning. They were on their way to the Greenville Zoo to celebrate the beginning of their new journey here in the upstate of South Carolina. "Sure looks that way, buddy. You're okay with that? It'll mean going to a new school after summer break." Ben looked at their son through the rearview mirror. James nodded. "I think Elmer will like it here. There's a fence around the yard. He can hop and run all over the place." Skye laughed at her son's priorities, glad the kids were on board and as excited as she was about the new house. Then again, she was sure James and Tina would be happy in any place where they'd no longer have to share a bedroom. They were walking past the giraffe exhibit when Ben's phone rang. "It's the real estate agent," he said. "Go." Skye took her children by the hand and took them to see the animals. She glanced over her shoulder and sucked in a breath. Ben's shoulders were hunched, his brows knitted tightly together. "Mommy, do giraffes eat grass?" Tina asked, tugging on her hand. "I'm not sure, honey. Let's see if we can find one of those signs that tells you all about their diet and habitat." She looked around for the large displays that dotted the path they'd been walking on. "Of course they do. Look at that one over there." James pointed to a small giraffe who was indeed ripping out chunks of grass, legs spread wide and its neck bent as far as it would go to reach the patch of blades on the ground. "They also like leaves, lettuce, and carrots," a young man in a Greenville Zoo uniform said, stepping up next to James. He held up a bucket. At the sight of it, the animals in the exhibit made their way toward them. "Are you feeding them now?" James's youthful voice went up a few tones in excitement. Tina raced to get next to her brother. "Sure am. It's time for their afternoon snack." "Would you like to help?" the man asked, looking up at Skye for approval a little too late. "I don't know." Up close, the giraffes looked pretty intimidating, with large mouths and even larger teeth. "They are very gentle," the man promised, holding up a few pieces of lettuce. Skye and the kids watched as one of the larger animals stuck out its tongue and gently took them out of the caretaker's hand. James took a step back, suddenly no longer sure this was something he wanted to get involved with. Skye let out a small sigh of relief. "I want to feed her." Tina walked up and held her hand out. The young man dug around in the bucket and produced a large carrot. "Hold it at the very end, like this." He showed her what to do before handing her daughter the vegetable. "Like this? And she's gonna pull it out of my hand with her tongue?" Tina's eyes were sparkling, not an ounce of fear to be seen anywhere. This girl is going to be trouble, Skye muttered under her breath. Thankfully, James didn't hear her. His full attention was on his sister and the large mammal she was about to feed. I'm going to have to lift you up. Is that okay? The man asked, looking first at Skye and then at Tina. I'll do it. Ben stepped up out of nowhere and picked up his daughter. Everything okay? Skye asked softly. The shake of his head was almost imperceptible. Later, he said before giving Tina and the giraffe his full attention. You did great. If you ever want to come work at the zoo, we'd love to have you, the young man said, handing the last of the lettuce leaves to the smallest of the trio of giraffes he and Tina had been feeding. A small crowd of spectators had gathered around them. Tina clapped her hands before Skye dug out the sanitizing wipes she'd packed, just in case. I could have done that, but Tina needed a win, James said, his voice benevolent and nonchalant at the same time. Skye shook her head, certain once again that their children didn't miss a single conversation they weren't supposed to hear. Including those she'd had with their aunt about Ben. You did great, Tina. Ben lowered their daughter to the ground and rolled his shoulders. Skye didn't blame him. She was getting big. It wasn't as easy as it used to be to carry her around, let alone lift her up so a tall giraffe could snack in comfort. It's not that hard. It's like Elmer, except she uses her tongue instead of her teeth. It tickled. Tina giggled and danced around them, her day made by the chance encounter. It wasn't until they made it into the primate exhibit that Skye got a chance to talk to Ben. What was that call about? Bad news? She'd been rolling through scenarios of what could have gotten wrong. Did the owner decide against owner financing? Found someone with a better offer. They'd signed a contract. The thoughts had been churning since she'd seen Ben's expression on the phone, souring what should have been a perfect family memory. That was Catherine. The bells pulled out of the sale. Skye took a step back. This was the last thing she'd expected. But they signed. The closing is next week. They had a death in the family that changed things for them. They are well aware that they are forfeiting their earnest money and, from what Catherine says, very sorry. But they are out. Ben's shoulders slumped. He leaned against the faux boulder that was part of the exhibit. And there's nothing we can do? Skye asked. The dominoes in her mind started falling, one after the other. Without the money from the sale, they wouldn't be able to make the large down payment on the little white brick house. It had taken so long to find this first set of buyers, there was no way they could ask the owner to wait until another one came along. As long as their house was on the market, they'd be responsible for the mortgage, which meant they couldn't even afford to rent the tiny apartment Ben had shown her on her first visit up here. Stop and take a breath. We'll figure something out. We always do. Ben squeezed her hand, and Skye wanted to believe him with all her heart. Chapter 30. We'll figure something out. Ben walked into the small guest room in his parents' house he'd shared with Skye the past few nights. She was busy packing. Did James finally go off to sleep? Skye asked, pulling his t-shirts out of the closet and folding them up before putting them in the bag. He is, and I can do this. He tried to take the shirts from her, but Skye shrugged him off. I need to keep my hands busy. Her voice sounded so defeated. It broke his heart. She was trying to stay strong for all of them. He wasn't going to let that happen this time. Let's run through this. Ben took her hands and sat down on the bed, pulling her next to him. Worst case scenario, we move back into the house. I called the bank earlier. They are happy to have me back. With a slightly smaller salary and fewer vacation days, but he could live with that. And then what? We go back to where we were? Skye asked. For a little while. I did some poking around online. There's a decent draftsman degree I can work toward with one of those online-only schools. And I'm sure Catherine would be happy to have you back. You could focus on your interior design thing for a while. See where that takes us. He squeezed her hand, trying to make her see the positive in all this. The kids wouldn't have to change schools, and I'm sure your parents and your sister would be happy to keep us close. Skye nodded, wiping a tear from her cheek. Drafting? Isn't that what you were doing during your internship? She asked. It is, but there is some certification. It's no architecture degree, but it's in the ballpark and it might help me get a foot in the door. Who knows, maybe one of these days I'll find another firm that would be happy to pay to have me go to school. Apparently, I'm that good. He was putting on a brave face for her sake, and she saw right through him. This isn't right. This was supposed to be your break. You've sacrificed so much. We both have. If I hadn't gotten pregnant. He squeezed her hand and turned her face, forcing her to look at him. Then we wouldn't have James. I wouldn't trade that boy for anything. And you wouldn't either. She blinked and swallowed hard. Then she nodded. Good. That's my girl. It may feel like we're taking a step back, but we're really not. We've come so far, you and me. We found our way back to each other through all of this. I don't know about you, but I love you more than the day I married you. He cupped her cheek and stared into those beautiful eyes of hers, willing her to see that he meant it. She was his heart, his soul, his everything. I believe you. Skye leaned forward and kissed him fiercely. The kiss told him everything he needed to know. She was with him. She loved him. And they were going to make it, no matter what came their way in the months and years to come. It's our last night here. Take a minute, and let's go back down. We can have a glass of wine with my parents and then turn in early. He ran his fingers through her soft hair before pulling her into a hug. It'll be okay. We'll figure something out. At least his parents did not know that all their plans had vanished into thin air. His mom had been so excited to finally see him go to college. He wasn't looking forward to telling her that was no longer in the cards. We have some news we wanted to share with the two of you, Charles said when they walked into the living room. His mother handed them each a glass of wine. There were crackers and cheese on the table, along with a variety of dried fruits and nuts. She'd been making an effort to get along with Skye during this visit. Both his parents had. Skye looked at him, the confusion he felt reflected in her eyes. Ben squeezed her hand before taking a seat next to his mom on the couch. This sounds serious. Ben kept his tone light, smiling at his parents and taking a sip of wine. More exciting than serious. But it involves the two of you. At least we hope it will. Denise pulled a folder out of the rack that usually held the daily paper and various women's magazines. We're not getting any younger, and there are a lot of places we always talked about seeing your mother, and I think it's time to start ticking some of those off the list before it's too late. His father leaned forward and nodded at his wife. We've been looking into something like this for a while. She opened the folder and pushed it in Ben's direction. It looked like a stack of brochures, the top one depicting a cruise ship. A 6-month cruise? Skye asked, looking at the glossy paper over his shoulder. Yes. We're leaving from San Francisco, traveling around South America and then over to Europe. His mother thumbed through the papers, producing a page with a map. While we're there, we figured we'd spend some time over there. See the sights, eat the food, enjoy the culture. How long will you be gone? Ben asked his father. We're going to play it day by day, and we might have to come back for a week or two after the cruise depending on what kind of visa we get. All said, at least a year. Ben's eyes grew wide. A grand adventure was the last thing he'd expected from his parents. And if all goes well, we might buy one of those RVs and go visit some of the national parks when we get back. Maybe we could take the kids to a few of them over summer break. His mother pulled out another brochure outlining a trip across the United States. A flyer for an Alaskan cruise fell out on the floor. Skye picked it up. This looks like a fun trip, too. We figured we have the money. Why not spend it while we can enjoy ourselves? Every penny our neighbors across the street saved over the years is going toward their long-term care. Their children won't see a dime. Charles shook his head. You should spend it on yourself, and this is a wonderful idea, Skye said. Her eyes flew over the flyer, depicting tall snow-covered mountains. I agree. But what does this have to do with us? Ben asked, leaning back into the couch and pulling Skye close. We like this house, and we're not ready to let it go. We were hoping. His mother looked over at his father. With you going to school up here and Skye agreeing to move up with you, we were hoping you would consider staying here, taking care of the house while we're gone. We'd take care of the taxes and such, of course. And we wouldn't expect you to pay rent or anything, Denise added quickly, her eyes pleading as if his and Skye's decision would make the difference between going on the trip of a lifetime or missing out. Knowing his father and his reluctance to leave this place for too long, Ben had no doubt that a house sitter was part of the equation. If you could take over the utilities, I'd appreciate it. It's not bad, except for the cable and internet package. His father rose and walked to the desk tucked into the corner, no doubt looking for the most recent bills. Ben looked at Skye. We'll do it. We'll stay here while you're gone. The look Skye gave him and the squeeze of her hand told him everything he needed to know. This was the break they needed. This would make it possible for him to go to Clemson, even if it took a few more months to sell their Palmer Island house. Fate and his parents had handed him the chance he needed, and he was not about to waste it. Wonderful. A toast to a year or two full of adventure and new experiences. His father raised his glass. Here, here, Ben said, feeling as happy and excited about the future as his parents looked. Epilogue. Clemson, South Carolina 4 months later. What a difference a few weeks make. Ben walked into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around his wife. The summer had passed in a blur of activities that involved a cross-state move, saying goodbye to his parents for the foreseeable future, and a new start in school for him and both of his children. Tell me about it. I really didn't think we'd pull this off. Skye leaned back against him. She fit perfectly, like she had from the day he'd first held her all those years ago. Yet here we are, and you're the lucky lady married to the hot man on campus. He blew his breath across the back of her ear, where he knew she was more ticklish than any person ought to be. Skye laughed, partially from his antics. Hot man on campus, eh? How many times have you been mistaken for a professor so far? She turned, her face close enough to his that it was hard to make eye contact. Plenty. Don't burst my bubble. After last night and early this morning, I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. The memories flashing through his head made him want to drag her back to their bedroom. You should be. That was nice, she finished, both of them watching their children barrel into the kitchen. We're having pancakes? James asked. With whipped cream and sprinkles? Tina stared at the bowl of cream and the container holding the colorful sugary toppings. We are. We all made it through our first full week of school and work. I figured we deserve a treat. After this, I'm taking you to the library and the park so Daddy can do his homework. On the weekend? James asked, sounding shocked at the mere mention of something so atrocious. That's college for you. They make you work hard when you get to be my age. Ben ruffled his son's hair before piling his own plate with the pancakes she'd been making. Did you talk to Catherine? Her husband asked before stuffing a large bite of pancake dripping with maple syrup into his mouth. Like father, like son, Skye thought. I did. The new renters are happy. How about her? She lost out on a pretty big commission when the sale fell through. Ben looked at her across his coffee mug. She didn't seem too bothered. She did mention something about landing the sale of the old Pelican Inn building. I guess some rich guy with ties to the island bought it and is planning on restoring it to its former glory. The building had been all but abandoned for decades. Good for him. That sounds like a piece of work, though. I wonder if he needs a master draftsman? Ben grinned. She loved seeing her husband so happy and confident. I'll have her pass around the offer. Hey, there's something I want to talk to you about. How would you feel about me cutting hair out of the house? I've had a few neighbors ask and I figure, why not? I could do it right here while the three of you are gone. Skye motioned around the kitchen. Where we eat? James asked, raising an eyebrow. He looked so much like Ben, it was all she could do not to burst out laughing at the concerned look on his face. Mommy cuts our hair in here, Tina piped up. That's true. I guess that would be okay. James shoved the last of his syrup and whipped cream covered pancake into his mouth. If it's okay with James, it's okay with me, Ben said. Seriously though, I think it's a great idea. And it would give you the flexibility to work on the interior design stuff. Any leads on that front? I'm talking to a few real estate agents in the area. None of them seemed too interested only in help staging, but a few of them asked if I could take photographs for the listings. She dismissed the idea. That's a great idea. You could totally do that. Ben's enthusiasm and confidence were infectious. I would need a decent camera, and probably a tripod and stuff. She'd looked into it briefly and dismissed the idea when she'd seen the price tag for even entry-level cameras and lenses. Take the first rent check, and the second if you want, and buy what you need. It won't take you long to make it up, and I can drive a few Uber shifts this week and next to keep us afloat. Ben went to the stove and helped himself to another stack of pancakes. He might not look like your average male freshman, but he was starting to eat like one. If you keep that up, we might have to, she teased, pointing at the food on his plate. May we be excused? James asked, elbowing his sister, trying to get her to hurry up and finish breakfast. What are you so eager to get back to? Skye asked her son. Max is waiting in his backyard. We promised to show him Elmer. I told him I have a rabbit who loves books, but he doesn't believe me. James rose and carried his plate to the sink. He rinsed it and put it in the dishwasher. Is that your way of asking permission to take Elmer outside? Ben asked, doing his best to look stern and failing miserably. Yes, sir. May I please take my rabbit outside so I don't look like a liar? James asked. Pretty please, with a cherry on top? Tina stood beside her brother, batting her eyelashes at her father. Skye knew they'd won him over before Ben said a word. Not that she minded. It would give them a few precious moments of privacy, and she knew exactly how she wanted to spend them. Kissing her husband until both their heads spun. The end. This has been Marriage on the Rocks, written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2022 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2023 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.